You are.
Right now.
You spit in my face. Get that gun
I'm
out
a
of your hand, you
goddamn Connecticut
psycho.
State Trooper.
I don't care who you are.
Right now.
You spit in my
Get off
face.
my property
You're
right
going
now.
to jail now.
Get
Look
off
at
my
this.
property
Look
right
at
now.
this. He spit in my
Get off my
face.
pro-
You're
You're right
going
in my
to jail.
face.
It's all being recorded.
I don't care.
I
Get
know you
off
don't
my
care
property
because you don't face any
right now.
consequences. Don't
This is
spit
the
in my
biggest
face.
mistake you ever made.
No, it's not.
This is the biggest mistake
you
you
ever
ever made.
Look at the gun in his hand. He spit in my face. I want him arrested.
So we went through the assault statute, and there's nothing that specifically states that spitting on somebody is an assault. Turn around for me.
Do what you got to do, man. Do what you got to do. This is ridiculous.
So that was about a year ago. Yeah, I covered it on my other channel, That Surprise Witness. Hold on. I covered it on my other channel, That Surprise Witness, and I reacted to it and everything like that. Now, all kind of stuff has happened on that case since, but primarily, I think for right now, most importantly, it just went to trial. Sorry, I just got a new mic interface and it sounds weird in my ear, so bear with me while I'm adjusting this. I would do anything to get this crackling out of the speakers. Okay, anyway, okay, listen. So there was a trial, and you might be thinking, oh, did the crazy lunatic who is screaming about being a Connecticut State Trooper, I'm a goddamn mother, Connecticut State Trooper, did he get criminally prosecuted? And did he have trial recently? No. No. For some inexplicable reason, they are still trying to prosecute Sean Paul Reyes. I just, one more time, I mean, we just, can we bear with watching that 40 seconds again? Because this right here is all that kept playing in my head over and over when I was watching this, a couple excerpts from this trial so far. This is Brian FAHEY. Now, at the time of this video, at the time the video was recorded, Brian FAHEY was a goddamn Connecticut State Trooper. Yes, he was. But very shortly after this video went, understandably, justifiably viral, he was no longer a Connecticut State Trooper. Now, I think the reason for that is because this video, and he was kind of asked to resign. However, who really knows? Maybe it was just time for him to retire years early or something. Who knows? Who knows? One more time.
Right now. You spit in my face.
Wait, hold on. I know some of y'all may be wondering, well, what's the incident that led up to this? Well, we're going to get into that.
Get that gun out of your hand, you
goddamn
psycho.
Connecticut State Trooper.
I don't care who you are.
Right now.
You spit in my
Get off
face.
my property
You're
right
going
now.
to jail now.
Get
Look
off
at
my
this.
property
Look
right
at this. He spit in my
Get off my
face.
pro-
You're
You're right
going
in my
to jail.
face.
It's all being recorded.
I don't care.
I
Get
know you
off
don't
my
care.
property.
You may not have realized, you may not have seen, you may not have noticed, but he is holding a pew-pew device in his hand with his finger, you know, where the pew-pew would pew-pew.
Don't face any
Right now.
consequences. Don't
This is
spit
the
in my
biggest
face.
mistake you ever made.
No, it's not.
This
It's
is
the
the
biggest mistake you ever made. Look at the gun in his hand. He spit in my face. I want him arrested.
So we went through the assault statute, and there's nothing that specifically states that spitting on somebody is an assault. Turn around.
One of the craziest things about this interaction with this guy was Sean, and again, like, if you want to see my full reaction to this whole video, you should go to my other channel, That Surprise Witness. I did cover it already, so that's not going to be the purpose of today's video. Today, I want to really react to the trial that just happened. It was only a 2-day trial, and it's over now. The judge, I don't think, has ruled yet. So I wanted to react to the trial. I did tell Sean Paul Reyes that I am reacting to this, and that was it. Like, I didn't ask him for any input. He did not ask me to react to this. And this is my own free will. I wanted to do this today. I do know that we have the Keefe D trial going on. Girl, that was so boring yesterday. I feel like we'll catch up. Okay, we'll catch up. But don't worry, I'm still on it. I just, this is more pressing. This is Emergency Live. I just want to be very, very transparent and very clear up front. I know Sean Paul Reyes. That's my friend. I like Sean Paul Reyes. I am biased. I am biased in his favor. I might not even be necessarily as fair in this video as I usually am, because I already have a bias against Brian Fahey. I already have a bias in favor of Sean Paul Reyes. This is not the news over here. This is not journalism over here. This is me reacting to the trial, okay? I just want to be clear. Tyrannosaurus Rex said, I was a law enforcement officer in a state prison. Spitting on an officer is battery on an officer. Right. So that's that's why I paused it right there. One of the things I found to be interesting about this guy, and the interaction with him, Beddard or Eddard, whatever. Beddard? Is that a D? Or is it Beoward? Whatever. Anyway, he was like, there's really no law against spitting on someone or whatever. And Sean was like, so what would happen to me if I spit on you? And this cop goes, oh, well, you would get arrested if you spit on me. And Sean's like, understandably, like, what? You just told me it's not a crime. It's not assault to spit on someone. He goes, oh yeah, it is assault if you spit on me, because I'm a police officer. So if you spit on a police officer, it's assault. But if I spit on you, it's not assault. Woo, that's crazy. Yeah, I mean, I understand why it should be not allowed to spit on cops, but I also think that why do they get special rules and laws that we don't have to follow, that protect them, and then they don't have to follow the laws we have to follow? Like, they can just park their cars in the handicap and nobody's going to give them a ticket or whatever. I mean, it's just one of the reasons that I even started following Long Island Audit in the first place is because he really does such a great, excellent job at exposing just how corrupt so many of these small town and big city cops and police organizations really are. So you see here, it's like Brian Fahey is spitting. Brian Fahey is the one that's being aggressive. Sean is leaving. Whether you like Sean or not, it's obvious from the video, he's backing away. He's backing away. As soon as the Fahey tells him, get off my property, Sean does start to retreat off the property. There's 2 camera angles of it. So what he was doing, Sean Paul Reyes was doing that day, was investigating use of public funds. He was investigating how the police officers were being paid for overtime for hours that they didn't work. He was investigating. He does this. He does these investigations, and he wanted to ask some questions to this Brian Fahey. Now, that wasn't their first interaction. They had at least one interaction prior, and I'm sure we're gonna hear about this in the trial stuff that we hear today. But they had an interaction prior, and it was where Sean had gone to, I don't remember, there's like so many of these corrupt cops, I kind of forgot exactly what their first interaction was, but it was something like he had went to do a FOIA request or something, like at the town hall or something, or like maybe the police department or whatever. And I don't like how this is doing. And when he went to do that, Brian Fahey was there and like rolled up on him, was very, very aggressive. I think that he was actually looking for like maybe disciplinary records or something. I don't exactly know. But they ended up prosecuting Sean. Fahey is no longer with the sheriff's department. And so they ended up prosecuting him. And what they tried to charge him with voyeurism. Like a journalist going knock on a police officer's door to ask a question and leaving as soon as asked was voyeurism. Right. Yeah, I mean, this is a part of being human though, Brandon. Like, I don't like everything anybody does. If you run the tapes back, I don't like everything I did in my life. So it's not really about liking everything. And actually, I mean, that's kind of the bottom line, the ultimate common denominator, of the 14th Amendment, of the First Amendment. It's like we have unalienable God-given rights, and one of them is to ask questions. Now, I don't think anybody should be allowed to remain on someone's private property after being asked to leave or told to leave. I don't think so. So had Sean had stayed there and not immediately gotten off the property, he knocked on the door on the porch, and then before the door was even answered, he scurried down. He skedaddled off that porch. So when the homeowner, Brian Fahey, came out, and I'll be fair, if I open my door and there's somebody knocking on my damn door to ask me about some shit from at my work or something, I'm telling them to get the hell up off my property too. But there's a major difference between me and Sergeant former Sergeant Brian Fahey's property, and that's that I got about 5011 no trespassing, no soliciting, beware, be warned signs that you got to pass before you ever make it to my door. No reasonable person would think they better step foot on my porch. I have a sticker on my front glass. I have this huge picture window by my door. I have a sticker on it with a pew pew facing you, facing whoever's walking up, and it says, think twice, 'cause I won't. Okay, no reasonable person would feel welcome to walk up to my home uninvited. Brian Fahey had no such signs. He lives in this, neighborhood, and again, like I'm saying, I wouldn't like to have my, privacy or my time at home invaded upon by somebody banging on my door with a camera. I wouldn't like that either. However, I'm not a public servant. Hello? There's different levels to this stuff. Now, what I will say, if a Mormon missionary can come knock on your door, if a guy trying to get you to switch to solar panels can come knock on your door, if a Girl Scout cookie sales girl comes on your door and they can knock on your door, then it just stands to reason that a journalist can come and knock on your door, especially because Sean was trying to get Fahey to answer his questions like at the station and other places, but Fahey was avoiding that too. So these cops, instead of just like saying, all right, everybody go their separate ways at this point, you've been trespassed or whatever, they go ahead and write reports up and end up getting Sean Fahey, oh Lord, he's going to freak out. Sean Paul Reyes prosecuted. So he's been in court. Okay, for this incident. Police don't care about our privacy. Yep. Rules and laws for thee, but not for me. Period. And not only did they not protect your privacy, Sean, not only did they not protect your rights, your God-given inalienable rights that cannot be taken away by anyone, especially the likes of those losers, they actually then went and violated your rights even more by allowing this felonious, stupid, frivolous, false, wrongful prosecution to continue to the calamity that it did. Mr. G said, I've been waiting for this reaction. Sean Paul Reyes in the house. Y'all, get your water bottles. You see, I got my big coffee today. I got a big one today because we're going to be here a while. This is like 4 hours of trial footage, and we're going to watch some other stuff too. Oh my God, yeah. Can you imagine pre-ordering Girl Scout cookies from off your porch? No, I'm going to have to do that at the Wegmans if we pre-ordering. Okay. All right. Let me go to this. So then the other day, I wanted to go to this trial so freaking bad. I actually forgot. I thought it was on the 12th. So I was like, yeah, I'm going to go tomorrow on the 12th. That's his trial date. It was on the 11th when it started. And then the 12th, I couldn't go then. It ended up being. So that's one of the reasons why I'm reacting to this. So this is him outside the court on the first day. And it's like, wish me luck. And let me go to his channel. I did link his channel in the description box down below as well. Okay, so it says Fahey trial today. Wish me luck. Now, here's something I do want to tell y'all too. So this happened in like Groton, Connecticut. I don't know if they moved the jurisdiction or not. I actually went to last year he had like a preliminary hearing or something for it, and I did go to court for that. All I remember of that day was so hot. And then we went to like Texas Roadhouse and stuff. And that was fun afterward. Anyway, so it says Fahey trial today. Now, the prosecutor on this case, yeah, I mean, it felt like it was brandishing. He had it in his hand, unbolstered, unholstered, okay, unhinged. So, sorry, I get distracted by y'all's. He broke the law whether he liked what he did or not. We are not allowed to pull guns on and spit on people that do something we don't like. I agree. And I think that obviously put Sean in reasonable. I think that was beyond assault. I think it was battery. Because I think, he did touch him. He spit on him. His spit made contact with him. And I think that it was intentional. I think that it was an intentional contact with the intent to cause Sean to be in, and any reasonable person would be in fear, a reasonable apprehension for their safety. Anybody would. If someone was rolling up on you like that, barking, spitting, rabid like a rabid raccoon, a rabid beast, frothing at the mouth, launching spit in your direction, they have a gun in their hand, I think any reasonable person would be in apprehension of their safety. Okay, so this guy right here, so they end up assigning a prosecutor to this case. Like I said, like I'm skipping over a lot of stuff because I'm trying to just get to like the main, reaction part, but they end up assigning this prosecutor to the case and his freaking name. First of all, I think they went through the whole dog and pony show of transferring the trial out of the Groton, out of the place where it happened for like conflicts of interest or whatever. And then, it's like, okay, y'all are going to pretend to be fair. Okay, that's cute. So then they do that. And then the prosecutor that gets assigned to the case, guess what his freaking last name is? FAHEY. FAHEY. Do you think he's set up for a fair trial? Anyway, okay. So this is a 10-minute live stream that he did before the trial. It says, FAHEY trial today, wish me luck. And I thought we could watch
Hey, what's up, guys? Sean Paul Reyes.
this together.
Hey, what's up, guys? Sean Paul Reyes with Long Island Audit here, back again with another video. Today is the day of the FAHEY trial. 1 year later, we are still facing this injustice here in Corrupticate. Right behind me is the Danielson Superior Court, where Judge Guarnari will decide my fate. I'm facing up to 90 days in the Connecticut State Correctional Facility for criminal trespass in the 3rd degree, which requires...
So the first clips from this whole thing that I saw were where I like really took note of this outfit were like him standing up in the court, or like maybe he was leaning back. You could see the whole tie. It's like American flag tie. And I was like, oh my gosh, this is so Afro Man coded. It was inspired by Afro Man. He said, you like my Afro Man tie. But I had that thought, like, remember when Afro Man went to court in a full American flag suit?
Signage be clearly posted, and if you've been following this incident, you will know that the officers in their police report said it wasn't clearly posted. The video evidence shows that this sign wasn't clearly posted, and I left immediately when I was told to leave. So, for most of you who do not know,
true.
for some of you who
let
do,
me just show y'all what Sean actually did, so you don't have to take my word for it. Okay, so here he is out in front of the thing. He's investigating police corruption,
resist tyranny, and also to investigate allegations of corruption.
because I want y'all to see like what he actually did, so you don't have to take my word for it. It will probably be like 5 minutes.
That has been made against Connecticut State Trooper Sergeant Brian Fahey. As you can see behind me, Sergeant Brian Fahey is no stranger to tyranny and corruption. Let's get into it. Now, as far as the allegations being made against Sergeant Brian Fahey, I was told through an anonymous tip that he is receiving fraudulent overtime every single year. Now, that was strange to me because Sergeant Brian Fahey, as we know, is the sergeant of pistol permits in an office. How does he receive overtime to begin with? Isn't it a 9-to-5 job? So I did some investigating, and Sergeant Brian Fahey makes over $200,000 a year. Now, get this. $75,000 of that $212,000, to be exact, comes from overtime. $75,000.
He's getting $75,000 a year in taxpayer funded overtime. That's more than a lot of people's salary, period. That's just his overtime pay.
How can this be? Does he stay late when they're closed after 5 o'clock? Does he go back on the streets to patrol? I mean, I was told by my sources that he was...
So he's working in the office 9 to 5. How is he getting overtime? It's just a 9 to 5 office. Like, so is he going on patrol? What's going on here? Is this public funding corruption? What is it?
Out of patrol, and he's a danger to the community. That's why they have him working in the office. But to get $75,000 in overtime every single year from a desk job, it didn't add up. And that's why I came here to Sergeant Brian Fahey's neighborhood to protest his tyranny and corruption, the lack of accountability, but also, as any good independent journalist would, to ask questions about this overtime allegation.
Okay.
So as always, you always want to be on the lookout for any no trespassing.
Be important.
Any good independent journal.
So just please note the date of the video. Premiered July 13th, 2025. This was a year and a month ago, almost exactly. Okay. Is this on fast? No, it's on normal. Okay.
Good.
When he's walking down this, whatever, driveway road thing, I'm going to show you all this sign because it ends up being important.
Ask questions about this overtime allegation.
Okay. See this sign right here? You can't really see what it says. I can't at this point.
So as
Oh, shoot. Okay, let's see. Can we go back? Okay, that's as close as it gets, I guess. So I think it says private road. I think it says private road. And then down here, I think it says no turnaround. And so this ends up coming up at trial. I'm not going to do too much of a legal analysis here because that's not the purpose of today's video. Even though I am a lawyer, I'm not going to even get into this too much now because it's going to come up so much at the trial. It's like the main thing. So I'm not going to even really talk about it right now. But this right here is the sign. So just keep that in mind. And this is as much as I can zoom in. Okay.
So as always, you always want to be on the lookout for any no trespassing signs, restricted area signs.
Okay. Very important. Again, this is before the interaction takes place. He says, as always, you want to look out for any no trespassing signs, restricted area signs. Do you see any? Very, very important. It's going to come up at the trial. Do you see any no trespassing signs? This is him walking down the way to go on his journalistic quest here.
I don't see why there would be in this neighborhood here, but you know, we just want to ask some questions, see what's going on with this overtime allegation.
No signs, right? I don't see any.
He answers us. It says here the Faheys.
Okay. I blurred out this section to protect Sergeant Fahey's address. Unlike Fahey, I don't engage in or condone threats or acts of violence. We will hold this criminal accountable in a court of law and in the court of public opinion. So he's blurring out Fahey's address, even though it is public record, which I do all the time as well.
We're in the right spot. Again, there aren't any no trespassing.
So he's not, like, importantly to me, Sean isn't walking around the house taking pictures in the windows. He's not standing out in the front and like intimidating or hollering or anything. He walks straight up to the front door to knock on the door.
We're just coming in peace to ask some questions.
I've already said it once. Do I want someone coming to my house knocking on the door to ask me a question? No. That's why I got signs everywhere. I got signs everywhere, like 5 signs. So if somebody makes it past all those freaking signs still to my front door, that's not reasonable. Okay. Knocks on the door. He does not stand at the door. He walks away.
I'm currently being recorded, his ring camera said.
A Mormon does this. A Jehovah Witness.
Hey, Sergeant Fahey, how are you?
He's already got the gun. Or does he? No, I think he runs back in to get it. No, he
Nope,
hasn't.
there is no posted sign.
No,
There's
that's
no
his
problem.
phone. It's not a gun, it's a phone. Okay, it's just a phone. But he's holding it in that same position. Scary. Okay. I'm going to show it again without me talking.
Can I help you?
Hey, Sergeant Fahey, how are you?
You gotta get off my property. It's posted no trespassing.
Nope, there is no posted sign.
Yeah,
There's no
right in
problem.
here.
Do you have any, let's go. Do you have any comment?
Not even 5 seconds went by. Only thing he disputed was that there was a sign that says no trespassing. Now, maybe there was, maybe there wasn't. I can say I just watched Sean go through that whole walk. Well, I guess some of it was cut out, but he said it. We're looking for a no trespass sign. I didn't see any no trespass sign. There most certainly is no trespassing sign on this guy's house or anywhere that I can see. So now I guess Fahey is, I guess, calling the cops. Now, did you hear Sean say to his cameraman, "Let's go"? And he started moving. I mean, not even 5 seconds go by. After Fahey said, "You have to get off my property," Sean started moving. Not even 5 seconds, less.
Oh, I'm currently being recorded, his ring camera said.
Can I help you?
Hey, Sergeant Fahey, how are you?
You gotta get off my property. It's posted no trespassing.
Nope, there is no posted sign.
Yeah,
There's no
right in
problem.
here.
Do you have any, let's go. Do you have any comment on the allegations that you are?
He's leaving. He's leaving. That's it. That's it. This was the big crime. That's it. This whole prosecution is over this. And this is why I started covering this story. This is why I started covering Sean in the first place, because when cops do stuff, they don't get held accountable. Then when somebody from the public, just a regular citizen, tries to hold these cops accountable, then they get prosecuted. And it happens everywhere. This is Connecticut. We've seen it in Utah. We've seen it all over the place. New York, LA.
Moving. Do you have
He's
any
moving.
comment on
You
the
can see
allegations that you
He never
are
stops.
receiving? Couldn't even get the question.
He never stops moving.
Ladies and gentlemen, he was so angry. Couldn't even get the question out. He says that there's no trespassing signs. Let's see. Let's see if there's no trespassing signs.
He's not even walking slow. I mean, is he running? No. But you don't have to run. You just have to get off the property.
Coward. He can assault me in broad daylight while receiving
So again, like I said, this isn't their first interaction here. He had already rolled up on Sean before.
taxpayer money. But the minute an independent journalist comes to his home, and he's probably going to try and get me unlawfully arrested now. As you could see, I moved back his camera.
Now, FAHEY could have just went inside, and this whole thing could have been over. Okay? He is keeping on walking. He is keeping on walking. But he's talking. He's doing his story. FAHEY could have went inside, even if he wanted to call the cops. Even if he wanted to call the cops, he could have called and said, hey, I have video, I have this guy on my property, whatever, if you want to come. That's not what FAHEY does. He chooses instead, like a belligerent fool, a belligerent buffoon. Don't take my word for it, just watch.
Currently being recorded. Film this guy. You're crazy. What do you think I'm doing, you psycho? You have a weapon?
I have a weapon in my hand right now. He's on the phone with the cops, his buddies, because he's a state trooper.
Hand? What are you doing?
This was the big crime, by the way. The big crime that Sean is being prosecuted for already happened. Nothing else that happens after this point is Sean in trouble for. The big crime was the walk up, knock, knock. Hey, how are you today? Get on my property. And Sean getting off the property. That's the crime. That's the crime. I'm calling it a crime to be stupid. It's obviously not a crime. I don't even think it's a actual criminal. Is it criminal trespass they're charging him with? Yeah, I think it is. He's facing up to like 3 months in jail. For the crime has already happened. This cop could have stayed in his house. But he's coming out, he's barking. He's like a rabbit. I saw a video this morning of a mom that had to take a rabid raccoon off her daughter. The little girl was coming in the door after school. You see it on the ring cam, and this rabid raccoon looked like it weighed about 40 pounds. It's like attacking the daughters. And the mom comes out, like super mom, that adrenaline's going, and she takes the raccoon by the neck, and she throws the kid inside, and she throws the raccoon into the yard. And I feel like FAHEY is the rabid raccoon. Okay, like he's frothing at the mouth. I got a weapon in my hand. Like the demons came out. Full force demon. And he's galloping. Sean has not stopped walking in the other direction from the house. Now, FAHEY doing all this is actually making Sean have to interact with him. He's got a gun in his hand too. And it's my theory, Brian FAHEY wanted to kill Sean this day. It's my theory, Brian FAHEY wanted to put a notch in his belt this day. He's on the phone with the cops acting like Sean's doing stuff he's not doing. And he's got his finger on a trigger. He then spits in Sean's face. I think some of the spittle landed on Sean's mouth. If Sean was a cop, that would have been battery. I think he was trying to provoke Sean to even make a glitch, even twitch, not glitch, flinch. To even flinch so he could unload whatever's in that gun and Sean. That's what I think. Watch, and you tell me if you agree.
What are you doing? I don't have any weapons. I'm a journalist.
Get off my
What do you think I'm
property
doing,
right
you
now.
psychopath?
Get off
What do you
my
think I'm
property
doing?
right now? Get off
What
my
do you
property
think I'm
right
doing?
now.
What do you think
Get
I'm
off my
doing?
property right now.
I'm off your property.
This is my property.
Well, do you see me
All
not
the way
moving?
to the cul-de-sac.
Calm down.
Get off
Get
my
that gun out
fucking
of your hand.
property.
Get that gun out of
Get
your hand,
off
you
my
psycho.
fucking property.
Get that gun
I'm
out
a
of your hand, you
goddamn
psycho.
Connecticut State Trooper.
I don't care who you
You
are.
are trespassing
I don't
on
care
my
who you are.
fucking
I don't
property.
care who you
Get
are.
off my fucking
I don't
property.
care who you are.
Right now.
You spit in my
Get off
face.
my property
You're
right
going
now.
to jail now.
Get
Look
off
at
my
this.
property.
Almost anybody would have had a knee. I'm not a violent person at all. I think I might would have spit on my face. This uncivilized beast spit on Sean's face when he's the one with the gun. Now, some people might be asking, why didn't Sean turn around and go the other way? Who turns their back on somebody with a gun? This lunatic needs to be in a cage.
This. He spit in my
Get off
face.
my
Look at him.
You
You
said you're
spit
going
in my
to jail.
Look at the cortisol built up in the hump on the back of his head. Wow. It's like Cushing's.
I'm spitting as I'm talking to you.
No, you spit
No. He went,
my
face.
property
You spit in my
right
face.
now.
You spit in my face.
Get off my
You're going
property
to jail.
right now.
so was this criminal assailant arrested? And actually he actually did get arrested. But was he prosecuted? Was he sent through the whole televised trial treatment? No, he just quietly retired. Sean, though, got prosecuted for going up and knocking on this man's door. Yeah. Nobody did anything to this officer. This sergeant, I should say.
No, I am representing.
So this is before the court date the other day.
Shows that the sign wasn't clearly posted, and I left immediately when I was told to leave. So, for most of you who do not know, for some of you who do not know, I am representing myself pro se. I kept my lawyers on retainer to help me behind the scenes. I wanted to face my accuser face to face today. And, I'm having mixed emotions. I'm excited to get my day in court finally after over a year.
I speeded it up to 1.25.
I think this whole
Again,
fake
this is his pre-trial speech.
situation is ridiculous. I think that the charges against me should have been dismissed immediately. The video evidence shows that I am not guilty. So I'm obviously going to be going inside the court now. My trial starts at 10 o'clock. It is 9:44. So we're gonna head inside, but I just wanted to reach out to you guys really quickly before I went inside and let you know that I'm okay, I'm in good spirits. I've been practicing and
Nice.
studying very hard. I know I'm not an attorney, but I've been working with attorneys here in Connecticut, the best of the best, thanks to each and every one of your support, for your support and donations that you've given me, and I really appreciate that. So I've had attorneys by my side this entire time. I've been practicing with my attorney yesterday. Everything has been practiced. I have scripts, I have exhibits, I have everything. I'll show you guys really quick. Stay right there.
Ugh, I wanted to go to this so bad. I just couldn't. It just didn't work out. The first day I thought it wasn't even going on, and then shit hit the fan. But this is the next best thing because we'll be able to watch watch the video of it, and I'll do a live react.
Those of you who are in here, you're real Long Island audits.
Because honestly, who even knows? Maybe the Lord was protecting me, girl. Because if I was in that courtroom, I would have been on camera, and I would have been making all kind of faces. I would have been y'all would have been distracted by me in the background. You could see people in the background. Like I recognized people. Like you'll see like Leroy Truth Investigates, Scalzo Photo. I think Garden State Accountability was in the background. There were some other folks that I definitely have met before.
So, you guys like my tie? Hold on, one second. No.
Wait, what happened?
So this is my trial book here. Lots of paperwork in there.
Wow, he was
And then
ready.
also, I have more paperwork in
Portfolio.
here, USB flash drives,
Very
etc.,
official.
etc. So, we do have some supporters here. I didn't ask anybody to come, but if you showed up, I appreciate that. I just hope that I want you guys to share this live stream, like and share. It might be my last live stream.
Oh, let me
This might
like
be
it.
the last live stream I do for quite some time. I know I'm
This video, the original one, this one, got like over 1 million views, by the way.
innocent. You know I'm innocent. Everybody knows I'm innocent. The
Right.
video evidence
It's
shows that
crazy.
I'm innocent. But as we all know, this is a very corrupt government here in Connecticut. There are corrupt governments across our country, and that's what we're fighting to expose. And this
Stamp of approval said, seriously, I don't even understand WTF he even did. just simply knocking on a door and he was asked to leave and was leaving. WTF? Exactly. It's crazy.
It doesn't always end on the side of justice, and we know this. So at the end of the day, everybody just wants to be loud today. No, just kidding. But at the end of the day, I do this work, this activism, for a reason, and I understand the consequences that may come of it, and what may come of it is tyranny, what may come of it is injustice.
Okay.
But I will never stop fighting for our First Amendment rights, our Constitution, the rule of law, and holding law enforcement officers like the despicable former Sergeant Brian Fahey, who spit in my face. He spit in my face on July 11th.
I love
August.
Sean Paul Reyes, okay? That is my, like, brother in Constitution, okay? I love him. I love what he does. I love his work. I've learned about the law from him. I went to Ivy League Law School, graduated, passed the bar, and I've learned about the law a lot from Sean Paul Reyes because he is very educated in it.
11th.
Specifically,
I'm getting
First
another
Amendment.
spit in my face by the Connecticut judicial system here. The state's attorney, John Fahey, allegedly no relation to Brian Fahey. So it is what it is. I know I have all of you guys' support. I know you guys have my back, and I truly appreciate that. And to the people who want to see me go to...
Nick from Echo Base Network was the first comment on the live chat. He was like, let Sean Paul Reyes know, let Long Island Audit know where we are pulling for him.
You know, I hope that your heart heals and you become a better person and you stop worrying and wishing hate on anybody. I wouldn't wish prison on my worst enemy. So at the end of the day, I'm about love, I'm about our Constitution, and I'm going to fight for all of our rights, and I will continue to fight whether the judge sentences me.
John Davies said, what is the backstory about the lunatic cop? Well, Sean Paul Reyes was looking into him specifically because he was very violent against Sean Paul Reyes when, you know, Long Island Audit had a first interaction with him, and just like by happenstance, and the man was crazy. He was very violent. And so he posted a video of it, and then he got an anonymous tip about Brian Fahey saying that he basically is stealing overtime hours. Like, he's stealing money from the taxpayers, $75,000 a year. So Sean Paul Reyes started looking into that. And so he's like, all right, well, I'm going to do a story on this. I should probably ask Brian Fahey himself what he has to say about these allegations. You know, that's what journalists do. I'm not a journalist, but that is what journalists are supposed to do. Before they run a story about someone, they're supposed to ask that person, hey, is there any truth to this? Now, they don't have to necessarily, but this is like a common industry standard. So that's what the whole story is. So then Sean was trying to get in touch with the guy. He was trying to run into him. He couldn't. So he went to his house, which is public record. There was no visible, no trespassing sign. And so Sean went, knocked on the door. The guy said, get off the property. He did. That was it. Well, I mean, other than the spitting and the pulling the gun and all that, but Sean didn't do that.
Any jail time today, I can be sentenced to up to 90 days. For those of you asking, the charge carries up to 90 days in a Connecticut correctional facility. Criminal trespassing in the 3rd degree. The state has to prove 3 elements today.
Okay.
They need to prove that I entered or remained on the property. They need to prove that I knew that I was unlicensed or privileged to enter or remain on the property. And they need to prove, beyond all of these elements, they need to prove beyond a reasonable doubt.
Okay.
And they need to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that there was a sign, as prescribed by law, clearly posted, conspicuously posted. So those are the 3 elements of the criminal trespass. Signage, clearly posted, mens rea, which is me knowing I wasn't licensed or privileged, and the entering and remaining. Obviously, I didn't remain, I did enter, but they have to prove all 3 of them beyond a reasonable doubt. And
Isn't the signage just related to the mens rea? Like, if there's signage, it's an element that goes toward mens rea? I mean, Sean's really been looking into this. He probably knows better than me.
think that they can do that. I know they can't do that because I was there. I watched the video, I was there, and I watched it a million times, and I watched the body camera footage. And once this trial is over, stay tuned to the channel. If you're not subscribed, make sure you subscribe and have notifications turned on, because the Groton Police Department, the police department who conspired with Sergeant Brian Fahey to unlawfully arrest me and violate my rights and retaliate against me, they redacted so much audio, so much important audio from the body camera footage that I shared with you earlier this year. But in discovery, I got all the unredacted audio.
Sounds familiar, huh? They love redacting.
I couldn't have posted it before the trial, but now that the trial is happening today, after the trial is over, I will be able to post the unedited and unredacted body camera footage, which I think you guys will find very interesting. I'm excited. I'm ready.
Me
I'm
too.
ready. Are you ready? 'Cause
Yeah,
I'm ready.
I'm
I'm
ready.
ready to fight for justice. I'm ready to fight for our constitutional rights. I'm ready to fight for the First Amendment, and I'm ready to fight against tyranny being perpetrated by the state's attorney, John Fahey, Sergeant Brian Fahey, former disgraced Sergeant Brian Fahey, who spit in my face, and I'm not going to tolerate it anymore. So, you know, at the end of the day, we have the courthouse right behind us here. We're going to be going in there. 3 elements need to be proved beyond a reasonable doubt. They're not going to be able to do it. And for those of you asking in the chat, how long is the live stream going to be? How long is the trial, excuse me, going to be? It is going to be as long as it takes. This trial has been scheduled for 3 days. I do not think that the trial will last 3 days. I think it should be over today. I hope so anyway. But, you know, there's witnesses, there's exhibits, there's evidence, there's body camera footage that are going to be played. And the best part is, if you're not here to watch the trial, you'll be able to watch it because a news media outlet, Real News Network, has been approved to record the entire trial.
Shout out to
So
them.
you will be able to watch that on my channel in the coming days. As soon as this is over and as soon as I get the video from this media outlet who was gracious enough to record it for me and for the people, for transparency for the people, so you guys can see exactly what's going on here in the state of Corrupticate. So,
Nice.
you know, I'm excited. I'm excited. And I wanted to, I needed you guys to hype me up, all right? I need you guys to hype me up. We're about to walk into this courthouse and take on some of the most influential, powerful people in government that we convey power to as we the people, and then they use that power against the people in a malicious, tyrannical way. So I appreciate you guys. I'm gonna look at the chat for a second. I'm gonna look at the chat. Where are you guys watching from? Good luck, Sean. Appreciate you. You got this, Sean. You got this, Sean. Hype me up. Come on, let's go, because I'm gonna be coming live after the trial is over. Listen, if it's not over today, I'll still be live to tell you exactly what happened, obviously. So make sure notifications turned on and you're subscribed.
I'm just truly also glad like Brian Fahey didn't, you know, actually like try to unalive Sean because, you know, he wouldn't have faced any consequences.
So you don't miss the update. As soon as I get out of court today, whether the trial's over or not, I will go live to give you guys updates. This is going to be, you know, an ongoing thing. So you got this. Don't be late. Almost 10? It is almost 10.
He needs
I
to
don't
go
wanna be late.
inside.
Yeah.
He's going to be coming up and down the stairs giving me live updates.
Okay.
Okay. So, yay. All right. So now let's go to, no videos. Let's go to the first day of court. As Sean Paul Reyes said, he represented himself.
Okay.
Now, I don't think this is the exact day that the court was. I think it was the next day. I think it was the next day. Okay, so before I press play, this is 2 hours long. We're going to be here for a while. I think I'm going to go take a short break to the restroom, and then I'll be back. Go get your snack. Go get your water. We're about to start one of two, like 2-hour videos. Okay, I'm back. Okay. Everybody got their snack, their emotional support beverage. The Dirty Wizard said, how did this even end up in court? Surely a DA would review Sean's footage and throw it out before it ever got that far. Yeah, well, guess what? This demon-possessed weirdo that's prosecuting, his last name's FAHEY too. Isn't that interesting? Okay, so here we go.
Hey, what's up guys? Sean Paul Reyes with Long Island Audit here, back again with another video. In today's video, we're going to be watching day 1 of the FAHEY trial. Excuse me, technically it's my trial, but we all know that Brian FAHEY, the unhinged savage animal, should be the one on trial. But unfortunately I am. Today is day 1. It is extremely interesting. Make sure you guys hit the like button and share this video to expose this injustice to the world. Big shout out to Stephen and Taya from the Real News Network, as they were able to get permission to record the proceedings. So I appreciate them for promoting transparency in this case. Make sure you subscribe and have notifications turned on so you don't miss day 2 of the trial, which is the conclusion of the trial. Make sure you watch to the end. Let's get into it.
Judge, 2 other quick matters. I note that Mr. Reyes is, as he has in the past, wearing meta glasses. Obviously, there was a request to film the proceedings. There is an individual filming in court now, but Mr. Reyes is not allowed to film. I don't know. I know he's indicated in the past that prescription glasses. I don't know if he has another pair of prescription glasses that he can bring to court, or 2, just simply assure the court that he won't be recording using those kind of glasses.
Judge, last time when Mr. State's Attorney FAHEY wasn't here, was in this court with these same glasses. They are prescription glasses, and I did not record that proceeding, and I do not plan on recording this one, as I'm not permitted to. It seems there is a camera here as well, so it's unnecessary for me to record. I don't have the court's permission to record. I won't be recording. These are just prescription lenses, same as last time I wore them.
A lot of places are starting to crack down on meta glasses, even when, because, you know, some people, they'll say they're not recording and then they are. They'll say, you know, the light will flash if it's recording and you'll know if it's recording. Yeah, apparently some people can get that light to like not do that. So they are cracking down on that. In this particular case, it's just my opinion. I think Sean is very trustworthy. I don't think that he would record if he wasn't allowed to record. I certainly don't think he would stand up and lie to this court. But in any event, he's saying he's not recording. But I did want to say, you know, they have been cracking down on that more. Like no meta glasses allowed at all. I think Southern District of New York. Where was it? It was something like that recently.
Thank you.
The court will just note that the court did receive the request from a media provider that was verified through the Connecticut Judicial Branch, and there was no objection raised by either party to the recording of these proceedings. The court did grant that request, subject to the limitations that are within.
The judge is like literally, actually my age. He's like 35 years old. I'm gonna be 36 next month.
Practice book, and we'll accept Mr. Reyes' representations with respect to the classes.
Thank you, Judge. May I be heard on a procedural matter?
Certainly.
Judge, I ask that the witnesses be sequestered under General Statute Section 54-85A. I have a specific reason, Judge. The state will call multiple officers who are on the scene together.
Okay, so Sean is asking for the judge to sequester the witnesses, meaning so that they can, oh, I'm surprised they let him wear that shirt. I have this shirt. I almost wore it today, but it is just so grotesque. It has like a drooling FAHEY on it. I'm surprised they let him wear it in the court though, because usually they'll say like you can't wear any anything that is like any statement, political statement about either the party, support or criticism, like inside the courtroom. Like if you want to do that, you have to go outside. Like at the Free Britney movement era, when I would go to California, they wouldn't let you wear any Britney Spears stuff inside the court room. Anyway, so Sean is asking the judge to basically kick the witnesses that are going to be witnesses in the trial out of the courtroom so they can't hear the testimony. This is completely normal, standard, customary.
The written accounts of the central fact in this case already differ. I would ask that the witnesses be sequestered.
I have no objection as long as it works both ways, Judge.
We can proceed when it's ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. State calls Devin Bedard.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear, solemnly sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you
These people are talking fast. This is normal speed.
regarding this case will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
I swear.
Please state your name, title, and place of employment.
Sergeant Devin Bedard, Groton Town Police Department.
Thank you.
That's you, sir.
Thank you.
May I proceed?
You may.
Thank you. Good morning. By whom do you employ?
The Groton Town Police Department.
What's your current rank?
Patrol Sergeant.
How long have you been a sergeant with Groton Town?
2 years.
And prior
going so fast? I have it on normal.
How long have you been a police officer with Groton Police Department?
Approximately 9.5 years.
Could you tell the court your background and training after high school as it relates to law enforcement?
Yeah, I attended 6 months at the Connecticut Post Police Academy, along with various other trainings after the fact while on the job.
Okay. I want to draw your attention to July 11th of 2025 at approximately 10:05 that evening. Did you receive a dispatch to go to, well, first of all, were you working that day?
Yes, I was.
And were you in full uniform?
Yes, I was.
And were you driving a Groton marked police vehicle?
Yes, I was.
Did you have occasion to be dispatched to a location within the town of Groton?
Yes.
What was that location?
46 Pendleton Farm Lane.
And what was the nature of the dispatch?
It was a trespassing complaint regarding a off-duty police officer and a First Amendment auditor.
Could you tell the court what you observed when you first arrived on scene?
As soon as I arrived on scene, I observed a LED box truck playing a video on loop.
What was the nature of the video, if you recall?
It was calling for the firing of Sergeant Brian Fahey.
And do you know?
Extremely, extremely First Amendment protected activity, especially if you haven't been asked to leave. Now, I just learned about so-called supposed residential picketing statutes. I don't know if Connecticut has any of those, but Utah has them. It's crazy. I just learned about that.
Lived at that address you were dispatched to?
I did not know at the time.
Okay. Did you later learn who lived there?
Yes.
Who was that?
Sergeant Brian Fahey.
Is he now retired?
Yes.
Okay. And what else did you observe when you first arrived?
There were two individuals, one including the defendant standing in front of that box truck.
And may the record reflect he's pointed to the defendant.
I love this camera work. Shout out to these people. See how you could like see they pan across the crowd. Imagine I'm just sitting over there somewhere like taking my probably you would just see the top of my head most of the time like this. Cause I'd just be scribbling and writing.
And there was a third individual wearing just socks standing at the end of the driveway.
And were you able to identify that person?
Yes, that was Brian Fahey.
And the other individual that you saw along with Mr. Reyes in the circle, did you see him in court earlier today?
I did not.
Okay. Do you recall his name?
Taheen Glover.
Okay. What did you do next?
I proceeded to go and speak with Brian Fahey.
Okay. And to speak with him, where did you proceed?
Initially, I met with him. I made contact with him at the top of the driveway.
When you say top, do you mean the?
Closest to the road.
Okay.
And then I requested that we move down further down the driveway just to separate the two parties because tensions were still high at that time.
Oh, and are you generally familiar with that area, and did you become familiar with the nature of the driveway and the houses there?
Yes.
We're going to show you what's been marked State's Exhibit 1 for identification. Ask if you recognize that.
Yes, I did.
What do you recognize it to be, gentlemen?
This is the property of Brian Fahey along with the end of the cul-de-sac at Pendleton Farm Lane.
Okay.
Okay, so this is one of the Groton Police Department officers who showed up when Brian Fahey called the cops and was like, "There's lunatics here, he threatened to kill me." This is one of the idiots that showed up. This is one of the ones supposed to be protecting and serving us, but ain't.
I'm going to ask you to use the green pointer that's there in front of you. Just if you hit it twice, the button. Just be careful, it's very blinding. Could you point out for the court where the circle is in that, where the driveway proceeds?
This is not a jury trial. It's a bench trial. This is the only, judge and jury right here.
And where it splits?
Yep. This is the end of the cul-de-sac. Brian Fahey's driveway comes down, it breaks at the easement, and then this is his property.
Okay. And there's another shared property of the same driveway?
Yes, there is.
Is that a fair, and behind it, there appears to be There appears to be a road that proceeds sort of in the lower left-hand corner of that. Do you know what road that is?
Yes, that's Interstate 95.
Is the only entrance to those properties up that driveway?
Yes.
Is this a fair and accurate representation of the way those properties looked back on July 11th of 2025 when you first arrived?
Yes.
I would offer as full exhibit.
Any objection, sir?
No objection.
And then this full exhibit states exhibit.
So sorry, I got distracted by y'all's comments. So yeah, all right. So they just basically, like, I think just showed a picture of the property, line map, something. I mean, they're not showing us what it is. I can only speculate. But I do seem to remember there being something interesting about the road itself. Maybe FAHEY actually owns that actual road. We'll see. Maybe it'll come up. We got 2 hours. We got, yeah, still more than 2 hours to go on this first day of trial.
Now, as you proceeded up Mr. Fahey's driveway, did you note anything as you walked up?
Yes, I noticed several signs on my way down the driveway.
Okay, and which side of the driveway were those on?
He said, I noticed they had several signs. Keep that in mind.
Left-hand side. A one-car driveway. There was mowed grass on either side.
And the signs you noted, do you recall, well, withdrawn, were they readily visible as you walked down the driveway?
Yes.
All right.
So
And
they're calling that long road the driveway.
could you describe the signage that you saw?
The first sign that I saw was a private drive, no turnaround sign. Then I observed a second sign that was a no trespassing sign. And then there was a third sign that was identical to the first sign that was a private drive, no turnaround sign.
And with respect to the no trespassing sign, was that up on anything or was it down?
No, it was down on the ground.
Okay. And
The no trespassing sign was down on the ground. All right. I'm pretty sure FAHEY is going to later say that that was on the tree. Okay. So this guy's saying he saw a no trespassing sign down on the ground. All right. I'm going back 10 seconds. Listen again.
Drive, no turnaround sign.
And with respect to the no trespassing sign, was that up on anything or was it down?
No, it was down on the ground.
Okay. And let me step forward for a moment. At some point, did you note that one of your fellow patrol officers moved that sign out of the bushes that you saw it in?
Yes.
Okay. When you
Down on the ground in the bushes. Was it up on anything or down on the ground? It was down on the ground. Did your partner move the sign from out of the bushes?
driveway, however, had it been moved yet?
No.
All right. And
Wait, what did he
could
say?
you
Let me go back. I wanna hear that
sign
question.
out of the bushes?
I want to hear that question again.
Let me step forward for a moment. At some point, did you note that one of your fellow patrol officers moved that sign out of the bushes that you saw it in?
Yes.
Okay. When you were on the driveway, however, had it been moved yet?
No.
All right. And could you observe at least the signage on the ground?
Yes.
Okay, remember what Jean-Paul Reyes said the elements were. He said you went onto or remained on the property without permission to be there. Number two, you knew you weren't supposed to be there. Number three, there were signs posted. Okay, is a sign on the ground in the bushes a sign posted? I think not.
Off to the right-hand side of the driveway, still at the end of the
Let
cul-de-sac.
me go back.
Had it been moved yet?
No.
All right. And could you observe at least the signage on the ground?
Yes.
On the ground.
Off to the right-hand side of the driveway, still at the end of the cul-de-sac.
So we're watching like a clip together, cut together version of this. So I don't know what was cut out, but it just jumped to that.
Would the box truck sort of be to your left in this photograph that you're showing?
Yes, sir.
All right. And is that the beginning of the driveway to the Fahey residence as well as the other residence that shares that driveway?
Yes, it is.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of the way that area looked on about 5 p.m. on July 11, 2025?
Yes,
And there appears to be another mailbox on the other side of that driveway?
that is
All
correct.
right. So 2 mailboxes at the end of that driveway? Yes?
Yes,
Sorry.
sorry.
I would offer 3 and 4 as full exhibits. State's Exhibit 5 for identification, ask if you recognize that.
I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
This is the top of the driveway looking directly down it from the cul-de-sac.
Okay, and in the lower part of that photograph, can you still see the sidewalk that goes across that driveway?
Yes, I can.
You make note of anything else in that photograph as you see it here?
Yes, the first sign that I identified before is the private drive sign.
And is that a fair and accurate representation of the way the driveway looked from the cul-de-sac at approximately 5 p.m. on July 11th of 2025?
Yes,
I would offer it a full exhibit.
No objection.
The full exhibit, State's Exhibit 5.
Showing you 6 for identification. Ask if you recognize that.
yes, I did.
What do you recognize that to be?
That's the private road sign, dead end, no turnaround.
Is that the one that was previously shown in the prior photograph?
Correct, that's the first sign.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate representation of the way that sign looked as you walked down the driveway that day on July 11, 2025, approximately 5 p.m.?
Yes,
Now, there also appears to be a dirt-type area there appears to be someone walking on the driveway in front of the sign, correct?
yes,
All right. Next to that, there's sort of a dirtish area there. Do you recognize what area that is?
Dirtish.
yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
That's the area where I saw the second sign on the ground,
Okay, the
the no trespass.
The dirtish area.
and is that a fair and accurate
I
representation?
think this is Brian Fahey's daughter.
The way that
I
whole
think.
area looked on July 11th.
Yes,
I would offer as a full exhibit.
No objection. So the full exhibit, State's Exhibit 6.
State's Exhibit 7 for identification. Do you recognize what that fits?
yes,
And when you first saw it as you were walking up the driveway, could you see that from the driveway?
When you first saw it as you were walking up the driveway, really, we're going with that.
Do you recognize what that fits?
yes,
And when you first saw it as you were walking up the driveway,
Some of this stuff's cut out. I don't know what. I mean, I definitely think it's fine to cut some stuff out, but it's like, makes it. It seems like there's stuff that's getting cut out that might be substantive.
could you see that from the driveway?
I could,
And could you see it in the brush?
yes, I could.
Is that a fair and accurate representation based on where Officer Mansky's pointing as to where you saw that sign that day on July 11, 2025?
Yes,
And the trees in the the shorter trees in the center of the photograph, is that where the driveway splits? Let me point to an area for you and then, sorry, I say shorter trees, it's hard to see, but that area right there?
yes, the driveway splits just before those trees.
Okay. And the dirt patch area that you referred to previously where you had seen that no trespassing sign in the bushes, is that depicted in this photograph in the lower left-hand corner?
Yes,
And is that a fair and accurate representation of the way that driveway existed on July 11, 2025 when you walked up the driveway with Mr. Fahey?
yes,
I would offer as a full exhibit. State's Exhibit 9.
No objection.
Now, I just want to make a point about this this DA's demeanor at the moment. It's a bit brusque. It's a bit curt, but he's, pretty much, I think, the calmest that he's going to be for this whole entire trial right now.
So the full exhibit, State's Exhibit.
This guy's having, flashbacks to Vietnam or something, girl. I mean, watch how he's, dazed.
yes.
Watch him. Watch him.
I would offer as a full exhibit. State's Exhibit 9.
No objection.
Oh, I guess he may be looking at this. Maybe not. Maybe not dazed.
10 for identification. You recognize what that shows?
Yes.
What do you recognize that to show?
I wish the court would have let them show the exhibits on the screen. It seems like the judge put the media camera behind the exhibit screen on purpose, but it would be nice if we could see what they were looking at.
This is the easement closer up in the same driveway at 46 Pendleton Farm.
Okay. And does there appear to be, well, first of all, do you see the Fahey residence in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
Is it the one to the left or the right?
The one to the right.
Right. And do you see another sign on the driveway posted again?
Yes, I do.
Right. And do you recall what that sign said as well?
Yep, that sign to the left is identical to the first sign. It's the private road, no turnaround.
Okay, by the way, private road no turnaround does not mean no trespassing. Private road no turnaround could possibly mean don't drive your car down this road. In fact, I would argue that's what it means. Don't drive your car or truck down this road because there's not a cul-de-sac at the end where you could turn around. There's just driveways. It's dead end. That's basically private road no turnaround. That's, and also private road, like this isn't like a throughway, to get somewhere. Like this is it. This is the neighborhood. It ends. You can't turn around. So I would assume that applied to vehicles. So even if there were private road no turnaround signs, that doesn't really get to the question of whether Sean was trespassing. That's what I think.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of the way that area looked on July 11, 2025 when you first got on scene and were walking up the driveway?
Yes.
I would offer as full exhibit.
No objection, no.
State's Exhibit 13 for identification. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
This is a photo looking out from the porch of the residence.
And there appears to be an officer and a couple civilians standing there.
Yes.
Right. Are those
Yes.
to the end of the cul?
See what I mean? Like something just got completely cut out.
The officer and a couple civilians standing there.
Yes.
Right. Are those
See what I mean?
Yes.
to the end of
What is the question?
the cul-de-sac, or to the cul-de-sac,
Yes.
as you saw it on July 11, 2025?
Yes.
I would offer as a full exhibit.
No objection.
There's a full exhibit, State's Exhibit 14.
Now, did you at any point, did you have occasion to speak with the defendant at any point that day?
I did.
Okay, and what was the nature of your interactions with him?
My interaction with him was explaining that he was going to be placed under arrest.
And among those charges, was there a criminal trespass charge?
Yes.
And
They threw the book at him for no reason. They also said he was being a voyeurism.
were those signs that you
Wiretapping is
saw,
crazy
particularly the private road signs, were they readily visible to anyone walking up that driveway?
Yes.
And again, from your point, walking up the driveway without any investigation.
But we watched. We watched him come down the driveway. There was no visible signs. And you're going to also hear people testify to whether they were visible or not. But I just want to be very clear. This cop is sitting on the stand under oath saying the signs, including the no trespassing sign, were all readily visible to anyone who would be walking down. They're calling it a driveway. It looked like a road to me.
Readily visible to anyone walking up that driveway.
Yes.
And again, from your point, walking up the driveway without any investigation side to side, were you able to see the other sign in the bushes?
Yes.
In the bushes. In the bushes.
Nothing further. Mr. Riggs?
Here comes the cross-examination.
Good morning, Sergeant Bedard.
Good morning.
You testified that when you walked the driveway with Fahey, Mr. Fahey, you saw a no trespassing sign in the brush.
Yes.
Was it underneath? Were there leaves on top of it or vines on top of it at any point?
No.
So it was completely face up with nothing covering it whatsoever at all?
On top of it, no.
Okay. Were there vines growing around it?
Around it, yes.
You testified it's in the brush, right?
It was in the brush.
Okay. And you saw it when you walked up the driveway on your own?
Yes.
Did you see it on your own? With no help.
Did you tell anyone else about the no trespassing sign?
No.
So you saw the no trespassing sign, you didn't discuss it with any officers?
I did not.
The other sergeant on scene, D'Angelo?
Are you talking before it was moved or?
I'm saying when you first
Wait a second. So at first he said, no, I didn't talk about it with anybody. Now he's like, oh, he needs clarification. Wait, do you mean before it was moved? Now I'm really wondering what they redacted out of that body cam.
didn't discuss it with any officers?
I did not.
The other sergeant on scene, D'Angelo?
Are you talking before it was moved?
Oops. That almost seems like he just remembered he did talk about it with D'Angelo and maybe the body cam might have still been on.
I'm saying when you first saw it with Mr. Fahey, when you first arrived on the scene, did you discuss the fact that you had noticed a no trespassing sign with any of the officers or sergeants on the day?
Yes.
Who?
He completely just changed his answer. Hold on, we're going back. I'm going to show y'all how much he just changed his answer. Look, first of all, he said, I saw the sign clearly and readily. Readily visible. Yeah, maybe there was some vines growing around it. Maybe it was on the ground in a bush. But I saw it. Then Sean says, okay, did you talk about that to anybody there that day? Nope. Did you discuss that no trespassing sign with anybody else? Nope. What about Officer so-and-so? Oh, you mean before or after I moved? They moved it. Wait, you just said nope twice. Watch.
At any point?
No.
So it was completely face up with nothing covering it whatsoever at all?
On top of it, no.
Okay. Were there vines growing around it?
Around it, yes.
You testified it's in the brush, right?
It was in the brush.
Okay.
In the brush.
And you saw it when you walked up the driveway on your own?
Yes.
Did you tell anyone else about the no trespassing sign?
No.
Did you tell anyone else about the no trespassing sign? No. Watch how fast the answer changes to yes.
So you saw the no trespassing sign, you didn't discuss it with any officers?
I did not.
The
Again, you didn't discuss it with any officers. No, I did, quote, I did not.
sergeant on scene, D'Angelo?
What about D'Angelo?
Are you talking before it was moved or?
What about D'Angelo? Oh.
I'm saying when you first saw it with Mr. Fahey, when you first arrived on the scene, did you discuss the fact that you had noticed a no trespassing sign with any of the officers?
Remember when he said, no, I did not, 2 separate times?
Or sergeants on the day?
Yes.
Who?
Sergeant D'Angelo.
Sergeant D'Angelo. What did you tell him?
I explained that there were several signs posted along the driveway.
Several.
Did you say that it was down and it wasn't posted?
Yes, that one was not clearly posted. We were more so discussing the other signage.
I think this cop is just realizing, body cam.
You had a conversation, do you recall a conversation on that same drive with Officer Romansky?
I had a conversation with him while I was taking pictures, yes.
And you don't recall a conversation before that?
No.
So you indicated that there were private road signs. You said private drive. Private road signs though, correct?
Correct.
Are those vehicle signs?
I don't understand the question.
Are those signs meant for vehicles? Based on your experience and your training as a police officer, would a private road dead end, no turnaround, be for a pedestrian or for a vehicle?
I would say that's up for interpretation, but I would say both.
Both. So no turnaround to you would mean you couldn't turn around if you were a pedestrian then?
I would say that the sign has two halves to it, so the private road would apply to both, the no turnaround would apply to public vehicles.
And does a private road sign indicate not to enter property?
Objection, that's the legal conclusion that the court has to make.
I'm just asking based on his training, he deals with criminal trespassing cases all the time. I'm asking what he thinks, and you can judge whether the weight is it. I'm asking what he thinks, and based on his police officer, he deals with criminal trespassing for a low level time. He's seen a lot of signs before. He's asking what his thoughts are on a private road sign.
His thoughts don't matter. The question is that
Okay. Fahey, the prosecutor, not to be confused with Fahey, the victim of the crime. Like, how much does this remind y'all of American Fork resident Joshua Aaron Johnson? He's the victim. He's the victim. Right? The victim right there. That's the victim. Doesn't he remind, it's like I actually get him confused with this one. Oh. Hold on. This one right here, look. This one I get confused sometimes for this one. And they all have the prosecutors just on their side. It's very crazy and insane. Look at him. He's starting to get cranky already. He's starting to get cranky already. Fahey. Not to be confused with this Fahey. And not to be confused with Joshua Aaron Johnson. These are different people, okay? These are different people. Oh, what just happened here? Go back.
Okay.
Oh, no.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hold on.
and
Report. You didn't discuss it with any officers?
I did not.
The other sergeant on scene, D'Angelo?
Are you talking before it was moved, or?
I'm saying when you first saw it with Mr. Fahey, when you first arrived on the scene, did you discuss the fact that you had noticed a no trespassing sign with any of the officers or sergeants on there?
This is wild how fast it switched from no, I did not, to yes, I did. And it was 2 officers.
Who? Sergeant D'Angelo.
It shows how comfortable they are lying, because at first it was no, I did not, to two different questions, 2 different times of the same question. And then it was, oh yeah, I did have a conversation with the sign about the sign. It was just Officer D'Angelo. And then the next question is like, oh yeah, I also talked about it with Officer Romansky, which, maybe he forgot. People forget things. But he has no problem saying I don't recall to some things. It's almost just like they're just this comfortable lying.
What did you tell him?
I explained that there were several signs posted along the driveway.
Did you say that it was down and it wasn't posted?
Yes, that one was not clearly posted.
There were several signs posted, except one's down and not posted at all. Okay, gotcha.
More so discussing the other signage.
Right. You had a conversation, do you recall a conversation you had on that same drive with Officer Romansky?
I had a conversation with him while I was taking pictures, yes.
And you don't recall a conversation before that?
No.
Okay.
So you indicated that there were private road signs. You said private drive. Private road signs though, correct?
Correct.
Are those vehicle signs?
Oh, we already saw this.
Let me
go forward a little.
Sign has 2 halves to it, so the private road would apply to both, the no turnaround would apply to public vehicles.
And does a private road sign indicate not to enter the property?
objection, that's the legal conclusion that the court has to make.
I'm just asking based on his training. He deals with criminal trespassing cases all the time. I'm asking what he thinks, and you can judge whether the weight is it. I'm asking what he thinks, and based on his police officer, he deals with criminal trespassing for a low level time. He's seen a lot of signs before. He's asking what his thoughts are on a private road sign.
His thoughts don't matter. The question is that signage enough under the statute, and did the defendant knowingly pass that sign and go. That's what this case is about in criminal trespass 3. So what the officer's opinion is of that doesn't matter. What the court's opinion ultimately is the issue.
Oh man, I hope the court is opinion to
Court
sanction you.
understands that what's ultimately being solicited is whether or not this witness believes that the signage is legally sufficient to put a pedestrian on notice that they can't go down the driveway, which is a legal issue that's in context here, so the court's going to sustain the objection.
Okay, so a big question of this trial, perhaps the biggest question, ends up being, does a private road sign put a pedestrian on notice that they are not allowed to walk past the sign? The private road, no turnaround, dead end indicates kind of like that's for a car. Like you put your, Girl Scout in the situation, your Mormon in the situation. If it just says private road, that's probably not going to put someone on notice, especially not as much as you could spend that same $7.99 on Amazon on a do not enter or private property, no trespassing, or no soliciting, no trespass. Like these are indisputably clearer indications not to pass that sign. It's a little bit up for debate. It really is. It's a little bit up for debate. Is private road, dead end, no turnaround really enough to put a pedestrian on notice? I think no. That's why I got signs all over my property. No trespassing, no soliciting. Brop, think twice, I won't. I might got NRA stickers on the back door.
Sergeant Dart, you indicated that the no trespass, that the driveway was a narrow driveway, correct?
Yes.
So it makes sense that the sign would say dead end, no turnaround for vehicles, to not turn around, correct?
Well, objection. Relevant.
I'm just trying to get an idea of what the dead end, no turnaround sign is. That's what he's indicating that he saw, and I just want to get his thoughts on what happened, the narrow driveway and how he turned around.
Again, with all due respect to the officer, his thoughts on that don't matter. He testified as a fact witness and he
Withdraw
cites
it.
it.
The private road, dead end, no turnaround signs. What color were they?
Yellow and white.
Yellow and white. Oh,
Did they have
black.
any scratches on them or anything like that?
Yes, it appeared so.
Were they on the left side or the right side of the driveway?
The left side.
The left side of the driveway. And you had testified earlier that the beginning of the driveway is an easement, correct?
The middle of the driveway is an easement, yes. Yes, up to the
Up to the middle of the driveway is an easement, correct?
Yes.
And you indicated that the driveway, you saw some exhibits that state provided that the driveway splits at that easement to two different directions, correct?
Yes.
To two different residences, correct?
Yes.
Do you know that other
The
residence?
thing they're calling a driveway in my mind is a road, a little road. But yeah, okay, so like as soon as that's what they're calling a driveway. So it's like, it's kind of long. It's in those trees and then it splits into, like it kind of does a little fork and then you can go left or right. If you keep going right, I believe that's the FAHEY way to get to his house.
Other properties owned by Sergeant Brian Fahey, former Sergeant Brian Fahey?
It is not.
It is not. And the signs were on the left side of the driveway.
Yes.
Were there any signs on the right side?
No.
You said you explained to me the arrest. What did you explain to me about my arrest?
Objection, relevant.
You testified that.
Relevance. This man is on trial for a crime. This man said he explained Sean Paul Reyes' arrest to him. On the stand, he said this. Sean's like, okay, what did you explain to me? Relevance. We're only here because he was arrested. Lord.
Conversation with me about my arrest.
Well, it's hearsay and it's irrelevant.
What's the relevance of what he told you about your arrest?
Which one was it?
This is the question to me.
Sergeant Dart, did you order Officer Romanski to remove the sign from the brush as you testified?
I did not.
You did not. Through your training experience as a sergeant, supervisor of the police department, are your officers trained to touch evidence once they find it?
They are not trained to touch it, but things happen in the midst of a scene.
So the cop tampered with the evidence, is what I'm getting from this. He moved that sign out of the bush, out of the brush. He moved the sign out into becoming more visible. And Sean Paul Reyes is like, is that what you train your officers to do? To move stuff on a crime scene?
Well, the question, so they're trained not to touch evidence, correct? That's what they're trained not to do.
It depends.
In a trespassing case, obviously it needs to be clearly posted, correct? You said it wasn't clearly posted.
Objection on the matter.
Can you rephrase the question?
Sure. You testified earlier that the sign wasn't clearly posted, the no trespassing private property sign, correct?
Yes.
In a situation for investigating a criminal trespass, as a supervisor, should an officer in your department move a no trespassing sign that had fallen into the brush as you stated?
It is. Go either way, I think.
Sure, what would go either way? That's your answer. What would be the reason why somebody would move a no trespassing sign? Why an officer would?
Because if he wasn't aware that I was already aware of it, he may have wanted to bring it to my attention and not forget it.
If he wasn't aware that I was already aware, he may want to bring it to my attention. Well, why couldn't he say, hey, Sergeant, there is a no trespassing sign over here. Let me show it to you. Come over here, look at it. That ain't what he did. He pulled it up out the brush, tampered with evidence.
But that's something to do with that asking.
Buck stops
So
with
you already testified you didn't have any conversations with Officer Romanski about the sign. So he moved it, how far did he move it away from, in your estimation, how far did he move it away from where it originally was at to where it was when you took the picture of it?
I would say approximately 4 or 5 feet.
5
4
feet.
or 5 feet. So you're saying it's standard policy in the police department, when you want to show a supervisor something,
To move it.
a piece of evidence, you move it first? Is that what you're justifying here today?
Oh.
No.
So you don't move it?
Well, that's not policy.
It's not policy to move it. No further questions?
After you saw the signs and you left Brian Fahey on the driveway with other officers, did you proceed somewhere to try to memorialize what you had seen on the driveway?
Yes, I returned to the cold set. I had a conversation with Sergeant D'Angelo, and then I proceeded to my police cruiser to retrieve my camera.
Okay. And did you begin taking pictures?
Yes.
And by the time you got back to the no trespass sign,
By the time, this is what I want to know, by the time he got back to the no trespass sign, had the no trespass sign been moved?
Officer Romanski moved it by that point,
Yes.
unbeknownst that you were taking photographs.
Yes.
And the photograph that is in evidence, I'm not sure which number it is, but the area that Officer Romanski's pointing to, that he indicates you removed the sign from, is that consistent with where you saw the signage when you...
So now we just have to take this lying cop's word for it. I mean, he's already proven himself to be unreliable at best and a liar at worst. Whenever he was first asked twice, did you talk to anybody about this sign? He said no. And I did not. Then when Sean said, you didn't talk to D'Angelo about the sign? Oh yeah, I did. What about Romanski? Oh yeah, him too. So liar at worst, unreliable at best. But now we're having to, unfortunately, we have to rely on this unreliable cop's word for it, because his underling, instead of arresting Brian Fahey and bringing him to prison for the rest of his life or something like he actually deserved, was moving evidence around. So now we just have to take these cops that are not reliable's word for it.
Walking up the driveway.
Yes.
Nothing.
Ms. Frazier, again? Do you solemnly swear, solemnly sincerely affirm the case may be
Who's
that the
this?
evidence you shall give regarding this case will be the truth,
Next
the whole truth,
witness.
and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury? Swear. Please state your name, title, and place of employment.
Officer Jenna McKechnie, Patrol Officer, Groton Long Point, or Groton PD, 68 Groton Long Point Road. Your Honor.
Good morning, officer. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. What's your occupation?
Patrol Officer,
With what town?
Groton Town Police Department,
How long have you been a patrol officer?
about 6 years.
And could you tell the court your background and training as it relates to law enforcement?
I went to the Police Academy, and then field training, and then amongst other training afterwards.
Great. Now, I want to draw your attention to July 11, 2025, approximately 10:05 that evening. Were you working that day?
Yes,
And were you in full uniform?
yes,
Were you driving a Groton marked police vehicle?
yes,
Did you have occasion to respond to a dispatch call at that time?
yes.
And where did that direct you? What was the nature of the call?
The address was 46 Pendleton Farm Lane in Mystic, and it was some sort of disturbance involving an individual trespassing as well as firearm being involved.
Now, when you arrived, what did you see?
I saw other patrol cruisers as well as a large billboard truck. And then I saw a man standing in the driveway, who that's who I met with first.
Okay. And did you later come to know the identity of that person?
Yes.
And who's that?
Brian Fahey.
I'm going to show you what's from Mark State's Exhibit 2 and ask you if you recognize that.
Yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
That is the billboard truck as well in the cul-de-sac of Pendleton Farm Lane.
Do you see the driveway that you met retired Sergeant Fahey or then Sergeant Fahey at?
Yes.
All right, and could you just point it out with a laser pointer, if you don't mind, or pointing to an area between two cruisers, between three cruisers, excuse me, on the center left of the photograph, is that accurate?
Yes.
May the record so reflect. Now, what did you do where did you move with Sergeant Fahey as you encountered him?
We walked down the driveway.
Towards his house, away from the cul-de-sac?
Yes.
As you walked down the driveway, did you make note of anything as you were walking?
There were multiple signs posted on the left side of the driveway.
There were multiple signs posted. He said, as you walk down the driveway, did you make note of anything? Yes, there were multiple signs posted.
I'm going to show you what's been Mark State's Exhibit.
I heard that when you're a bad person, God takes your lips away. That's what I heard. And I mean, girl, we have witch profile here. Is this Marina Abramovich's cousin?
See if you recognize what that photo shows.
Yes.
What do you recognize that to show?
The signs posted on the left side of the driveway.
Okay.
The signs posted on the left side of the road.
And does that depict the start of the driveway from the cul-de-sac in the bottom part of that photograph?
Yes.
And showing you State's Exhibit 6, do you recognize what that shows?
So I think the biggest two takeaways from that first witness, for me, the things that stand out the most to me, number one, Sean got that cop to admit the no trespassing sign was not clearly posted. He also got that cop to admit that the no trespassing sign was moved before pictures were taken of it. So actually I have three things. The third thing that I think is the biggest takeaway from that first witness is he was caught in a, maybe not a lie. I think it was a lie, but even if you couldn't prove it was a lie, it was like within a minute, he switched from, no, I didn't have a conversation at all about this sign whatsoever, to I did have a conversation, to I did have two conversations with two different people. So it's like, okay, he's not reliable, but he also admitted the sign wasn't clearly posted. And he also admitted that the sign was moved before they could get a picture of it in its original spot, which is what we need to know, because that's what Sean would have seen. That's what the reasonable person standard should be based on.
What is that?
Private road and no turnaround signs on the left side of the driveway.
Okay. As you walked up with Sergeant Fahey, did you make note of any no trespassing signs in the bushes?
No.
Okay. As you
Did you make note? This is important. Did you make note of any no trespassing sign in the bushes? She said no. She didn't see that sign in the bushes. The one sign, the most important sign, is the no trespassing sign. The other signs, private road, turn around, this, that, the other, that's up for debate. No trespassing's not up for debate. That one's in the bushes. She said she didn't see it. The other cop said it was not clear.
Okay. As you walked up with Sergeant Fahey, did you make note of any no trespassing signs in the bushes?
No.
Okay. As you continued up the driveway, was there another sign identical to the private road dead end, no turnaround sign?
Yes,
I'm going to show you what's been marked States Exhibit 10. See if you recognize that.
yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
A sign on the left side of the driveway, as well as the Sergeant Brian Fahey's residence.
Okay. And the area that is
You see how the cult, they can't help it. The cult still comes out. Sergeant Brian Fahey. Like, first of all, he's not a sergeant anymore. He's disgraced. He's no longer a sergeant. He's not even a cop anymore. But this no-lip loser, this little witch with her greasy, nasty, ugly, disgusting, damaged hair with the black box dye and no lips, is saying, Sergeant Fahey's home. Like, have you been there, girl? The way you moaning into the mic kind of sounds like it.
The left side of the driveway, as well as the Sergeant Brian Fahey's residence.
okay. And the area that is, actually, are you depicted in that photograph?
Yes,
Okay. Is that the area you spoke to Brian Fahey at?
yes,
Were the signs readily visible as you traveled up the driveway?
yes,
Not the no trespassing sign that she already said she did not make note of in the bushes.
Showing you now States Exhibit 11. Do you recognize that as well?
yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
The private road signs that were on the left side,
And where was the second sign located?
further up on the left.
Would you say that it was further up on the, was it on the easement or was it on the other homeowner's property?
No, it was on, there was,
No, it was no. Girl. Ugh.
Would you say that it was further up on the, was it on the easement or was it on
Which
the,
sign did he ask about?
further up on the left.
Recognize that as well?
Yes,
What do you recognize that to be?
It happens fast.
road signs that were on the left side,
and where was the second sign located?
further up on the left.
Would you say that it was further up on the, was it on the easement or was it on the other homeowner's property?
No, it was on, there was the ones on the left side of the driveway, there was the one at the end. I think that's the first one you're referring to.
No, I'm referring to the second sign, officer. The second sign. In relation to the properties, would that be on Brian Fahey's property or his neighbor's property?
If she knows.
I'm not sure which sign it's referring to.
So you saw two signs.
Yes,
You saw two exhibits with two signs on them, correct?
yes,
The first one, by them, a little bit further up from the mailbox, correct?
Mhm.
The second one, you looked at the sign. It was on the left side, correct?
yes.
Was it on the side of Brian Fahey's property or was it
So remember, when you're going down the drive, this private road driveway, when you're going down this, it splits off. Okay, so it splits off. This way is Brian Fahey to the right. I might be mirrored, but the right, the right is Brian. The left is the neighbor. There was a private road sign on the left when it split off. There was one up in the front when you first go down, when it's still just one driveway, but then it splits. So when it splits to Brian's side, there is no second sign. When it splits to Brian Fahey's side, there is no sign. There's one all the way back. So the right side is Brian Fahey. The left side is the neighbor. The sign was on the left side, on the neighbor's side. That hurts Brian Fahey's case even worse and helps Sean.
on his neighbor's property?
I don't know the lines.
Well, no, I didn't ask about lines. I asked you, what side of the driveway was the sign?
I don't know the property lines. He said, I don't need you to know the property lines. Was it on the side of Brian's house? Or was it on the side of the neighbor's house? Why? Why is Sean asking this? They're great questions. It's because the question is, what would a reasonable person have thought? A reasonable person doesn't have the plat lines when they're going to ask somebody a question. If there's a whole bunch of signs, 11 signs lined up on the right that say, do not enter, no trespassing, no soliciting, we have guns, we have a dog, beware, don't enter. That would be a lot clearer, right? Than one sign on the neighbor's side that says no turnaround, dead end. So Sean is saying, which side was that on? I'm not asking you about the lines. What would a person have thought, seen, if they would have gone there that day?
Was it on the side, it splits into two, correct?
Yes.
The right side is Brian Fahey's property, the left side is his neighbor's property,
Right.
correct?
To my knowledge, it was on the left side.
Period. Which side does he mow? Is it on the side of the driveway where Brian Fahey mows the grass? Great question. She said it was on the left side, the neighbor's side, so it was not on Brian Fahey's side.
And to my knowledge, I was informed he owned the entire driveway, so I would say yes, Brian Fahey's property.
Get this bitch a cough drop.
He owns the entire driveway, past where it splits.
Yes.
Yeah, he owns everything. He owns your face. He gets to spit on it too. That's how they think over there, these idiots.
Okay. And on the right side where it goes to his house, you didn't see any signs, did you?
No.
The no trespassing sign, also not on Brian Fahey's side. There's not a single sign on his side. Everything's on the neighbor's side. He never bothered to put up a sign.
The only signs you saw were on the left side of the driveway, the shared driveway, correct?
Yes.
One,
Well, objection, she testified it was Brian Fahey's driveway. She didn't say shared driveway.
Are we serious right now? Objection. She didn't say shared driveway. She said Mr. Fahey's driveway. So what, does the neighbor teleport into his house? She did say there was an easement for people to drive up the middle. Yes, she did.
the easement.
Thank you.
But, so, all on,
Thank you.
he owns the entire driveway according to you, correct, officer?
Yes.
Where do you, so if you saw the survey, you said, you testified you saw a survey, where does his driveway end?
She don't know.
Certain.
You mentioned you saw, that you gave a survey, that you saw a survey, did you not? You didn't say that? Okay, how do you know that it's all his driveway?
That's what I was advised on seeing.
By who?
Brian.
So she just took Brian Fahey's word for what he owns. He could have said he owned anything. She didn't bother to look at a survey?
Okay, so where, did he tell you where his driveway ended?
I didn't see that. I was told the entire driveway was his.
Let me clarify. When you say driveway, there's one driveway, right? And it's
That's why I've been calling it a little road.
to two other driveways, correct?
It's a road that splits into two driveways is what I would say.
Are you saying that Brian Fahey owns both driveways that split at the middle?
I don't know where it ends.
You don't know where it ends.
This broad is dumb.
But you're not saying that he owns both of those.
I don't.
She was wearing Cookie Monster fleece pajamas to school on Free Dress Day. You know she was.
Know where it ends. I have not seen a survey.
Okay, so you testified there's,
So she didn't bother even to this day looking for the survey to see who owns what. She just showed up to testify for her fellow Thin Blue Line cult member that she's still calling Sergeant.
clarified, no signs on the right side of that driveway, shared or otherwise. No signs on the right side of the driveway, only on the left side of the driveway.
Yes.
Where the driveways intersect, officer, is the sign past the intersection of the driveways?
The split?
I don't remember.
You just saw a picture of it.
Yes, but it's from far away. If I can see it closer.
It's from far
I
away.
can recall.
Okay. No further questions, Judge. Actually, one more question. When you were conducting, you said you were trained at the police department, what, police academy, correct?
Yes,
How many months you have training at the police academy?
6 months.
6 months? That's it?
She went to police academy training for 6 months.
When you were talking to Brian Fahey, did you say to him that he handled the situation right, something to that effect?
Objection, relevance, hearsay.
The relevance, I'm asking her what she said.
Hearsay.
What she said? I don't know if that's hearsay. What did you say? Did you say anything? What was it?
I'm asking what she said, and she wrote in her report. I'll call her later. Withdraw, Judge.
I'll call her back up later, he said.
May I just have a moment? Forgetting about the second sign for a moment, the first sign you saw, did you have to pass that to get to any property up above?
Now his whole entire case rests on one private property sign, a private road. The whole case has just been completely annihilated, except he's hanging his hopes, his dreams, and his dirty underwears on the line of, did you have to pass the private road sign that said dead end on it? No turnaround. Completely decapitated, kneecapped this case in 34 freaking minutes.
No.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear, solemnly sincerely affirm as the case may be that the evidence you shall give regarding this
Who's
case will be the
this?
truth, the whole truth, and
We're
nothing
getting
but the
another
truth, so help
one.
you God, upon penalty of perjury.
Yes.
Please state your name,
Third
title,
witness.
and place of employment.
Sergeant Tyler D'Angelo, DEANGELO.
Yes, we're getting D'Angelo.
He's no suit, sir. Thank
Okay, D'Angelo's the one who, that first cop, I didn't get his name. I didn't get this lady cop's name either. I just have first witness, second witness in my notes. But the first witness, what is he? Sergeant supervisor. He testified he did not talk about the no trespassing sign in the bushes with anybody at all. And then he said, oh yeah, I did talk about it with Officer D'Angelo. And then, oh, oops, actually, I talked about it also with Romansky. So here's D'Angelo. Let's see what was talked about.
Good morning.
Morning.
What's your current rank?
Currently a patrol sergeant on
Not what's your name. Not none of that. Maybe that got cut out. What's your current rank?
shift, Town Police Department.
And
Patrol
Pratt Town
sergeant.
employed you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and how long have you been
What did I
serving?
say?
What's your current rank?
Currently a patrol sergeant on the evening shift, Town Police Department.
And Pratt Town employed you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and how long have you been sergeant?
I've been sergeant for 3 years now,
And how long have you been an officer with Groton?
just shy of 10 years.
And could you tell the court your background and training as it relates to law enforcement efforts?
Yes, I was hired as a police officer in 2016. I attended the Post Police Academy. I attended training throughout my career ever since.
Now, I want to draw your attention to July 11, 2025, at approximately 10:05 that evening. Do you have occasion, first of all, were you working that day?
Yes, I was.
And full uniform,
Yes,
marked patrol car?
yes, sir.
All right. And you have occasion to respond to a dispatch?
I did.
What was the nature of the dispatch?
I responded to 46 Fountain Farm Lane for the report of disturbance. It was between a Connecticut State Trooper and a reported First Amendment auditor. The Connecticut State Trooper reported he had a firearm and that the First Amendment auditor was trespassing on his property.
Do you see?
So who reported they had a firearm? The cop. But he still needed the more cops to show up with more firearms. And somehow he's the victim, but he had the gun. Got it.
The person you referred to as the First Amendment auditor in court today?
Yes, sir.
And did you encounter him on scene that night?
I did.
All right. Could you point him out for the court and indicate who he is?
Right
All right. As record reflects, he's identified Mr. Reyes. Upon arrival at scene, what did you do?
When I first arrived on scene, I believe I was the last officer. As a supervisor, I kind of just observed the scene, what was going on. I observed the defendant conversing with Officer Romansky and another officer. I don't recall who that officer was. And then I went up to the defendant and introduced myself.
Okay. And did you have a conversation with the defendant?
I did.
All right. And did he explain in general his point of view of what had occurred that night?
Yes.
Well, that's an admission of the party.
There goes Fahey's daughter. She's probably running out to go tell him something to corrupt the trial.
First question is just whether
Yes, we haven't known.
you've spoken to him, essentially what you had spoken. I'm sure it's coming next, but to the extent that you're going to object, well,
Thank you. Did he,
Wait.
what you had spoken.
Yes.
and did he explain in general his point of view of what had occurred that night?
Yes.
Ta! Objection. Hearsay. If Sean Paul Reyes cannot ask his question to that lady cop about what she actually said, you don't get to ask this cop what somebody else freaking said. He objected to Sean even so much as asking, hey, do you remember what you said? It's not like, oh, I heard somebody else say it. It's you said it. Well, Sean withdrew the question. Well, now here, this DA, he wants to now ask some hearsay ass bullshit. And Sean Paul Reyes said, objection, hearsay. Let me rewind it. 10 seconds. Listen.
And did he explain in general his point of view of what had occurred that
Yes, here's this.
that's an admission of the party opponent?
It is so crazy to see a 13-year-old trapped in a 69-year-old dude's body. Party admission and party opponent. No, absolutely not. The judge disagrees. Listen.
Did he explain in general his point of view of what had occurred that
Yes, here's this.
that's an admission of the party opponent?
First question is just whether
Yes, we haven't done.
you've spoken to him, essentially what you had spoken. I'm sure it's coming next, but to the extent that you're going to object, well,
Thank you.
thank you.
Did he talk about, did he talk about the nature of what had occurred from his viewpoint?
Yes, sir.
All right. And what did he indicate?
He indicated that
This is where Sean should have said objection hearsay again. But he didn't.
was, I can't remember verbatim, but a journalist, and he was there to investigate something to do with overtime with the Connecticut State Trooper.
Okay, so you knew he was there to investigate some overtime with the state trooper, and you had been on notice that he was a journalist. So you knew he was engaged in a First Amendment protected activity, and still you colluded as a 10-year veteran with the force and all that?
That he had gone up to the residence. He believed that the state trooper was just going to close the door in his face. That was not the case, and he said that the state trooper retrieved a firearm and escorted him off his property.
Did he indicate what?
He did not retrieve a firearm and escort him off the property. He brandished a weapon, spit in his face, committed what I think is battery, threatened him, put him in reasonable apprehension for his life, and then had you, cucks, show up to fix it for him. And you're still fixing it, looking like a loser on this stand.
There had been a ongoing dispute between the two.
Yes.
All right. And did he indicate what he, or you said he,
Objection hearsay.
he's just going to slam the door in his face?
Correct.
Did he indicate anything
Objection relevance.
else about that interaction in terms of
Hearsay.
what he thought was going to happen?
His thoughts? Wasn't this cuck just saying that he don't care what people think, and all due respect, it doesn't matter what the officer thinks? All due respect, that calls for a legal conclusion, all that shit. But he can solicit this? Fuck him. Fuck a FAHEY.
Yes, he indicated that he didn't like the Connecticut State Trooper and that the Connecticut State Trooper
He didn't indicate that in not one single tiny bit. He indicated that he had a gun pulled on him and he got spit on and he wanted y'all to do your job, but you didn't.
him, that he believed he was just going to close the door.
That's
and
not what
everyone
happened.
separate ways.
That's not what
Did
happened.
he indicate anything about understanding how the trooper acted? If you recall.
Understanding that the deranged, violent baboon pulled a gun out and spit on him? No, Sean never understood that he acted like that. No.
I don't.
Okay. At some point in the cul-de-sac, did Mr. Reyes show you a portion of a video that was recorded of the incident?
Yes, sir.
And did he fast forward past the part where he went up the driveway?
Yes, the first frame of the video I observed was him at the front door.
Okay. And is there any other way?
My mic was muted, my bad. Maybe he fast forwarded past the part where he walked up the driveway because he wanted to get to the part where somebody spit on him and pulled a gun on him. Seems reasonable to me. Also, while I'm watching this, I'm going to be eating my lemon pound cake. It is iced, and I'm going to be eating my lemon pound cake in honor of holding police accountable when they are corrupt and stupid. Shout out to Afro Man.
In your estimation, to get to Brian Fahey's property except by walking up that driveway?
No, sir.
Do you recall whether or not Mr. Reyes indicated he walked up the driveway?
I do not recall.
Maybe he teleported. I don't know how else he would get up the driveway, stupid ass.
I'm going to show you what's been marked State's Exhibit.
Great point. He didn't ask to see the video that had been fast forwarded, did he? I hope Sean asks. I hope Sean's like, did you ask to see the video? Evidence that I had on my phone, the only picture evidence from that day because you idiots didn't bother to take a picture of it before you moved it out of the bushes, stupid ass, tampering with evidence. I hope he asks.
One, ask you if you recognize what that shows.
I do.
All right, and what do you recognize that to be?
That is 46 and I believe 48 Pendleton Thorn Lane, and the driveway is outlined from the cul-de-sac to the right-hand side of the street.
Okay. Now, at some point, did you have occasion to walk up the driveway as well?
I did.
And did you make note of any signage that was present to deter people?
Yes.
All right, what did you note?
So I noted.
Objection calls for a legal conclusion. Didn't he say that was a legal conclusion? Whether a sign was put up to deter people, whether it was put up to apply to a car, a driver, a pedestrian. All due respect to the officers. But what they think don't matter, I thought. But it does matter now? Can this man pick a side? Can he pick a side?
These two signs, I believe there's 3 total.
Objection, he said to deter people. Is he testifying? I thought that was up for you to
My
decide.
boy. My boy. He had the same thought. He said, meant to deter people. I thought we wasn't doing that today.
Two signs, I believe there's 3 total.
Objection, he said to deter people.
Yes.
And the driveway is outlined from the cul-de-sac to the right-hand side of the street.
Okay. Now, at some point, did you have occasion to walk up the driveway as well?
I did.
And did you make note of any signage that was present to deter people?
Yes.
All right, what did you note?
So I noted at least 2 signs, I believe there's 3 total.
Objection, he said to deter people. Is he testifying? I thought that was up for you to decide whether there's signs to deter or not.
I'll rephrase it. Did you notice any signage on the driveway?
I did.
All right, what did you note?
I noticed at least 2 signs, I believe there's 3 total. 2 of the signs, I can't recall verbatim, but it said something to the effect of Project Drive, no turnaround. They were yellow in
That was a
color.
good
There was
catch.
2 of those.
I'm proud of
And
him.
the 3rd sign was white in color. I believe had red accents and said private property and trespassing. Something to that effect, or maybe verbatim, I can't recall.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 6, see if that refresh your recollection about what the 2 signs that you saw look like.
Yes, sir.
All right, and that first sign, I'm showing you State's Exhibit 5, or I should say, withdrawn. State's Exhibit 6, is that accurate as to what the signage said?
That is
Right. And showing you State's Exhibit 5, do you recognize that viewpoint of that?
I do. That is from the cul-de-sac of Pendleton Farm Lane, and the sidewalk is observed on the lower end of the screen.
All right, and that first sign, is that the sign depicted, or one of the signs depicted in State's Exhibit 6?
Yes, sir.
All right, and were they identical in nature?
Yes,
That first one is visible even from the cul-de-sac?
correct.
And then the private property sign, the no trespass
It doesn't say private property, no trespassing, by the way.
sign you saw, did you come to learn that by the time you saw it, it had been moved from its original location?
That is correct.
He's the one that moved it, I thought. I thought D'Angelo moved it. Wait a second. Who moved the sign? Now I got a question. Who moved the sign? Because he's like, oh, I came to learn it was moved.
Property sign, the no trespassing sign you saw, did you come to learn that by the time you saw it, it had been moved from its original location?
That is correct.
So you never saw it in its, did you see it in person at all, ever?
I did.
But by the time you saw it, was it in its original location or was it moved?
It was moved, I believe, by Officer Romansky, and was photographed by Sergeant Bedard.
So you never saw it in the original location where it stood? Where it
Yeah.
lay?
That's huge. Third cop now. Third cop who's admitted they didn't see that sign in its original position. The first one said that the signs were readily visible during his direct examination. However, during Sean's questions, he asked, "Did you see the sign on your own?" No. "And you said that it wasn't clearly visible, right?" He said, "Right." The second witness, the lady, he asked, "Did you make," or the prosecutor asked, "Did you make note," this is a quote, "of any no trespassing signs in the bushes?" She said, "No." And now this third cop, Sean said, did you ever see the sign in its original position? Ever? Did you ever see the sign in its original position? This cop said no. All three cops have admitted in different ways they did not see that sign either. So how could it be that it counts as a sign posted if it was on the ground in the bushes, not noted by any three of these officers? Not any of them, including the sergeant, including the supervisor, including the young one that's, I guess her eyes are supposed to be good. The first cop said he saw it in both positions, but he changed his story because Sean later came back around and said, "Didn't you say it wasn't clearly visible at first?" And he said, "Yeah, it was in the bushes." But then, I don't know. I think he said that he did not see it. It wasn't clearly visible. I do remember him saying it was readily visible at first. I have that written down. But then he was like, readily visible in the bushes. And Sean was like, "But wasn't there like vines growing all over it?" And the guy was like, "No, not all over it, but around it." And it was moved. Why would it be moved if it was visible? That's a whole nother question. I mean, I know it is tangentially related to what we're talking about, but like, why would it be, not before, after a picture or whatever? Why are you moving no trespassing signs? If it was so visible enough to charge someone fucking criminally, they might go to prison or jail. Seems like it wouldn't need to be moved, huh?
Romansky, and was photographed by Sergeant Bedard.
So you never saw it in the original location where it stood? Where it
No.
lay?
Never saw in the original location. Wow.
The private road, that sign that you just took a look at, dead end, no turnaround. Do you believe that to be a traffic sign?
Objection. Again, the ultimate issue for the court is that posted or reasonably allowed under the jury instructions for criminal trespass as to
It's not a
whether
jury trial,
someone will be
stupid.
put on notice that they shouldn't go up that driveway. That's ultimately a legal issue. His opinion as to what that sign is or isn't does not matter.
Just asking about his, at the time, his frame of mind and what he thought the sign was.
Nice.
You're asking if he believed it to be a traffic sign.
Yeah.
So what is his belief with respect to whether it's a traffic sign? Why is that relevant?
Well, if the police officer thought it was a traffic sign, then maybe a reasonable person would think it was a traffic sign. I mean, I see the relevance.
His belief.
Because the cop could say, no, I don't think it's a traffic sign. That would hurt Sean's case, so let him ask.
Oh, because he's the one that, he was part of it, he's a police officer, he arrested me based on signage, apparently, and his belief on when he's conducting his investigation is important to why I was even arrested. Ultimately, he's the
Golly, good job.
decided to charge me with criminal trespassing, felony voyeurism, and breach of the peace, and
Right.
I'm just
Right.
right aware on criminal trespass, but just trying to get his frame of mind at the time of when he thought the sign was.
The officer's frame of mind, whether there's probable cause, we're beyond that now, Judge. This is a beyond a reasonable doubt for the court as the fact finder to decide. The officer's subjective belief as to what it was, whether it constitutes probable cause, is irrelevant to the trial.
The court's going to do your arguments to the extent that you wish to make them in the future. The signage is insufficient as a matter of law. The court agrees that the witness's belief with respect to the legal ramifications of the sign is not relevant. So the court will sustain the conviction.
When you spoke about, when you were talking about the sign to your officers, the no trespassing sign, you testified that Officer Romanski, you believe, is the one that told you about the no trespassing sign in the brush?
I believe it was Officer Romanski, Sergeant Bedard, or both, potentially.
Okay. Do you know who told you first about the sign?
I do not.
Did you indicate to him that it wasn't clearly posted?
That's a good question. He said, did you indicate to Officer Romanski, he's the one who moved the sign, did you indicate to Officer Romanski that the no trespassing sign was not clearly posted? Did you tell Romanski it wasn't posted clearly?
Potentially.
Okay. Do you know who told you first about the sign?
I do not.
Did you indicate to him that it wasn't clearly posted?
Indicate to
To Officer Romanski, excuse me, did you indicate to Officer Romanski that it wasn't, that it hasn't been conspicuously posted?
I believe there was a conversation about the manner in which it was posted when he located it. The exact words that Officer Romanski told me, I don't recall exactly how he said it was. He said it.
That's not the question. The question is, what did you say to him about it not being clearly posted?
Prior to me getting there, and where it was, obviously, I can't have the same observation from him, but he was reporting that it was posted face up in the weeds.
So you.
The sign was posted face up in the weeds.
Prior to me getting there, and where it was, obviously, I can't have the same observation from him, but he was reporting that it was posted face up in the weeds.
So you don't recall ever saying that the sign was, that trespassing sign needs to be conspicuously posted?
I may or may not have said that. At this point, I don't recall
You
saying
don't
that.
recall? Did you have any other conversation as a supervising sergeant with any of your officers regarding, so you said you had conversations, you said you had conversations with the officers and possibly Sergeant Bedard about the no trespassing private property sign? Yes?
Yes.
Did you have any conversations with your officers about the private road that had no turnaround sign?
I'm sure it came up. I can't remember exactly if we did or if we didn't, but we did have discussions about the signage.
Was that sign was it important to your investigation?
Which sign exactly?
The private road, excuse me, I'm sorry. The private road sign.
So I think the private road sign was definitely part of our investigation, whether or not it specifically said private property, no trespassing. That did come up in conversation. It didn't necessarily affect our property laws in that sense.
Okay, but when you're speaking to your officers and you're conducting your investigation,
Yes.
you mainly spoke about the private property, no trespassing private property sign.
So they're really hanging their hat on this whole private road, no turnaround dead end sign. But Sean is rightfully pointing out they weren't really talking about that at all on that day. The only sign they seemed to be really worried about at all was the no trespassing sign that was in the bushes, in the weeds, face up, face down, whatever in the hell. Vines growing all over it, nobody even saw. Probably that's why they moved the sign, because it wasn't visible, and that's the important sign. The one that says no trespassing is the important one. So for a pedestrian, because as you can see, the other sign can be up for debate, but no trespassing private property is not. That was the sign the cops were talking about that day. They were not talking about these other two private road no turnaround signs. Now they want to hang their whole hat on that because they know that no trespassing sign was hiding in the bushes.
Objection, hearsay.
So the nature of the objection.
Hearsay.
So, it's asking what generally did you have a conversation, the main
This
conversation?
is bullshit. The prosecutor was asking the same exact questions. What was the general conversation about? This is bullshit.
No trespassing sign, I'm asking.
So the question was whether the conversation was generally with respect to no trespassing sign as opposed to the private road sign? Correct question. I'll allow that question. Can you repeat the question?
Sure. Was your conversations with your officers primarily regarding the no trespassing, no private property sign, as opposed to the private road sign?
The question is, weren't you mostly just talking about those private road signs? You weren't really weren't you mostly just talking about the no trespassing? You weren't really worried about them private road signs.
That was the primary focus of our conversation. It came up in the conversation, yes.
It came up
Where?
in conversation.
It came up?
We did have a conversation about the sign, I guess, as we stated this. So
The signage, the private road signage? Because we have body cam, we'll be able to see.
I forgot to ask you this. You had a body camera on that day?
yes, sir.
It was activated the entire time?
It was activated the entire time. When we have officer conferences, by policy and procedure, we are allowed to mute those conversations, which was done when I spoke to the sergeant at the guard.
Isn't that interesting? The conversations are just gone forever. They're just gone. They just get to mute their microphones on their body cams just willy-nilly.
Why do you mute those conversations?
Because by policy and procedure, we don't need to have them activated, unmuted, if you will, unless we're interacting with a member of the public.
I understand that that's your policy, but I'm asking why would you mute it? Why would you mute your conversation with another?
Objection, relevance is state policy, state law.
Relevance? You are charging someone criminally based on what these officers reported. Sean can't ask, why did you mute?
So you already answered your question, that you muted it because that's the policy they have. You're asking him why they have that policy?
No, I'm
No.
asking why did he mute it that particularly? He has other conversations that he doesn't mute it. So why particularly that conversation would be muted?
Maybe I misunderstood, because I understood the testimony to be that when there's officer-to-officer conversations, it's muted, but when you're
Let me,
That's okay. You want to rephrase the question?
do you have conversations with officers one-on-one where your body camera isn't muted?
Yes.
So why
Nice.
did you mute it when you were talking to Sergeant Bedard?
Right.
It depends on the conversations, and we actually got new body cam.
Good job. Good job. Do you have conversations sometimes with officers where you don't mute your camera? Or you don't mute your audio? Yeah. Okay. So why'd you mute it this time? Oh, well, we just got new body cameras and it. Objection, relevance. Seems pretty relevant to me. Why this particular, look at Sean. He knows he just got him. He knows he got his ass.
Recently, where the actual act of muting it is different and it's hard to figure out. So to answer your question on that, it really isn't relevant.
But you figured it out somehow to mute. We just got new body cameras. It's difficult to mute. Okay, but you figured it out to mute that particular conversation, did you not? So why was it so hard that you couldn't? That's why, because it was too hard at one point that day. during the same call, but it wasn't other times? Maybe they should make the police academy a little bit longer than 6 months, and maybe they could learn how to use a body camera over there to mute and unmute. Maybe just add extra day.
It depends on the situation, what we're dealing with. If there's no underlying matter to it, sometimes it's just the officer conversation where we have discussions regarding cases generally.
Is there anything in your policy that tells you when to mute body cameras?
No.
So it's up to officer discretion. What could go wrong?
So your testimony here is today is you have the discretion to mute your body camera whenever you want while you're talking to another officer and a member of the public isn't there?
Correct. So if it's just an officer conference,
So if they feel like it, they can mute. Got it. That's what this idiot thinks. Got it.
it's called, by policy, we're allowed to mute that conversation via the body camera.
And why did you mute it that day?
We were having a discussion about the case in general, and there was no particular rhyme or reason. I've done it many times. Sometimes I do.
There's no rhyme or reason. He just does it when he feels like it. That sounds like a great policy.
I don't. There's no necessarily particular reason to muting it. During that, I have no problem telling you we were discussing the case at hand, and we were discussing the charges that we're going to move forward with.
The lawyer in charge.
Yes, sir.
Did you speak to anybody else that day? Any other law enforcement officers that weren't on the scene?
I did.
Who did you speak to?
Notified the captain and further chain of command as we are supposed to by procedure, and also the state's attorney. I don't know if this is statewide. I'm assuming that it is. But when a police officer is suspected of potentially committing a crime, we have a memorandum that's sitting in my office. I also have it in my patrol cruiser. State's attorney's office is to be contacted to notify them of the incident, which was done through the chain of command.
And just for the record, you did speak to this state's attorney's office, right?
No, I didn't speak to any state's attorney. That was done through the chain of command. I'm not aware if there was one here. To my understanding, it was through London, which is our judicial district in Rockland County.
Did you speak to the police chief that day at the scene?
I did.
Is that typical?
Through chain of command? Yes.
The chief of police. The chief. This little peon spoke to the chief. That was muted too?
And you testified you had a conversation with me when you arrived on the scene,
Right.
correct?
That is correct.
And you testified that I was there, I told you I was there to, as a journalist investigating a story on police overtime.
Yep. First
Something
Amendment
to that
protected.
effect, yes, sir. Yes.
Did you ever bring up any signage to me?
Objection, here's that. Still a conversation with the defendant. Defendant
Objection, hearsay. Let me ask you this. Do you think that this prosecutor would have any problem asking the following question? Did you tell Mr. Reyes about a sign? Did you make him aware of a sign? Is that hearsay? Because Sean's asking the question, did you make me aware of any signs? Hearsay, objection, hearsay. Is it really? Or is it just making you look like the fool you actually are, bitch?
Yes.
Did you ever bring up any signage to me?
objection, here's that. Still a conversation with the defendant. The defendant can't offer his own statements or any conversations he had as an admission of a party opponent because he's not the party opponent here, the state of Connecticut would be. So any conversations would be yours.
Wait a second. He said it was admission of a party opponent for the first or the third detective, for the first guy, and had his arms crossed. I can't deal with these two-faced idiots.
Are you asking if he told you about the sign, or did he brought a sign for you to see?
Yeah, I'm asking, the question was, did he talk to me about the sign?
Okay,
Any signs?
and why is that not hearsay?
Well, I mean, he testified as to what I said about that I'm a journalist. He testified at length about our conversation.
So under the rules of evidence, it's not hearsay when one party is offering it and it's the other party's statement.
but this officer is not a party to the case. So
Then neither was the first one. Why did that get in under party opponent
your
when
interest
the prosecutor wanted it in?
in what he said to you or what you said to him doesn't mean that rule. Does it mean any other exceptions to the hearsay rule?
No, Judge, what's wrong? Do you remember what else we talked about, Sergeant?
Sucks.
Objection, hearsay. I guess if it's a yes or no, I apologize. I'll withdraw it if it's a yes or no answer. Does he remember anything else they talked about? If it's substantive, then I object on hearsay.
So we'll let the question whether you remember anything else that was discussed.
Sir, I don't remember the entirety of our conversation, but we did have a conversation for a couple of minutes.
And you watched the video,
From your cell phone, yes.
and you said that the video started while I was at the front door.
In the vicinity of the front door, yes.
And you watched the video what was the end of the video that you watched?
I believe the end of the video was when Brian Fahey and you were at the end of the sidewalk. I believe that was the end of the video. I know it wasn't an entirety of the video from start to finish. It was a portion of the video, but I believe that was the end that I observed, yes, sir.
So he saw the end of the video. They all just took Fahey's word on everything.
No further questions, Judge. Thank you.
If you recall from watching the video that the defendant just referenced, as you said it started at the house and then ends up down the driveway?
Yes, sir.
Right. As they're moving back down the driveway, are you able to see that first sign, that private road sign near them as they back up?
Yes.
All right. Are you able to see at least a whitish sign from, well, what's wrong? Where is the view of the video that you saw from? If one was, let's try to do this. If one's standing on the driveway, would the person videotaping be on the left-hand side of the driveway facing Brian Fahey's house on the right-hand side?
If you're going up or down,
If you're going up, let's just say, would it be on the right-hand side or the left-hand side?
the signage,
No, the person videotaping.
I would say could be, the driveway was so narrow that I don't believe it would particularly be way left or way right.
Let me try to rephrase it. If, as they moved back down the driveway, what positions were Mr. Reyes and Mr. Fahey in?
They were in a chest-to-chest manner.
Okay, and if you're looking at the video, would the cul-de-sac be to your left or to your right? As you're looking at the two individuals on the driveway?
Objection relevance. What the just what? Pull the picture up.
My observations and recollection, I believe it was to the rear. It potentially was canted a little bit.
Okay, but let me try to get at this. Was it on the side where the signage was or on the other side of the driveway? Would the videotaper be?
The video was pointed at the two parties backing down the driveway, and you could see the wood line on the left, and you could see the wood line on the right.
Okay.
So I wouldn't say it was particularly canted either way
Thank you.
by a significant distance, but you could see both sides. In my opinion, from what I can.
Okay. As they move back down the driveway towards the cul-de-sac, could you see a private road sign on the other side of the driveway?
Yes, the same yellow sign right there. Kind of way.
And could you see white signage in the bushes from the observation of the video? If you recall.
Not that I recall.
Okay, thank you.
But could you see white signage in the bushes? No, not that I recall. Oh, okay, bye. Again, y'all, he did not see it. He has now admitted he never saw it in the original position, ever. And he did not see it in particular when he was walking up he could have lied. He could have said, yeah, I saw it. But he did. Then he would be impeaching himself because he already said he never saw it in the original location.
So when you're watching the video, you testified that you could see both sides of the driveway, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And you said you were able to see while watching the video the private road dead end no turnaround sign, correct?
From your cell phone, yes, sir.
Did you see the no trespassing sign in that video?
Not that I recall.
Good job, Sean. Got him.
No further questions?
No, thank you.
Thank you, Ralph.
There's an edit with an inject discussing.
I don't know who this is. I do appreciate whoever cut this video down. For me personally, it's a little too cut up. I need a little more information. I don't know who this fucking guy is. They didn't tell me. I don't think Sean cut this up either. I think it was the people he got the video from. So I don't know who this witness is. I do think it is important for the public to know who's testifying in these cases. From the looks of him, he looks like a skinwalker or a reptilian that is pretending to be a public servant. But clearly, I mean, you could feel the darkness emanating off of this thing. But I don't know who he is, so I'm just going to put him as Baldy, probably cop, question mark. I don't know.
No further questions?
No, thank you.
Thank you, Ralph.
There's an edit with an inject discussing awareness of no trespassing signs and other things.
Where was that edit in terms of the driveway, if you recall?
It was just beyond the first posted private drive sign, as well as a no trespass sign that was in the brush.
That part was edited out of the first parts? All right. Go ahead, continue.
Why are we talking about edits instead of just showing the video?
There's another edit shortly after that inject where he approaches the front of the home. Shortly thereafter, there's a confrontation after Mr. Fahey becomes aware of what's going on. That's essentially escorts him off the property.
Okay, and as they backed out.
He escorts him off the property. They keep saying he escorts him off the property like they have a really interesting definition of the word escorts. When somebody's intentionally spitting on you and threatening to kill you and has a gun in their hand with their finger on the trigger, that's just escorting off the property. These maniacs all belong in cages.
Driveway, are you able to see the signage that had been edited out going up the driveway?
Yes.
And in particular, were you able to see a private road sign?
Not a no trespassing sign. I'm still waiting for anybody that saw a no trespassing sign.
All right, and were you also able to see some white signage in
Everybody done left. Only one left over here is Garden State Accountability.
brush right beyond that sign? And that's before any police arrived on scene, correct?
Correct.
Wait, what did he say?
And also able to see the signage that had been edited out going up the driveway?
Yes.
And in particular, were you able to see a private road sign?
Yes.
All right, and were you also able to see some white signage in the brush right beyond that sign?
Were you able to see some white signage in the brush? Yes. Okay, maybe there was a white sign and maybe it said no hunting. What did it say on the white sign? Nobody's going to tell us? Did you see that it said no trespassing? I guarantee you he didn't ask that because the answer is no.
And that's before any police arrived on scene, correct?
Correct.
I don't know who this guy is, this bald-headed guy. I wish I knew.
And you indicated that on his way up during that edit, there's a voiceover effectively that one needs to be aware of no trespassing signs when doing something like that.
I don't know if it's a voiceover or if it's him just talking. How do y'all know it's a voiceover? Objection. Prove that it's a voiceover. We need an audio expert. We need a video expert. Y'all can't just have this fucker sitting up here saying something's a voiceover.
I have no further questions.
So on the day in question, July, did you said you watched the video,
Yes.
posted on my YouTube channel?
Yes.
You watched it in its entirety?
I believe so. That's sort of.
I believe so. Okay, why are you shaking your head like that?
That's what I've got one time, so I'm not.
And when you said that you saw a sign in the video, you testified that you saw a white sign in the video?
Right.
Were you able to clearly see the sign and read it for what it, and were you able to clearly see the sign and read the contents of the sign?
In watching the video more.
You can't. What could you see that you determined it was a sign?
You can see the outline and the color, which
Outline in the color, but you couldn't read the sign.
upon part of my review encompassed officers providing my camera video and report. I was able to determine that based on the location from where that specific sign was covered, that it formed the same.
You weren't there on that day, correct?
I was not picking up.
So why are they interviewing this guy? The judge could watch the video himself. They got this guy up here just because he watched the YouTube video? This is ridiculous. This is a huge waste of taxpayer money, and I hope this judge sanctions these idiots.
Are you familiar with the investigation as far as the pictures of the sign after it was moved by Officer Ronosky?
Yes.
The sign you saw in the video, I guess, would you say it's like a part of the sign? Or did you see the entire sign?
You can see an outline of the object, and that is, yeah,
That is white.
Yeah.
But you can't make out the text.
no text.
And the location of the object, the white object, was in the bushes, in the brush?
In the brush, yeah.
So a different location than the photograph that was taken by Sergeant McDard in this investigation?
Assuming
It feels like they moved that sign, took a picture of it, and tried to act like that's where it was the whole time.
referring to the photograph where the sign had already been removed and it was photographed outside of the brush, yes.
Do you know if there's any photographs that the Groton Police Department took of the sign where it lay when you see it in the video that I published?
To my knowledge, there's not.
Do you know why why there isn't?
I wasn't there and then take part in the investigation.
You're a lieutenant, so is it typical for officers in your department to move evidence after it's been discovered? Or do you typically?
I wouldn't call it typical, but it's not.
Good, thank you.
So that's not typical?
Not typical.
Not.
Well, I'm sorry, he said something else after that, I just want the record to be complete. It's not typical, but
There are certain instances when we move evidence from its location.
Okay, so what are
Why
those
would you do that?
instances?
Maybe to preserve it in some way or to demonstrate what it consists of.
Preserve the evidence by moving it from the spot it's in before you even take a picture? These idiots wonder why people are so fed up with them. But it's clear as day why we are. They are spineless. They are slaves to their union and their little boys club. And they lie. They lie. They're supposed to be protecting and serving us, and they just lie.
But you still wouldn't.
You move the evidence to preserve it. You preserve the evidence by moving it before you can take a picture of the spot it was in? Let's say that Sean even really was some type of deranged criminal that wanted to violate the no trespassing sign. Well, they just fucked their case up. Moving evidence around, nobody saw the sign, shit's getting muted. They lying on the stand, switching stories up within 5 seconds.
After the fact, that it was.
But in no trespassing, this was a criminal trespass investigation, right, Lieutenant?
Right. Yes.
Part of that.
You don't know what you're investigating?
Well, yes, it's a criminal trespass.
You're investigating, okay. Have you ever investigated a criminal trespass before?
I've been at this over 22 years.
Okay, it's a long time. And in that 22 years of you investigating criminal trespasses, have you or any of your officers that you work with ever moved a no trespassing sign?
I wouldn't know that offhand.
First time ever.
So you can't think of any instance where that's happened?
I mean, you're asking me to recall 22 years worth of memory. and
Right. So
say
in
whether
22 years, you can't remember one single time that you ever did this, ever before, ever in 22 years? It's the only time?
something happened that's difficult for me to do. It's possible.
Well, why would it? Do you know why, as if you're a lieutenant, you're a high-ranking officer in the Groton Police Department, is there any specific reason that you can think of in a criminal trespass investigation why a sign would be removed before taking a picture of it?
Yeah.
Me personally, no, I can't imagine why.
Thank you.
No further questions.
The video you watched on YouTube that was posted by Mr. Reyes,
Hearsay. Hearsay.
where is the cameraman located as they back down the driveway towards the cul-de-sac and you get towards the signage?
The cameraman has nothing to do with this. He has his own trial. Objection relevance. Where's the cameraman? What does it have to do with anything?
Where is the cameraman located in general as it relates to the driveway?
Sort of behind you saw.
Somebody said he might be the one that dug the sign out. No, he wasn't there that day. He wasn't even there.
Okay, to the right shoulder of the driveway. So from that viewpoint, can you see that first private road sign as they back down the driveway?
Yes.
Right. Where in relation, how far away was the white sign that you saw in relation to that private driveway sign? Or private road sign? Like, if you
Ask
were
the
to
question.
estimate from where that
I'm with this guy. Whatever. This guy's like,
sign was to where up the driveway the white sign that you saw was on the ground, how far away from the first sign was that sign?
I mean, difficult to ascertain based on the video and
Okay.
the pace of the moving and the angle, but 50 yards, maybe more.
Do you think it's that far?
Maybe, I'm not really sure.
Okay, you don't know, just figure.
Yes, it's difficult to try to estimate that.
Okay.
Just based on the video.
Thank you. No further.
Please raise your right hand.
this is the
Do
cameraman.
you solemnly swear, solemnly sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give regarding this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
Yes.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Taheen Glover.
Mr. Glover was arrested as part of this too. He recently was granted accelerated rehabilitation, but technically, I would think still has a Fifth Amendment right. I just informed the court of that. If the court wishes to inquire, I don't think he would invoke that, but I think it's appropriate given the fact that if he fails on AR, he could be prosecuted. So.
So then, court's understanding that based on these representations, sir, is that you were admitted to the accelerated rehabilitation program. And you understand that that's a pretrial diversionary program, but your case is still pending and has not been dismissed as of yet. You understand that? Yes. You understand that in the Fifth Amendment, you have a right to not testify or to say anything, because everything that you say in court is being recorded and potentially used against you in any future court case or any pending court case, including your pending criminal case. Yes. And notwithstanding that fact, you can raise your Fifth Amendment right or ask for an opportunity to speak with counsel if you wish. You understand that as well?
Yes.
Do you have any questions about your Fifth Amendment right?
No.
Very good.
Thank you.
Proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Can you please state your name for the record? Taheen Glover. Were you with me on the afternoon of July 11th, 2025? Yes. Where did we go? Sergeant Brian Fahey's house. Were you recording? Oh, excuse me. Wrong. What was the purpose of going to Mr. Fahey's residence?
Judge, no.
Objection. What? What was the purpose of going to Fahey's house that day? Objection. What?
Wrong. What was the purpose of going to Mr. Fahey's residence?
Judge, no.
Relevance. Relevance? Why did you go to Brian Fahey's house? That's relevant.
What is that relevant, sir?
I think it becomes relevant.
Lays a foundation for why he was at Brian Fahey's house. Because if he was at Brian Fahey's house to set it on fire or roll or toilet paper roll it, that's different than deliver a package or DoorDash or ask him a question or Sean Paul Reyes. Like, it matters why he was there, and it matters why he says he was there. This judge is stupid. I'm sorry. I kind of was like giving this judge benefit of the doubt, but he's kind of fucking dumb. It's obvious the relevance. Foundation for why he was there? Like, what?
To the knowing aspect of the statute, whether I intend, but I knew I wasn't licensed or privileged to be on the property.
Right. Right. It speaks to Sean's state of mind. Speaks to Sean's state of mind.
Your purpose in going there, as understood by this witness, you believe demonstrates whether you had known whether you could be there or not?
Yeah, it does. It demonstrates the circumstances under which, like, for example, if this guy were to answer the question with, we were there to rob the place. Sean Paul Reyes hit me up and said, hey, let's go over there and rob the place. This judge would let it in. The prosecutor would have no problem with it. So if the question is what was your purpose there that day? That's such an ordinary question. This is crazy that this judge is entertaining this. I actually think he needs a brain scan.
Well, yeah, because the other officers have stated that, you know, I told them that it was there for journalistic purposes.
Period. Thank you. Thank you. It also speaks directly to prior testimony. The other officers have already acknowledged that Sean told him he was there for journalistic purposes. That was relevant. So how is this not relevant?
And I think the reason why I was there is relevant to whether I knew I was licensed or privileged to be there.
I agree.
But I disagree with that. But secondly, the only way he would know why they're there is a hearsay statement of the defendant.
No, he didn't ask. Did he know? The question is not, why did I tell you we were going? The question was, what was your purpose for being there that day? Why were you there? That's not hearsay. Why were you there? So first objection, relevance. Now objection, hearsay. Hearsay, why were you fucking there? He didn't ask, why did I tell you you were there? He said, why were you there?
Testify later, he can. But it is, one, irrelevant to whether or not a criminal trespass, why they were there, unless there's some sort of Amazon.
Also, if they were there for a First Amendment protected activity or a constitutionally protected activity, that's relevant. That shows they had reason to be there, or they had they were licensed or authorized to be there by default, unless there was some type of other thing like a sign or somebody told you had to get off the property. And so all this trespass stuff is like, by default, people are allowed to be places by default, unless, and then that's where you get the law. Okay. So it's absolutely relevant if they were there for a First Amendment protected activity. It's absolutely relevant. So that relevant thing, I think he knows is not going to work. That's why he's now switching to hearsay. It's hearsay why you were there. Come on, dude, please.
Over in a package, it's irrelevant as to why they were there. What matters is whether they passed a sign, if Your Honor finds that sign sufficient under the law, and therefore trespassed.
But it's not just a sign. The statute is the sign and then knowingly
right.
Separate.
That's one of the elements. True, Sean. Tell him.
Knowingly
yes.
That I knew that I was unlicensed.
The law doesn't say was there a sign there. That's one aspect. That's one element. There's other elements like Sean had to have known or had very strong reason to believe that he wasn't allowed to be there.
Privileged to be there.
Do you believe that this testimony will support that you were either licensed or privileged to be there?
I think it would support it if I knew I was unlicensed.
Thank you. Good job. He's going to sustain it, but good job.
I understand, based on the evidence already in, that there was some claim regarding journalistic purposes. And I don't want to go very far down that road.
Okay.
To the extent that your claim is that
So the judge is letting it in because it's a First Amendment protected activity. Like I said, he's saying, I'm not letting you go far down the road, but if you want to quickly establish you were there for a journalistic purpose, I'm not letting you go far.
Demonstrated some belief that you had about license or privilege to be on property, the court will allow a limited amount of range for that.
Thank you. Thank you. That surprises me, but I'm pleasantly
Were you recording, Mr. Glover?
Yes,
What were you recording with?
an iPhone.
What color was the iPhone?
I don't remember.
What color was
Was it my iPhone or your iPhone?
Your iPhone.
Did you record continuously or clips?
Continuously.
Mr. Glover, when you arrived at the residence, did you take note of any signage that was present?
Yeah.
What sign? What did it say?
It was a two-way road sign, like letting you know there was.
It was a two-way road sign. Do you remember? Oh, James. Did the sign say no trespassing?
No.
What color was the sign, do you recall?
No.
And did you ever see a no trespassing sign? Did you see a private property sign?
No.
Did you see any signs that would indicate to you that you couldn't enter the property?
No.
So I'm wondering, like, is the state done with their witnesses, or did Sean call this witness, or did he just not answer? Why is Sean getting to ask the questions first? Did the other guy ask him questions? Maybe he just pled the fifth on all the questions that the prosecutor asked. I don't know. Stuff seems to be really cut out here. Like, we do only get 2 hours. This is like an 8-hour court day. The state has to put on its case first, but they didn't ask him any questions in this video.
Do you recall making a video with...
So Sean asked him the questions first. And, now the prosecutor's asking? I don't know.
You made a lot of videos with Mr. Reyes after court dates out in the parking lot, correct?
No.
Okay. Do you recall being on a video?
A lot of videos is not one video, idiot.
Do you watch the videos that Mr. Reyes posts? Okay. Do you recall being on a video with Mr. Reyes after the last court date when you got AR?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall it was labeled "Just got out of court, Reyes versus Fahey trial update"? Do you recall that at all?
I didn't watch the video.
Okay, but you got on camera with Mr. Reyes, correct?
Yes.
And he referred to you as a star witness? You recall that?
No, I don't recall.
Okay. If you were to watch part of that, would that refresh your recollection?
Well, yes.
I'm not covering Lindsay Clancy. It's been going on for weeks. I missed the boat. I'm not doing that.
Okay. And do you recall as well, during that video, Mr. Reyes referring to the fact that you saw no trespassing sign with Beacon? He didn't see it while you were there? Okay. Judge, I'm going to...
That's interesting. What?
Reyes referring to the fact that you saw no trespassing sign with Beacon. He didn't see it while you were there? Okay. Judge, I'm going to need to let him watch it. I'm not sure if Your Honor wishes to take a short recess. I have an edited clip from the full video that...
So supposedly there is a clip, a video from Sean Paul Reyes, who said, this is interesting. Supposedly in this video, at least this is what the prosecutor is trying to allege, is that this cameraman, camera operator guy was saying, oh, I saw, or Sean said, oh, he saw the sign, but I didn't see it. Now, we have Kevin in here saying, no. This prosecutor is lying. In the video, Sean said, in the video, the prosecutor knows the sign was on the ground. This video isn't even about what the camera guy saw. It was about this prosecutor. This man needs fired.
Is the part I'm talking about, so he have an opportunity to see that.
So for practical purposes, the court will take a brief recess while the state marches.
And it's filmed in the parking lot across the street?
Yeah.
And you were there for that, right?
Yeah.
God forbid somebody film a video and post it about their own trial, about their own case. God forbid they post a video about it. Oh my God.
When he said what he said on that video?
No.
You were present
Yeah.
in the parking lot next to him when he said it, because you jumped on camera right after that, right?
Yes, I was
Stop
present.
hollering.
Okay, so right after
This prosecutor probably going to have a heart attack or a stroke if he keeps this up.
after the video clip ends, you jump
And
on
that's his fault because he just gets too worked up. Okay, I ain't wishing it on him. I wish he'd calm down, actually.
with Mr. Reyes talking about being his star witness, right? Well, he said that. You didn't say it.
Objection, how's that hearsay?
It goes to bias.
Goes to bias?
Mr. Reyes says you're a star witness, right?
Hearsay?
Yes.
Okay. And then
Objection, hearsay?
I'm going to play the clip for you now as it occurred, and you agree that happened, correct? As it's said on there? You may disagree with what it...
They didn't play the clip. I think it's too... I hope whoever edits these next time, like, leaves a little bit more in. I'm having a really hard time following, truly. I would like to have heard that video at least. It's jumping all around. I don't know who's asking what. It's confusing.
But you agree it says that, right?
Yes.
I'm going to offer Judge, is that a true and accurate copy of that?
I don't.
Well, you were there for it, right?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Judge, he wouldn't know. He wouldn't know if it's true and accurate. He didn't record the video. I'm gonna object on lack of foundation. He didn't record it. He didn't upload it.
So my understanding is that state seeks to admit a video that was recorded in the parking lot. This witness was present. And the question was whether it veritably and accurately depicts what it purports to show, which is what's being said on.
Honestly, fuck this judge too. He get fucked too. He's not being fair. It kind of appears like he is. Like, it did take me an hour and 11 minutes to finally form this judgment, but he's not being fair. He's being more fair than some judges, but he's not being fair. He's letting stuff in that he knows he should not let in for this prosecutor, and he's keeping stuff out that he's letting in for the prosecutor. He's keeping it out for Sean. Certain exact same arguments Sean is making, this judge, maybe he's just stupid. Maybe he just didn't go to a good law school or something, but it's giving corruption. It's giving, I don't like it. Like, again, the judge is a lot more fair than a lot of judges. It's not Afro Man judge, but he still has a very strong, obvious, unfair bias toward the prosecutor and against Sean, and that is clear to me.
And the objection is that that's insufficient foundation.
That's the video.
It's admissions of the defendant recorded off of his YouTube video that he posted.
Hearsay, you can't use someone's admissions for the truth of the matter asserted. Put them on the stand. If they plead the fifth, then you can use those admissions. Learn your job, buddy. Learn your job.
I would say it speaks for itself.
So why would he ask me? I'm the one that posted it.
Perfect. He should ask me. I'm the one who posted it. I'm the one who said it. That is hearsay. The same exact argument that the prosecutor himself already used. The lady cop. Sean said, so what did you say to so-and-so when you got on the scene? Objection, hearsay. You can't use something that somebody said. Party up, me. Okay, so then you can't ask that question either.
But the video, how could he authenticated it as being an actual video? He didn't take it.
He was present for it.
He testified.
Was he present for the whole entire video? He didn't testify he was present for the entire video. He didn't testify to making the video element.
How long is the video?
Yeah, 3 seconds, 4
Sean, good. Sean said this lacks foundation. He didn't make the video. He didn't testify to making it. He didn't record the video. He didn't testify to recording it. He testified that he was standing nearby. There's not been enough foundation laid for him to be attesting to what's fair and accurate representations of anything. Because there's not foundation established that he would even know.
He testified he was present at this part when he viewed it. He just testified to that.
He said he was standing nearby and at some point came on camera.
Court will admit it. It will be
The court will admit it. Shocking. We're going to start seeing some unfair rulings by this guy, unfortunately.
exhibit.
He tried to be fair. It's just in their blood. They can't actually sit on these benches for too long without becoming corrupt themselves. It's unfortunate. Judges should have tenures. They shouldn't be allowed to be judges longer than a few years. They should have to rotate out.
15.
15.
It'll come up on the
So
screen.
did the cop that actually moved the sign not get called up? That's a good question. I mean, we still have a lot more to go. Apparently there's body camera footage of the cop finding the sign laying down and covered up by leaves. Oh, good.
It is
Team Glover is my star witness because he was there. He knows exactly what happened. He was recording the entire time. He knows that the no trespassing sign that they found in the bushes was there. I don't know when it got there, but
Thank God they're playing the clip.
And you were present for that? Yeah, correct.
I wasn't aware of that.
You now claim you weren't aware, but you didn't correct him on camera, right?
I wasn't listening to him. Like, I was around him, but I wasn't listening to what he was saying. Like,
I believe that because Sean is about 6 foot, I don't know, 5. I don't know. He's very tall. And when I've been around Sean, when he's live streaming and what he does, he holds his camera. He's very tall. So his phone's like a head above everybody else standing around. And he's talking like this. That's my star witness. He knows. Da, 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 da. So like if that guy was standing even a few feet this way, it's very, very believable that he did not hear what Sean was saying. Also, it doesn't make any sense for this kid to lie. If he heard him, he would just say, I heard him.
So your claim now is that you didn't see the no trespassing sign despite the fact Mr. Reyes said you did. And that's, yes or no?
Objection, that's not what the video said.
Well,
The video doesn't say that, excuse me, the video doesn't say that he saw the sign. The video says that it's me saying that he knew the sign.
Sean said he was there. He saw everything. Let me go back. Let's listen to the clip again.
Witness, Team Glover is my star witness because he was there. He knows exactly what happened. He was recording the entire time. He knows that the no trespassing sign that they found in the bushes was there. I don't know when it.
He knows that the no trespassing sign that they found in the bushes was there. That doesn't mean he saw the no trespassing sign. That means at some point he became aware that there was one in the bushes. That doesn't mean, oh, he saw it when we were walking down the street.
There, but.
And they don't know when it got there.
And you were present for that? Yeah, correct.
I wasn't aware of that.
You now claim you weren't aware, but you didn't correct him on camera, right?
I wasn't listening to him. Like, I was around him, but I wasn't listening to what he was saying. Like,
Okay, so your claim now.
I do believe him. I really do. This young man is, I've been around him in person before. He's very timid. He's very quiet. He's not invasive, and he's not in everybody's business. He's in his own world. He stays in his own business, and he's very polite, very nice, very sweet. But I actually totally believe this. It's not hard for me to believe. Even if he was standing there, I mean, that's his boss. Even if he did hear it, there's no reason for him to lie. He could just say, yeah, I mean, I heard him say that stuff, but I'm not going to correct my boss while he's making a video.
Is that you didn't see the no trespassing sign despite the fact Mr. Reyes said you did? And that's, yes or no?
Objection, that's not what the video said.
Well,
The video doesn't say that, excuse me, the video doesn't say that he saw the sign. The video says that it's me saying that he knew.
He knew the sign was in the bushes, and we don't know when it got there.
He knows the sign was in the bushes.
Right.
That's not saying that he saw the sign.
that's what I was.
Well, I understand that the question now is it your testimony that, so he's not asking about what was said on the video or what it meant. And you'll have a further opportunity to ask questions as well. So you can have the question, I'm sorry, again.
Thank you. Is your testimony now that you did not see the sign?
Can you re-say that?
Sure. Is it your testimony now that you never saw the no trespassing sign?
I never saw it.
Okay. Did you see the private driveway sign, private road sign?
No,
You never saw that sign either?
no.
You're claiming you saw some sign that said two-way street or something like that?
There was a sign, but it wasn't indicating no trespassing or a private road.
That's not my question. Oh, it didn't say private road.
There wasn't a sign that said private.
You said private road.
This maniac came from around the... Go back there, you psychopath. I don't trust these FAHEYs when they start walking toward people.
Indicating no trespassing or a
Watch him, he thinks he got him. He comes out from around and points his finger.
road.
That's not my question. Oh, it didn't say private road.
There wasn't a sign
Look
that
at him
said private.
You said private road, right? Okay. Do you
Let me
recognize
show
what
you
that
Exhibit
shows, State's Exhibit 5, Mr. Glover?
I see the sign.
Okay, do you recognize that to be the driveway you went up and passed with Mr. Reyes?
Yes.
Okay. And you indicated it didn't say private road. Show me State's Exhibit 6. You seem to indicate it says private road, sir?
Yes.
So it did say private road.
Yes.
And you saw that day?
I don't recall.
Okay.
He's like, I don't know if I saw it or not.
You mentioned on direct that you saw some sign that said two-way street.
Yeah, there was some sign there.
Okay.
I just don't know what the sign
Do
is.
you have any pictures of that?
No.
No further questions.
This man is going to have a heart attack. He really needs to calm the hell down.
Mr. Glover, on July 11th, 2025, when you arrived at Mr. Fahey's residence, did you see any signs that would indicate to you that you couldn't go onto the property?
No.
Objection, relevance.
Thank God, at least one correct ruling.
You said no.
No.
He's beginning to wonder.
Did you watch the body camera footage after?
Objection beyond the scope.
So this guy can ask about a random video from a court date that has nothing to do with this case number. The prosecutor's asking stuff about this guy's court date and a video he made across the street. But Sean can't ask the same person if he ever saw the body camera footage from the day of.
You said no.
No.
Did you watch the body camera footage after?
Objection beyond the scope.
Right, so there was no cross-examination regarding the body cam.
Understood.
That's what's sustained.
The two-way sign that you said you saw, could that be the sign, is that the sign that the state's attorney showed you?
No.
So just to make it clear, you did not see any no trespassing sign or any private property sign while you were there on July 11th, 2025?
No.
Thank you.
Despite what Mr. Reyes said in the video after court.
I did not say that. I did not say that.
Hold on, sir. You tried the question.
Despite what Mr. Reyes said on the video while you were present after court on June
He
9th.
didn't say he saw it. He said by now, which was weeks later, months later, the cameraman, who's now the star witness, knows that the sign, if there was one, was in the bushes. That is completely different from at the moment they were walking down the driveway the first time he was there, he knew and saw with his eyes the sign. He could know the sign is there now from any number of reasons. He could have seen it on camera. He could have seen it on evidence. There could have been many ways. And Sean called it out rightly. Lacks foundation.
This year, correct?
Almost a year later. Yeah, after the kid went through trial for himself, trial was going, not trial, criminal prosecution, diversion programs. Yeah, at some freaking point, he probably did realize there was a sign somewhere. That does not mean that he knew that day and saw it that day. Grandpa.
Sure. You didn't see any sign despite the fact what Mr. Reyes said on video with you present after court on June
Stop hollering.
9th of this year, correct?
Ugly.
Nothing.
They spent more on this trial than they would just taking back Fahey's fake overtime.
Mr. Glover, did you heard what was said in that video that the state entered in as evidence, correct?
Yes.
Did I say that you saw the sign that day?
Objection.
On what grounds? Now he's just hollering objection with no grounds.
It speaks for itself.
So
The video speaks for itself, then play it again.
You're asking this witness what you say in the video?
You know, I'm asking him because the prosecutor is saying that I said something I didn't say.
We can play the video again, it's a full exhibit. If you believe that the question incorrectly
Misstates evidence.
states what you're saying in the video.
Let's play it.
Well, nothing further. You were the first responding officer.
Okay, we have another cop. So is this Romansky? Or is this the same cop from earlier?
On the scene that day, correct? On July 11th, 2025?
Yes.
You wrote a police report on that day?
Yes.
Everything in that report was within your personal knowledge?
Yes.
Did you have your body worn camera operated?
Yes.
Officer Rubinsky, you're the officer that located the sign, correct?
Objection.
You're the officer that located the sign. Yeah, this has to be Romansky.
Did you have your body worn camera operated?
Yes.
Officer Rubinsky, you're the officer that located the sign, correct?
Objection. Just clarity on this.
Officer Rubinsky, you're the officer that located the no trespassing private property sign, correct?
Look how he's sitting. He's like a kid in detention.
Yes.
Where was it when you found it?
It was on the ground near the tree.
On the ground near the tree. Now, Fahey later would say, Officer Lying Spitting Beast Brian Fahey would later say, it was posted on a tree. No, it was on the ground near a tree.
Yes.
Where was it when you found it?
It was on the ground near the tree.
Would you say it was in the brush?
Yeah. Yes.
Was it conspicuously posted?
Objection.
Was it posted?
No.
Oh,
was facing-
that's a good one. Was it posted? No. Ooh.
Yeah. Yes.
Was it conspicuously posted?
Objection.
Was it posted?
No.
It was facing the sky, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall how many times you walked down the driveway when you first arrived? Or during the entire, excuse me, withdraw. Do you recall how many times you walked up and down Mr. Fahey's driveway that day on July 11, 2025?
No.
Was it more than once?
Yes.
Yes.
More than twice?
I don't know.
If I showed you a video, your body worn camera would remind you how many times you walked up and down the driveway?
Yep.
Yes.
Multiple times though, right? When you first walked down the driveway, did you notice the no trespassing sign, the private property no trespassing sign?
No.
You knew this was a trespassing incident, correct?
Bingo. When you first walked down the driveway, did you notice the no trespassing sign that was in the brush, on the ground, not posted, facing up to the sky? He said, no, I didn't notice it.
Yes.
So were you looking for a no trespassing sign?
No. Or when I got there?
Yes.
No.
You're a trained police officer, correct?
Yes.
What kind of training did you get?
6 months at the academy.
Is observation
Pathetic.
part of that training?
Yeah.
Your report indicates that you observed it while walking backwards.
Well, objection. That's the improper way to put in a.
Yeah.
Your report indicates that you observed it while walking backwards.
Well, objection. That's the improper way to put in a parts of the report. There's been no impeachment yet. There's been nothing, just reading from the document that's not in evidence.
Fine. Withdrawn. Officer, Did you write a report in connection with this incident? Yes. And then,
Nor should be evidence of his worship. I apologize for the statement.
So I understand the basis of your question is from the report, but you're asking this witness about what he did and saw that. There's maybe you can rephrase your question, so it's not referred to here.
Of course, Judge. No problem. Thank you. When did you see the sign? Were you walking back towards the property?
What
Away
sign?
from the property, the no trespassing sign?
When I'm walking back up,
Back up?
or back up to the driveway after speaking with Mr. Fahey.
I'm confused. Were you walking towards the road or towards the property?
Towards the road.
Towards the road. Were you looking for it when you were walking towards the road?
Yes.
Why?
I believe Mr. Fahey's wife had pointed me in the direction, saying that there is a sign up there.
A sign you didn't see when you first walked up.
No.
ooh, this is
Or
good.
subsequent.
This is the heart of the case.
I'm sorry, say that
Or
again.
any of the subsequent times that you walked.
I'm not sure what you're asking.
So you walked up the driveway, you testified you walked up the driveway at least 2 times, right?
Okay.
So both times you walked up the driveway, you didn't see the sign, correct?
I recall when I walked up the driveway, one of the times that I was told that the sign was there and I located the sign.
So he actually had to be told that the sign was there before he ever even found the sign or saw it.
You walked up the driveway at least 2 times. In those 2 times, did you see the sign?
I must have.
So your testimony now is that you saw it while you were walking towards the house?
No, I saw the sign when I was walking towards the road.
Right, but you testified that you walked up the driveway at least 2 times, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm asking you, the 2 times you walked up the driveway towards the residence, did you notice the sign? No trespassing on private property.
I don't know specifically.
Girl, it was no. Did you notice the sign when you first walked down the driveway? No. Okay, so when did you first see the sign? After Fahey's wife said there was a sign. He was told by Fahey's wife. Okay, so again, did you see the sign at any point when you were walking up and down the driveway? He said, I must have.
Walked up the driveway at least 2 times, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm asking you, the 2 times you walked up the driveway towards the residence, did you notice the sign? No trespassing on private property.
Now he don't recall.
I don't know.
I don't know. So first it was no. Then it was eventually yes, but only after Fahey's wife told me it was there. Then it was I must have, and now it's I don't know.
Specifically what you're asking.
You don't know what he's asking? At any point on your own, you're walking up and down, you're walking up and down, you're walking up and down. When did you first see the sign? Did you see it on your own? What do you mean you don't understand the question? Let's see if we can understand the question.
Notice the sign. No trespassing on private property.
Hold on, let's get Sean's question.
I must have.
So your testimony now is that you saw it while you were walking towards the house?
No, I saw the sign when I was walking towards the road.
Right, but you testified that you walked up the driveway at least 2 times, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm asking you, the 2 times you walked up the driveway towards the residence, did you notice the sign? No trespassing on private property.
He's already answered this question, and it was no. But then he answered it again with, I must have. So first answer to this question is no. Second question is, I must have. Third question is, I don't know specifically what you're asking. I know this is tedious, but we're going back. We're going back.
That's the improper way to put in parts of the report. There's been no impeachment yet. There's been nothing, just reading from the document that's not in evidence, and nor should it be in evidence of his worship. I apologize for the statement.
So I understand the basis of your question is from the report, but you're asking this witness about what
I
he did
rewinded
and
it
saw.
because this is the same question a few
Pretty hard
times,
question, so it's not the
and I want y'all to see him lie
Thank you.
or change his story up.
When did you see the sign?
That's the question. That's the whole question. He just wants to know. When did you see the sign?
Were you walking back towards the property?
What
Away
sign?
from the property, the no trespassing sign?
When I was walking back up,
I saw it when I was walking back up to the house, I'm assuming.
Back up?
or back up to the driveway after speaking with Mr.
So when he was leaving the house, so when he was walking away from the house, back the other way, that's when he saw the sign, the no trespassing sign. Okay.
I'm confused.
Me too,
Were
Raul.
you walking towards the road or towards the property?
Towards the road.
Towards the road. Were you looking for it when you were walking towards the road?
Yes.
Why?
I believe Mr. Fahey's wife had pointed me in the direction, saying that there is a sign up there.
A sign you didn't see when you first walked out?
No, I
Or
wasn't.
or a subsequent time?
Second time he said he did not see the sign when he first walked up.
I'm sorry, say that.
And the judge is furiously writing notes, just like I am. Look at him.
Saying that there is a sign up there.
A sign you didn't see when you first walked out?
No, I wasn't.
Or a subsequent time?
I'm sorry, say that.
Or any of the subsequent times that you walked out?
I'm not sure what you're asking me.
So you walked up the driveway, you testified you walked up the driveway at least 2 times, right?
Right?
Okay.
So both times you walked up the driveway, you didn't see the sign, correct?
I recall when I walked up the driveway, one of the times that I was told that the sign was there and I located the sign.
After he was told.
You walked up the driveway,
He located the sign. That's a different verb from noticed, saw. Located means it was missing and you were looking for it. I located the sign. Someone told me it was there and I found it. That's different from, oh yeah, you couldn't miss it. It was big and huge and not in the bushes on the ground.
2 times. In those 2 times, did you see the sign?
I must have.
He can't just say no, even though he already said no. Look at the judge. Judge said, he lifted his eyebrow, said, look at the judge. Watch the
Your
judge's
testimony.
face. He said,
In those 2 times, did you see the sign?
watch him. Watch the judge.
I must have.
I must
Your
have.
testimony now is that you saw it while you were walking towards the house?
The judge is like, yeah, actually, what? Look at that eyebrow.
I saw the sign when I was walking towards the road.
Right, but you testified that you walked up the driveway at least 2 times, correct?
This is not good for this cop. He ain't helping.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm asking you, the 2 times you walked up the driveway towards the residence, did you notice the sign? No trespassing on private property.
I don't know specifically what you're asking.
I guess I'll just keep asking the same question. You walked up the driveway 2 times.
Yes.
You testified that you saw the no trespassing sign, private property sign, when you were walking back towards the road.
That is what he
Asking you,
testified.
the 2 times you walked up the driveway towards
Toward the
Mr. Fahey's
house,
residence.
did you see the sign?
You testified you did it at least 2 times. I'm asking you, in those 2 times at least, did you ever see the sign?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
About
you.
how far away was it from the driveway? The private, excuse me, I'm so sorry. The private property sign, no trespassing, that you found, how far away was it from the driveway?
10 feet-ish?
Now, this is the guy who supposedly found the sign. Now, this is the guy. This is the one. Remember the other officers? They were like, oh, we only knew about it because Romansky told us about it or whatever. Somebody had moved the sign. Romansky. This is the guy. This is the guy who found the sign on the first instance. This is the guy who moved the sign out of the bushes. It's him. So he really is the one with the information. He is the one with the information. So the question is, how far away, because you're the one that moved the sign, the no trespassing sign, how far away from the driveway, the little private road thing, how far away from the driveway, the road that people would be driving or walking on, was the sign when you first saw it in its original position? Now, why do we care about the original position? Because that is what Sean would have seen.
The private property sign, no trespassing, that you found, how far away was it from the driveway?
10 feet-ish?
10 feet.
10 feet.
10 feet.
How big was the sign?
About the size of a piece of paper.
Girl.
Do you think the sign, do you think the sign was clearly visible from the road?
Legal conclusion.
But it was clearly visible from the road.
To this officer. This officer's, whether it was clearly visible to this officer or not, his opinion on that is irrelevant.
No, it isn't. No, it isn't. Absolutely not. Because he was the only one who saw the sign in its original position out of all these people who have testified. Even Sean didn't see the sign in its original position. So this guy is the only one with the knowledge. And one of the elements of this that the state has to prove is that Sean had knowledge that he was trespassing. He was not allowed to be there. He was not privileged to be there. So if this cop didn't even see the sign, that means probably no one saw the sign because he was the one that saw it in its original position. He got eyes of, an eagle. But he's also telling you the only reason he knew about the sign at all whatsoever is because FAHEY's wife told him about it and pointed exactly in the direction of where exactly he could find it. So all of this speaks to whether or not the sign was visible, which is one element, and Sean's knowledge, his mental state. It's absolutely relevant.
Right. You put in his report that it's clearly visible on. What's your question?
Well, I think,
I'll withdraw.
He's withdrawing it.
so then the question is whether or not the no trespassing sign was clearly visible from.
My question is, was it clearly visible from the driveway? From the driveway?
Yes.
No, he allowed it. He said it was clearly visible even though he didn't see it twice. See how he just impeached his stupid ass self? The sign was clearly visible, okay, but you didn't see it when you walked up and down? Right. Okay, how does that add up?
Yeah, you didn't see it 2 times that you passed it, correct?
Thank you, Sean.
I was directed kind of in the area or to look in a certain area. And upon further, review, I could see it clearly.
So your testimony is that it was clearly visible,
Objection, this is direct, he doesn't get to cross this.
but he's an adverse witness.
Well,
He does get to ask him if he correctly understands his testimony. Why don't you just sit down, Paw Paw?
He's a police officer.
So, that doesn't make him adverse. He called him, there's no indication of any hostility, and he's
There's
asked.
a huge indication of hostility coming from your geriatric ass. I could smell the halitosis through the screen.
He needs to follow the rules of evidence and ask direct questions, not leading.
All right, can you rephrase your question, sir?
Judge, I would like the witness to be on the Connecticut Code of Evidence 6-8 to permit examination by leading questions. This witness is a sworn officer of the Groton Police Department. He was the first officer on the scene. He arrested me. He's the author of the supplemental report on which the prosecution relies. He is a witness identified.
Period. Thank you. Thank you.
With the adverse party, and I ask that you to examine him as an adverse witness.
There's been absolutely no showing that he's adverse or hostile.
He's answered the same question 3 ways, guy. He's answered the same question 3 ways. And one question he answered 2 ways. When did you first see the sign? Only after being directed to look at it. Did you see the sign on your own? I must have. Wait, that contradicts. Did you see the sign while you were walking toward the house? I don't know. Did you ever see the sign on your own? We haven't gotten a straight answer here.
Just because he'd like to cross him, that's not how this works.
This must be a McNeff, a FAHEY McNeff.
The court doesn't have a sufficient basis at this point to consider adverse, which isn't to say the questions can't be direct as opposed to suggestive of an answer. Proceed that way.
Did you, so your testimony, so you didn't see the sign until you got closer?
And
Was the
was
sign
direct.
recently affixed to a tree?
Yeah. How could you know that?
I mean, Judge, in his sworn police report, he says, in his own words, that he admitted he signed it, he sworn to it, he says, the sign appeared to be originally affixed to a nearby tree that has since fallen and was lying face up on the ground.
Well, originally affixed and recently affixed are two different things. Again, he's reading from a document, not
True. I mean, that is true. That is true. Was it originally affixed 10, 15, 25 years ago? Or was it recent to when? Recent to now? Recent to July? That's an easy question, though, for Sean to clean up. He'll be able to ask it in a different way.
as I know for argument purposes, not for questioning. But the question that was asked, was it recently affixed? There's no way an officer could give that opinion. I mean, if he wants to ask him if he knows if it was recently affixed,
Sean probably just said recently instead of originally on accident. He's going to probably rephrase.
say yes or no. But to ask him that question,
Y'all, I
it's
can't wait to get to FAHEY, former disgraced, now disgraced Sergeant FAHEY. Oh, I cannot wait till I get his ass on the stand.
different than what he just read in the report, which is it was originally affixed. Those are two different words.
Judge, he goes on to say in the police report, the sign was not covered with leaves or grass, and it appeared that it had fallen recently.
So, sir, why don't you
Yep. Stand corrected. He wrote in his own report that the sign had recently fallen. So all that blustering that this idiot just did with the halitosis, sit down. Sit down. Actually, great question. The prosecutor's not asking a bad question when you really think of it. How would the officer know that the sign only recently fell? He wouldn't. But he sure did pretend like he knew how long ago it fell in his report, and that is perfect for Sean to bring up. Boom, boom.
He can say yes or no, but to ask him that question,
It appeared to be originally affixed to a nearby tree that had since fallen and was lying face up on the ground.
well, originally affixed and recently affixed.
Right. Originally affixed and had since fallen and was laying on the ground. But the officer writes even more. The stupid prosecutor wouldn't let Sean finish reading.
Two different things. Again, he's reading from a document, not in evidence. I know for argument purposes, not for questioning. But the question that was asked, was it recently affixed? There's no way an officer could give that opinion.
Then why did he in his report? This is good. Oh man, this is good. Good for Sean.
I mean, if he wants to ask him if he knows if it was recently affixed, he can say yes or no. But to ask him that question, it's different than what he just read in
He's not wrong, but Sean didn't even finish reading what he was reading yet.
the report, which is it was originally affixed. Those are two different words.
Judge, he goes on to
Here
say
comes
in
the mic drop.
his report, the sign was not covered with leaves or grass, and it appeared that it had fallen recently.
So, sir, why don't you ask from a foundational perspective? I mean, you can ask him what he knows, what he saw, why how he knows what he knows, without asking him to speculate about it.
Did the sign fall recently?
Objection, calls for speculation.
Do you know when the sign fell?
Unless there's some basis upon which he should know that.
Do you know when the sign fell? Okay, so this is that you got to start with a yes or no. Do you know when the sign fell? He was going to say no. No. Sean was then going to be able to bring in impeachment evidence. Okay, do you remember writing a report? Did you write a report? Yes. Okay, do you remember what you wrote in that report? Yes. Do you remember, for example, writing in the report, the sign fell recently? No, I don't recall. Do you know why you might have written that in the report? That's, kind of the thing. It is stupid. Rules of evidence are in place for a reason, but they do get used in abusive ways all the time.
The report that it fell recently, Judge?
So he hasn't testified today that it fell recently. And the court is permitting you to refer to the report in terms of your argument. The report's not evidence. It is out of court statement.
So submit into evidence the police report and ask him, is it your typical pattern or practice to make reports? Yes. Okay. It's part of your ongoing pattern practice. You always do this after you leave a scene? Yes.
It's not being offered for substantive impeachment purposes.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
You can ask him questions about what he knows and what he saw on that day, his experience.
You got to say, do you know how long ago the sign, did it look like the sign fell? Do you think the sign fell?
But citing to the court.
I know why Sean is asking though, because this guy was like, it looked like it just fell. Like it was up at some point recently. So maybe to imply that Sean took it off the tree. Maybe that's what they were going with. Maybe to imply that, oh, it was just a simple little accident and FAHEY, the poor victim with the gun who's spitting on people.
As far as what he wrote in his report, it's not an evidentiary basis about why it's admissible.
Understood. You said you were trained at the police academy. Were you trained on evidence handling?
I don't recall.
That's scary.
Did you do anything to manipulate the sign, the no trespassing private property sign?
Yes.
From where you originally located it?
Yes.
Yes, when I located it, I picked up the sign and I placed it.
Ooh.
Where I placed it, like right next to the road, or right next to the driveway.
That's a big admission.
How close? How far did you move it?
I can't speak to exact feet. I said it was probably 10 feet off the road, so maybe 5 or 6 feet, or driveway.
Did you place it at the driveway?
I believe I placed it right next to the driveway.
Why did you do that?
Yeah. That's the question of the trial. Why would you move the sign? First of all, from an evidentiary perspective, you kind of need to preserve the evidence. What if he moved the sign 3 inches? Now, if Sean was some hardened criminal or something, he would be able to say, oh, well, he moved it. Who knows where it was? So you just fucked the investigation, even if this was a serious circumstance. But let's take the evidentiary issue away for a second. Why would he move the no trespassing sign if it was already doing a good job of notifying potential trespassers not to trespass? Why would you move it? It seems like maybe the sign wasn't visible and he wanted to make it visible. Now, we wouldn't have to be having these arguments, these discussions at all whatsoever if this idiot just didn't move the sign, but it's almost like he was trying to tamper with evidence, to try to make it seem like that sign was there originally, even though it wasn't. Even though every single person who has taken the stand today, every single person said they did not see that sign when they first walked past it.
Mr. FAHEY's wife pointed me in the direction, said there's a no trespassing sign there. So I picked up the sign.
This is his answer to why did you move it, okay? He said, well, FAHEY's wife told me there was a sign, so I picked it up and moved it. That doesn't explain why you moved the sign.
Mr. FAHEY's wife pointed me in the direction, said there's a no trespassing sign there. So I picked up the sign, put it down, let my sergeant know that, hey, there's a sign.
Yeah, you tampered with the evidence, you manipulated the evidence, and then you let your sergeant know there was a sign. Fired.
So there is a sign here.
So you explained how you moved it. You explained a sequence of events, but you did not explain why.
I understand, officer. You didn't answer the question. I asked
Thank you.
why did you move the sign? I know that you moved it.
Right.
Or know that you moved it. Why did you do it? Why did you move the sign?
Evasive.
I don't know, because I did, in fact.
Why did you move the sign? I don't know, because I did. Really? Just you don't know why you moved the sign, and then the answer turns into "cause I did."
Court knows that you moved it. Why did you do it? Why did you move the sign?
I don't know, because I did, in fact. I saw it in the brush, I picked it up, put it down.
And you later, did you take any pictures of the sign?
Oh, like, in my evidence? Like, I don't think, no.
Look
No,
at the
I
judge.
didn't.
I love when the judge gets suspicious because you could see it. He goes, I'm surprised he didn't look up at, I don't know, because I did. He was writing too furiously. Watch the judge when he says, watch the judge when the guy answers this next question.
I don't know, because I did, in fact.
Watch.
I saw it in the brush, I picked it up, put it down.
Look.
And you later, did you take any pictures of the sign?
Watch.
Oh, like, in my evidence? Like,
Very important. Very important. Okay, so before you decided without telling your sergeant or anybody about this sign to move the evidence, in the no trespassing case, the no trespassing sign that you found hidden away behind the bush, behind the tree, over the river and through the woods, did you at least take a picture of it?
I don't think, no, I didn't.
Look at the judge. Look at the judge.
Did you take a picture with the sign?
What do you mean with the sign?
Did you take a picture with the sign? You took a picture with the sign.
I don't recall taking any pictures on scene.
Did you see any other signs that day?
Yes.
What were they?
Private road signs.
Did they say anything else?
I don't recall, I just remember them being yellow.
Do you recall if they said anything that said do not enter, keep out?
I just remember they said private road.
How many signs were there?
No, at least two.
Do you remember what side of the driveway they were on?
Both of the signs? Or one of the signs?
Whatever side of the driveway they were on.
The left side, walking in.
How far from the private road sign would you estimate did you find the no trespassing sign?
Well, may I just ask for clarification? There was an indication that there were multiple private road signs
Okay.
by this witness.
Fine.
So I'm just trying to
Which one?
clarify which sign we're talking about in terms of distance for the no trespassing.
I'll clarify. The first sign, how far was it, in your estimation, from the no trespassing sign?
Estimate 15 to 20 feet.
Did you discuss the sign with anyone?
That should be a yes or no answer, please, Judge. Otherwise, I'll object.
Did you discuss the sign with anyone? Before he can even answer, the freaking geriatric lunatic with the bad breath is like, I'm going to object if it's not a yes or a no. So coaching the witness when you're not even asking the questions, got it.
Yes. Yes.
Who did you discuss it with?
Well, Mr. Faye's wife. And then I think Sergeant Dark.
Were you the first officer on scene, first law enforcement officer on scene to find the sign?
Yes.
Well, objection if he knows.
What? Were you the first?
Objection if he knows. Stupid ass. If he don't know, he could say, I don't know. He don't need you coaching him. Go sit down. Take a sip of water.
Strong scene, find the no trespassing sign.
I don't know. Oh, sorry.
That's gonna take us to our lunch recess. So I'm gonna stand recess for the next. All right.
So after being completely freaking coached by this stupid loser, look at him. Look at him. Look at him. Look at the demon coming out. Look at the demon. Look at the demon coming out. Even the teeth look jaggedy.
Bring that on the record, court attention, because somebody had brought that up to me that he's.
All I know is I want this guy. If I ever have to go to court, I want this guy sitting just like that in the back corner. He looked like he ain't there to play no games with no body. He looks like he's getting ready to snipe somebody from on top of a building. This guy, I feel safe going anywhere with this guy. Look at him. He's sitting on go. This is the type of guy that sits with his back facing the corner so he can look at the door. This guy looked like he is not about to let nothing happen in this room. He heard this guy over here was cutting up, and he came for security or something.
Moving his hands a lot, and when he's answering questions and he's looking towards him, so just wanted to put that on the record. That's not acceptable.
Well, I understand it's not acceptable. It didn't happen. And to even be accused of that,
Wait,
I'd like to
hold
talk to
on.
the person
I
who
done
said
missed something. Girl.
That's gonna take us to our lunch recess. So I'm gonna stand recess for the next.
Okay, so they get up and they go to lunch, and then we just got dropped right back in the middle of something. This prosecutor's acting crazy. I don't even know. So much cut out.
That could be true. I just wanted to bring that on the record, court attention, because somebody had brought that up to me that he's moving his hands a lot, and when he's answering questions and he's looking towards him, so just wanted to put that on the record.
Allegation in open court that the prosecutor is using picture hand signals to make signs to the witness.
That's not acceptable.
Well, I understand it's not acceptable. It didn't happen. And to even be accused of that, I'd like to talk to the person who said I did. It didn't happen.
Well, you don't get to talk to the person who said you did. Sit down. You stand.
I'm an officer of the court.
You need to be an officer locked up somewhere.
This court, I've appeared before this court before.
Look at him throwing a tantrum. Oh my gosh. Oh my God.
It simply did not happen. I might have done a better job if I was actually doing that, but I didn't do that, Judge.
Well, you're doing a piss poor job.
It didn't happen. So to even suggest that without Mr. Reyes observing something that he thinks I did wrong, it's
Sit down.
simply disingenuous.
Shut up.
The court will note as well that it has not observed anything kind of signaling or other kind of suggested conduct, so.
Thank you, Judge. You already testified that you had.
I think it's funny how Sean stands up when he talks to the judge, but everyone else, he just sits down. I think he might have stood up on his own guy too, the cameraman.
The no trespass. You had not seen the no trespassing sign when you initially walked up the driveway, correct?
Right.
Did you see the no trespassing sign when you were leaving the residence?
I don't recall.
It's a new person? Come on, pan back over to her.
Are you aware that one of your colleagues, Officer Romensky, moved the sign from its original?
Okay, we're on the next witness. Hold on. Seventh witness. It's a lady. Oh, it's that same lady, I think. Same as number 2. Because remember when he said, I'll call you back up, don't worry.
Yes.
And yet you still didn't see it?
I just don't remember.
Well, that's not what you said. You said you didn't.
Do you have any personal relationships with the FAHEYs?
Oh.
You don't know any of the FAHEYs?
I know of them now, but not prior.
So you didn't go to school with?
Oh, not a professional, like a personal relation. We worked in the same building, yes.
So you knew it?
Yes, sorry.
Well, I'm sorry, who's him?
Who did you know?
The son,
The son.
What's his name?
Colin.
That son is a lunatic. He would drive by the protests. He would drive by the protests and shout obscenities. He is crazy. He's a freaking lunatic. And this witch, this phenotypical witch, is friends with him. The lunatic son. Oh my God.
How long did you
Then
know?
she tried to lie about it and cover it up. She didn't know Sean knew that information. Ho 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 ho. Lying bitch. Lying fucking bitch.
Personal relationships with the Faheys?
You heard that slow Medina Dore? No. You heard that slow ass Medina Dore? No. Listen again.
Do you have any personal relationships with the Faheys?
Personal. Do you have any personal relationships?
You don't know any of the Faheys?
I know of them now.
I know of them now, but I just didn't even know of them before. Every single one of the cops that have gotten on this stand has impeached themselves. Every one. I did not even know of them prior. First, the question was, do you have any personal relationships? No. Then she took it a step further and said, prior, I didn't even know of them, much less have a personal relationship.
So you didn't go to school with?
Oh, not a professional, like a personal, I did, we worked in the same building, yes.
So you knew it?
Yes, sorry.
And went to school with one.
Who did you know?
The son,
What's his name?
Colin.
How long did you know him?
I worked in the school for about a year and a half, and I knew he worked there, we never had much conversation.
I want to know, was it a troubled teen school? Imagine it was that. Because remember, she's a cop. So why would she be working in a school? School resource officer.
Did you know Sergeant Fahey before this incident?
No.
Former sergeant.
Former sergeant, that's right.
And you said you testified that you did 6 months in the police academy, correct?
Yes.
They must teach them how to lie in there.
Did you learn how to write reports in the police academy?
Yes.
Were you taught to be objective or subjective in your reports?
I don't know specifically what I was taught.
Oh, that's
Do you know
good.
the definition of objective?
Yes.
Do you know the definition of subjective?
Yes. I don't think we were taught either, it was just document everything you see.
Did you tell Mr. Fahey that he, while you were conducting your investigation, did you tell Mr. Fahey that you thought he handled it perfectly?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sir? She said it.
You have to ask first, do you believe there was any problem with how he handled the situation? Or did you think, or do you believe from your observation that Fahey handled the situation appropriately? Then if she says yes, then you can't bring in that report. But if she says no, then you can bring it in for impeachment.
So the objection is that it is hearsay, it's an out-of-court statement on the truth of the matter.
It's for his body, show his body, it's for his body.
So the objection isn't relevance, it's why it is or is not hearsay.
Hearsay. Hearsay.
Okay, withdraw. Can you withdraw? Did you write the report? Did you take a statement from?
You have to ask, Sean, you have to ask the specific question. This is not legal advice, but you have to ask the specific question you're trying to get at. So if you're trying to get her to admit Fahey handled it right, you have to say, do you think Fahey handled it right? She's going to say either yes or no. If she says yes, you can't bring in that report, but now you've got her saying yes. If she says no, he handled it poorly, then you could say, did you ever tell anyone at any time or note at any time that he handled it well? Then she would either say yes or no. If she said yes, then you have to, you can't just say you wrote a report like that. First of all, it lacks the foundation, because you do have to do the foundation. But then beyond that, they're going to still count it as hearsay unless she is contradicting it here or you have some other reason why it needs to be brought up here. And like if she was like in the hospital or something, you could read the report in. But generally, if you have the person there, they want you to ask the person there the question specifically. So like, do you think he handled it well? You have to actually ask her on the stand first.
Former Sergeant Fahey,
Yes,
did you write it yourself or did he write it?
I wrote it.
Is that typical?
Yes.
Okay,
Did you
good.
make any
She wrote the
suggestions
report.
to Mr. Fahey on how to write the report?
Objection relevant.
No, that's relevant.
I'm not sure I understand what's the opposite, whether this officer gave any advice to Sergeant Fahey regarding writing the report. What does that have to do with
That wasn't the question. The question was whether Fahey gave her advice.
the trespass claim in this case?
Well, I mean, it speaks to corruption. It speaks to, definitely speaks to whether or not this actually happened. Because the problem with this case for the prosecutors, they have to try to prove what was in Sean Paul Reyes's mind. And they don't have a mind reader app at this point. They're not using Aura or whatever over there yet. So without kind of getting to some type of circumstantial situation and evidence and eliciting certain testimony, it's impossible to know what was in Sean Paul Reyes' mind. And it's still pretty difficult to know for sure what was in his mind, no matter all the evidence. So if Sean is saying, these people have no evidence against me, and I have evidence that they are corrupt, that helps his case. And he is a criminal defendant, so he has the right to a fair trial here. He has the right to elicit all of the relevant information that he needs.
Advice to Sergeant Fahey regarding writing the report. What does that have to do with the trespass?
So Upridge says, can someone please explain how statements from the witness on the stand end up as hearsay? I apologize, but I don't get it. Okay. So hearsay, strictly speaking, is out-of-court statements that are attempted to be being used in court to prove the truth of the matter asserted. The reason that, in general, you don't want out-of-court statements ending up in court as evidence, in general, is because they're not made under oath, and people lie. They're not always made in the context of something specific. You don't know if someone's joking. You don't know the full context. So, of course, a lot of stuff that gets said outside of court ends up in court. But there is usually some so-called hearsay exception. Now, evidence that's being introduced in trial or in court for something other than the truth of the matter asserted, in this case, did Sean Paul Reyes trespass, is like the ultimate question. And then there's other little truth of the matter asserted that it could be. But if it's being offered up for something else, like to prove the cop is a liar, impeachment material to make it seem like you, or prove your case that you can't trust nothing this cop says because they lie, Your Honor. You're not trying to show whether Sean trespassed or not with that information. You're trying to show the cop is a liar and you can't believe nothing they say. So impeachment is one of those hearsay exclusions. But strictly speaking to your question, can someone explain how statements from this witness on the stand end up as hearsay? It's what this witness said out of court. Sure, that's one thing. But she wasn't under oath. She wasn't under penalty of perjury. She wasn't responding to exact and direct questions. So you got to try to get that out of that witness in court first. Now, if they're being a hostile witness, if they're not answering, if they're dead, if they're unavailable, then you can start bringing in police reports. But if you have the cop sitting right there on the stand, you usually want to ask the cop. If you have the witness sitting right there on the stand, you're going to ask them first before you bring in their witness statement. So in this particular case, the cop, so what she had said in the body cam is, Brian Fahey, I think you did a good job. You did such a good job responding to this lunatic First Amendment auditor. And Sean wants to bring that up in court, and he should be allowed to. But the prosecutor has lodged an objection. And the prosecutor said, objection, this is hearsay because underlying is because Sean is being using this out-of-court statement to try to prove his case. That's why I said Sean could have just asked her, do you think Fahey did a good job responding to the, I mean, he might still say lacks foundation. So, were you there that day? Did you have the opportunity to observe former Sergeant Brian Fahey's actions? Yes. Did you see camera evidence? Right. So lay the foundation that she's aware that Brian Fahey acted a certain anyway at all, and then ask, did he handle it right? She probably would have said yes, and then at that point, it would be difficult to get in her police report statements on it. But if she would have said no, it's no longer hearsay; it's impeachment.
Claim in this case. It just shows.
Because she wouldn't be being asked that for the truth of the matter asserted. She'd be being asked that, or it would be being brought up to show that she lied on the stand. Which means if she lied about one thing, she could be lying about everything else. You can't believe her.
Advice to Sergeant Fahey regarding writing the report. What does that have to do with the trespass claim in this case?
It just shows a biased investigation, Judge.
I don't see the connection. The court will sustain the objection.
Did you ask me?
Not did you ask. Can't say did you ask. That's hearsay. Gotta lay your foundation. Come on, come on. He's doing a great job, by the way.
I don't know if I answered. You answered this already. How many private road, dead end, no turnaround signs were there on the property?
I saw 2.
You saw 2?
She saw 2.
And they were on the left side of the property?
Yes.
Okay. No further questions, Judge. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, get this witch.
Subpoena, sir?
Yes.
Thank you, officer.
Thank you.
Okay, now we're gonna go to the 8th witness.
Judge, the defense calls Kimberly Fahey.
Kimberly Fahey. Oh God. Oh God. Look at this beast. She got a mullet.
Please
Oh
raise your
my
right hand.
God, this
Do you
beast.
solemnly swear, solemnly sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give regarding this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
Oh.
Please state your name and your address for the record.
As for just town of residence, I mean, it's sort of public knowledge anyways, but just to keep correct.
Sure. Town residence is sufficient.
That's cute. Everybody else had to give their address, but not her. More favoritism.
Fahey and I live in Mystic.
She got that baby Mormon voice, even though she's shaped like a Mack truck.
Mrs. Fahey, were you at your residence on July 11, 2025?
Yes,
When this incident began, where were you?
in the kitchen.
You were not outside?
No,
Did you see me walk up the driveway?
no,
Did you see me at the front door?
no.
Do you know if any no trespassing signs were clearly posted?
I know we had a no trespassing sign.
Right.
The bitch didn't even know where the sign was clearly posted.
So my question is, on July 11, 2025, at approximately 4 p.m., when the incident took place, do you know if a no trespassing private property sign was posted clearly?
All I know is that there had been a sign posted.
When was the last time you saw it posted?
I couldn't tell you, I drive in and out of that driveway.
She drives up and down that driveway, presumably every day. Every single time she leaves her house and has to come back, she drives by that sign, and she don't remember the last time she saw it. Literally 100% of the witnesses didn't see the sign.
I don't know.
The private road, dead end, no turnaround signs, who owns those signs?
Who owns them?
Who purchased them?
Our neighbor purchased them.
They didn't even buy the signs. That's something else. Who purchased the signs? Not them. They made no effort to put those signs up. The neighbor bought them. The neighbor put them up.
Yeah, they asked us permission to put them up.
Okay. Do you know if I went to your neighbor's house that day?
No, I don't know if you did.
Why? You said that they asked you for permission?
Yes.
Did they give you a reason on why?
Why they asked us for permission?
Why they wanted to put the signs up?
Well, we've lived there for 17 years. And in that time period, we've both purchased no trespassing signs
Oh, really?
for that area.
Oh,
So-
really?
Excuse me, I'm sorry. I'm asking particularly not about the no trespassing sign. I'm asking about the private road dead end.
Oh, I thought he was
So I
asking
know
about
why
that.
they asked, no,
You have no idea. Okay. Do you know how long they've been there?
those signs,
The private road.
I don't know.
Are visitors allowed at your house, Mrs. Fahey?
Visitors, we have people over our house, yes.
What about visitors that you didn't invite?
Objection, relevance, Judge. The issue here is whether he trespassed.
Judge, I'm just trying to get to the understanding of, because honestly, this whole trial feels bizarre to me. I'm trying to understand I'm trying to get to the point if
It is bizarre, Sean. You are right. It is bizarre. You knocked on the guy's door. He told you to get off his property. You left. He pulled a gun on you. He spit on you. He called the cops on you. It's bizarre.
everyday people knock on her door, regardless of what signs are posted.
True.
If that is a normal occurrence for her.
Doesn't matter if it's a normal occurrence or not, Judge. Maybe they're trespassing too, but it doesn't matter.
So why is that relevant, sir?
I think it's relevant because it shows that those signs weren't intended to stop anybody from coming up the driveway.
So your question is whether or not they have uninvited visitors that come up on a regular basis.
You know, the more I think about it, maybe the prosecutor's right. Like, because it is a specified crime, right? Or whatever, like charge, whatever, violation, whatever it is they're charging for, criminal trespass. I think it's crime. But it's specified and it is individual, right? So in general, I think there's some stuff we could say, right? Like in general, people have the right to access, including Girl Scouts, Mormons, missionaries, whatever, unless there's signs and there's obvious and it's posted and all that, which is a legal term, well, a legal designation, which they'll get to. But I think he could get at the question a different way if he wanted. Maybe he could try to say, have Girl Scouts or missionaries or solar panel salesmen ever come to your house and knock on the door to ask a question? Do you pull a gun out on those people? Maybe, I don't know.
You can answer that, ma'am.
Trick or
The
treaters.
answer to that is no.
Since it's no, has like any salesman ever come to your door?
Yes, this is what I was thinking.
No, actually.
Never?
They come to mind. Well, they don't anymore, but before I put all these signs up.
Did you ever communicate to me that there was a sign there?
I don't think I've ever communicated to you.
Did you tell anybody else that you had posted signs that day?
Objection,
Hearsay.
hearsay, and there's no legal requirement to tell anyone you have
You don't only ask questions about legal requirements. You should have just stuck with hearsay and shut up.
posted signs. That would be bizarre.
It would be bizarre to only allow questions. It would be bizarre to only allow questions that speak exactly and directly to what is a legal requirement. That would be bizarre.
Hearsay, and there's no legal requirement to tell anyone you have posted signs. That would be bizarre.
The
I'm
whole
just
thing is
asking
bizarre.
if she told maybe 911 or the officers that they were posted.
That wasn't the question. I would draw the objection.
That wasn't the question, but if that's the question, it's a different question. Because the first question was, did you tell Sean? And then Sean's like, fine, whatever. Just, did you tell anybody there was a sign there?
One, that's the question.
Okay. I'll rephrase the question. Did you tell any officers or 911, law enforcement officers or 911 that the no trespassing sign was posted?
Yes, I told 911.
But you don't know who was or not?
Well, no, because I was in my house and it always has been posted. So when I called them, I just told them what I've always known.
Always has been posted, but you don't know for how long.
And she don't know the last time she saw it before that day. That is the most important thing that she said so far to me. When's the last time you saw the sign? When's the last time you saw the no trespassing posted sign? Posted. She said, I don't, like before that day.
The no trespassing on the tree, that no trespassing sign?
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking
Oh,
about.
that's been there years. I mean,
But you don't remember the last time you saw it before that day.
that's been there, I don't know the exact date, but it goes back years that's been posted there.
Like more than 5 years?
Yes,
More than 10 years?
I don't know if it's more than 10 years.
How did you affix it to did you affix the sign to did you post the sign?
Nope, the neighbor.
Personally, no,
Do you recall how it was posted?
no.
So you don't know if it was posted on a tree?
It's on a tree, no, it's on a tree.
Okay. And you purchased that, not your neighbor. Sorry if you answered that.
My husband purchased it. I personally didn't purchase it. We purchased it, yes.
Do you have any other no trespassing signs on your property?
No,
That's the only one that's on the property?
As of that
May I
day.
inquire then or now?
You got to say the day, yeah.
Just a time frame. That's all.
Because now they
Well,
probably have
okay.
signs.
Then, at the date of this incident, were there more than one no trespassing private property signs?
No,
we had the sign on the tree
There was
and
one.
the 2 signs that flank the driveway.
But they
But
didn't
those
say
signs
no
didn't say
trespassing,
private.
you lying cow.
No trespassing.
No, they don't say that.
He said, how many no trespassing signs were there? She said 3. He said, did they say no trespassing? No.
Just a time frame. That's all.
Well, okay. Then, at the date of this incident, were there more than one no trespassing private property sign?
Was there more than one no trespassing private property signs?
We had the sign on the tree and the 2 signs that flank the driveway.
No
But those
is the
signs didn't
answer.
say private property, no trespassing.
No, they don't say that.
Good job.
What about as your property sits today? Do you have additional no trespassing signs?
Why is that relevant, sir?
Because if it wasn't properly posted on the day, maybe they put it up, maybe they put up more to make sure that it was properly posted.
Yep.
So the court's going to sustain that objection.
Do you have any other signage besides a no trespassing private property sign? Excuse me, do you have any other signage besides the private road, dead end, no turnaround, and the no trespassing private property sign?
No, there's, then or now?
No, then.
Then we had 3 signs, 1 on the tree, 2 that went on the side of the driveway.
And the 2 that were on the side of the driveway were purchased by your neighbor.
The neighbor.
Well, they had to ask our permission because it's our property.
But who
Right,
purchased it?
but they purchased them, they're the owners of those signs,
I mean, they purchased them, yes.
which means they own it, right?
Yes.
I guess, yeah.
It's their signs. Judge is writing that down.
No further questions for Mrs. Fahey.
May I just get some judges?
I swear if this guy starts asking about, were you in fear for your life? If he starts trying to fucking make this crazy cow with the mullet a victim.
Good afternoon, Mr. Baker.
Good afternoon.
Here, share with some of our states exhibit 1 up on the big screen. Let me just see if it's focused. Hold on, maybe it's not. Do you recognize what that shows?
Yes,
What do you recognize that to show?
my house.
Okay, and does it also show your neighbor's house?
It does.
Does it show the shared driveway, or the the driveway that leads from the circle up to your house and the neighbor's house?
It does.
Who owns that driveway, the cement portion of the driveway?
Everything that's paved, we
Yes.
own.
Okay. And
I actually don't give a flying rat's ass who owns what. The question is what a reasonable person would have thought.
an easement is granted to
Our neighbor.
the neighbors to use your driveway.
Yes.
Where those signs were posted, let me do this in sequence, showing you States Exhibit 5.
The same.
First of all, you recognize that sign that's shown there?
Yes.
All right. And showing you States Exhibit 6. That sign is a close-up of the previous sign?
Yes.
Okay. And that is on your property?
Yes.
All right. The FAHEY property?
Yes.
All right. And the easement of using the driveway?
The lip theory, it comes true again. When you're a bad person, God takes your lips. It's like it holds true.
Is granted by legal document to the neighbor. But otherwise, that driveway is yours.
Yes.
Now, continuing down the driveway.
Y'all know these cows like to be like, this is our property. You have to ask our permission before you put any signs up. Oh my God, they probably made those poor neighbors' lives hell. It's our property. It's our property. That whole driveway is ours. It's our property.
If you know, approximately how many feet, give or take, was the tree that the no trespassing sign was posted on from this sign?
Oh, gosh. I'm guessing less than 10, I would think.
Okay. There appears to be a bare spot in States Exhibit 6 where there's someone walking. Do you see that?
Yes.
Is that approximately the location where the tree was
Yes.
with the no trespassing sign?
Yes.
That close to the private road sign?
Yes.
Showing you now States Exhibit 10, do you recognize that part of the driveway?
Yes.
All right. And who owns that part of the driveway?
We do.
We
So
own it. It's
where
ours.
that sign is, by your own testimony, you don't own it.
I'd have to get my thought, but yes, that is the corner of the end of our, that's the corner of the end of our,
Look at Sean's tie. This is when I saw, I was like, oh my God, it's so Afro-man coded.
or the end of our property in that corner.
The paved road, the paved driveway. That's what you said earlier.
No, I did. I said that.
So therefore it was passed. My question is, the sign is clearly passed, right?
It is.
So you don't know for sure without, you said you need to look at survey, right? You wouldn't know, do you know for sure if that property where that sign is located, is that your property? Can you say that for sure?
Yes, I can say that for sure.
Why didn't you put any signs on the right side of the driveway?
Objection, relevant.
You said really.
No, that's relevant. That's relevant.
Didn't put the signs up. I'm just asking if she wanted to put, why she didn't want to put up more signs to indicate to people that are going to her house.
It's not relevant to any legal issues in this case.
We're wrong. So in fact, you do own past the paved driveway, right?
Slightly past, yes.
Do you know how many feet?
No, as I say that right now, no.
Do you own the property to the left of the driveway?
Yes,
You know how far, how many feet?
no.
Can't estimate.
Yeah, it's past where we own more than what's cut. Where the grass is cut and then there's brush, we own into the brush.
But you don't know how far into the brush.
No.
No further questions.
State's Exhibit 11, your indication is, based on looking at that photograph, that that sign is in fact also on your property, which contains the grassy area to the left,
Yes,
and you said it extends into the brush some distance.
yes.
Nothing further.
Just one last question. You can't tell me how much more, you can't tell this court how much more of that property is yours going vertically?
I wouldn't be able to say.
Okay. No further questions.
Nothing further.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Judge, the defense would like to call.
Nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury.
Brian Mother Fahey. Ho 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 ho. Okay. The moment we've been waiting for. Let me get my notebook ready. Witness number 9, right after his wife, Brian Fahey, the spitting lunatic beast himself. Already cortisol through the roof. Look how red the back of his head is.
Please state your name and town of residence.
Real quick. Not to be confused with him. Not to be confused with him. This is not sped up. He's just manic.
Mr. Fahey, who purchased the private road no trespassing signs that are on your driveway?
Purchased them? My neighbor.
Wait, which sign?
Mr. Fahey, who purchased the private road no trespassing signs that are on your driveway?
She said it. Oh man, he just impeached his own wife, or not that, but contradicted her. Because one of the few questions that I wrote down that she was asked, Sean said, who put the sign on the tree and who purchased the no trespassing sign? She said, well, I didn't personally, but it was like us. It was my husband and me. He bought it and he put it on the tree. First question from Sean is, who purchased the no trespassing sign? Now, the wife has already said it was Brian Fahey. Brian Fahey said it was the neighbor.
Purchased them? My neighbor.
On July 11th, 2025, how many signs were posted on your property?
Two.
Two signs?
2.
Lisa, yes.
And those signs said what?
One is a private driveway sign, and I'm 90% sure there's no trespassing sign posted on a tree.
90% sure. Now, he's done contradicted everybody that's gotten up on the stand, trying to save literally his ass. Before him, everyone has agreed on at least one thing. 2 things. Everyone has agreed. Everyone, until this moment, has agreed. There were 3 signs. One of them was in the bushes by a tree, and that was a no trespassing sign. And 2 of them were the exact same sign. One at the beginning of the driveway, one at the end of the driveway, and it said, private road, no turnaround or whatever. Now, for the first time here, we're hearing there was only 2 signs. One of the signs just disappeared now. And the other sign he wants to testify about, he's only 90% sure about it. Then why are you answering the question, idiot? He said 90% sure.
Lisa, yes.
And those signs said what?
One is a private driveway sign, and I'm 90% sure there's no trespassing sign posted on a tree.
90% sure?
Yes, sir.
Wait, I just want it more time. I want to see the judge that does.
One is a private driveway sign, and I'm 90% sure there's no trespassing sign posted on a tree.
90% sure?
Yes, sir.
The judge went.
Let me understand, because there's 3 signs.
That's a reasonable doubt right there. Even Brian Fahey, the person who his wife said purchased the sign, the person who his wife said put it up on the tree, It's been there for years, she said. Goes back years and years. Could have been 10 years, at least 5. Now Brian Fahey said, I think they're 90% sure. Well, 10% reasonable doubt then.
The third sign not on your property?
Only 2 are on my property.
Only 2 on your property?
Correct.
You own the property that's paved.
I own the property that's paved, I own the grass on the other side, I own the grass on both sides.
You know they love saying that. I own it, it's my land. I own this, I own that, I own this, I own that.
But it would be fair to say that you own the property up until when the pavement stops?
Correct.
Do you have any signs on your property to the right of the driveway?
Objection relevant.
Did you on the day of? I'm gonna go back in time. Because he might have them up now.
Cool. I don't need signs to the right, I have them to the left.
He said, I don't need signs to the right. I have them to the left. But he don't have them to the left. His neighbor bought those, and his neighbor put those up. So somebody has them to the left. And maybe on paper that's Brian Fahey's property, but a reasonable person coming to sell Girl Scout cookies would have no way to know that. So you do need them on your side if you want it to apply to your side. And he knowingly didn't put signs there.
You told the law enforcement, did you tell the law enforcement officers anything about the no trespassing sign?
Objection, hearsay. Or if it's yes or no, then I have no objection, but the next question, okay.
Well, why don't you wait?
It's an I don't know. I apologize. I don't recall.
If you looked at your sworn statement, would that reflect, would that refresh your-
Perfect. That's exactly how you do it, Sean. You ask first, then when they don't have the answer, then you bring that report in. And usually they're going to impeach or they're going to act like they don't know today.
Sure.
May I approach?
Oh man, he don't want that getting brought up. Look at little Smokey over here. Okay. Let's say some type of fight broke out, which it never would. Sean is not violent at all whatsoever. But let's say some type of violent fight, an altercation broke out because this lunatic right here spits on Sean or something. Who knows? He might jump over like a freaking wild animal. Who knows? What is this guy really going to do? I mean, am I out of line? Like, look, he starts lunging forward like he's going to do something. Like, sir.
If you looked at your sworn statement, would that refresh your memory?
Sure.
May I approach?
Look. He's already.
Yeah, sure. It's fine, better.
What's this guy going to do?
Objection.
The bulletproof vest stops about right there. So, I mean, this is very exposed, sir.
I'd ask that extra time.
Yeah, sure. It's fine, better. I don't want to get hurt.
Objection.
He said, I don't want to get hurt. He said, yeah, sure, you can bring it up. That'll probably be better. I don't want to get hurt. Listen.
Sure. May I approach?
Maybe we can pass.
Yeah, sure. It's fine, better. I don't want to get hurt.
I don't want to get hurt.
Objection. I'd ask that extra commentary, like I might get hurt if I approach the witness, stop.
Well, I mean, that's the whole reason why.
Well, see, Judge,
He said that's the whole reason why the bailiff wanted to take it. There's a history of violence by this man. There's a history of this man being excessively violent and extremely grotesque and insane against specifically this man. I mean, really, strictly speaking, this is his victim. So it is the reason they're there in court.
The reason we're here today. So we'll just keep it to the questions and legal issues.
Thank you.
So, just if you could review the document and what is finished doing so.
And spin. I like how they left in this part of Brian Fahey. How long it took him to read his statement. In fairness, Miss Fahey has been all over the internet and driving by protests as well. The woman is unhinged and insane. She's a fucking nut job. Just saying. In fairness. He's going back over all his lies in there, make sure he keeps the story straight. Okay, his recollection is refreshed.
So on July 11, 2025, did you know if the no trespassing private property light sign withdrawn? Who purchased the private property no trespassing sign?
I purchased them before. I believe I purchased the one that was on the tree.
He literally just testified that his neighbor purchased the sign. Wow. 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 Now he changed his story. Wow. Wow.
Who purchased the private property no trespassing sign?
I purchased them before. I believe I purchased the one that was on.
Now he believes that he purchased the one on the tree, but that ain't what he said earlier.
Did you install it onto the tree?
No, my neighbor installed it.
Neighbor. Do you know how he's installed it on the tree?
I don't.
When was the last time you saw that was posted?
Also contradictory story from the wife, because the wife said Brian put it on the tree. She said it wasn't her, it was Brian, and Brian bought the sign. Now he changed his story from the neighbor bought the sign to he bought the sign, and he don't know who put it on the tree.
I believe I purchased the one that was on the tree.
Did you install it onto the tree?
No, my neighbor installed it.
So he purchased it and brought it over to the neighbor and had the neighbor do the bitch work? That don't make sense. Don't add up.
Do you know how he's installed it on the tree?
I don't.
When was the last time you saw that was posted?
This morning when I left the house.
Before the 25th, blah, 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 blah.
Today. You asked me the last time that I saw it was posted. I saw it this morning. It was posted
True.
this morning.
Sean does do that. That it is aggravating though. Every time you ask a question to say, as of the morning of July 11th, but you got to imagine, you know, in the last year and a month, they probably put up 11 signs. So what's relevant is the day Sean went there.
Before July 11, 2025, when was the last time you saw it posted?
Can't recall.
Same answer for him and his wife. So they drive by that supposedly posted sign every day. Every day they leave the house, they got to come back and drive by that supposedly posted sign. Neither one of them even remembers the last time they even freaking laid eyes on the damn sign. That was in the brush, under a bush, covered by vines, on the ground, had fell off the tree.
Did you ever tell me I wasn't invited to your property?
Objection, hearsay. Well, I would try that.
What if he did? Here's the thing. What if he did? If Sean had told, if Brian Fahey had told Sean Paul Reyes, you're not allowed to come to my property at any point, and Sean came to his property, do you think the prosecutor would be using that as evidence? Mr. Reyes, Weren't you told not to go to that property? You think Sean would be allowed to say, objection, hearsay? No, it's fucking directly relevant, and it's not hearsay. It's one of the elements. One of the elements is Sean had to know he wasn't allowed to be there. One of the easiest way to know you're not allowed to be there is the person who owns it says, get the hell up off my property. In fact, and indeed, we saw a perfect shining example of this when Sean did go to the property. What did Brian Fahey do? He said, get off my property. And then what did Sean do? Got off the property. If there's huge signs that say, Sean Paul Reyes and any auditor is not allowed to come on this property. Fine. What's another way to know for sure you're not allowed to be on the property? You get a written notice. The police come and tell you. So one way that Sean should know not to be on the property, perhaps the most explicit and straightforward way, is the owner of the property tell him to get the hell up off the property. So was he ever told to get off the property? Yeah. And when he was told, he left. But before that, was he ever told he wasn't allowed to be there? Was he ever told by Brian Fahey he wasn't invited to be there? I guarantee you, if he was told by Brian Fahey that he wasn't allowed to be there, then the prosecutor would be using that as evidence against Sean. So why is it that it's now hearsay? It don't matter. The prosecutor withdrew it.
Did you ever tell me I wasn't invited to your property?
Objection, hearsay. Well, I would try that.
Did I ever tell you you were not invited to my property?
That's correct.
You're a convicted felon. You shouldn't be on my property.
This is a narcissistic abuser. Oh. Let me let y'all listen to it.
Did you ever tell me I wasn't invited to your property?
Objection, hearsay. Well, I would try that.
Did I ever tell you you were not invited to my property?
That's correct.
You're a convicted felon. You shouldn't be on my property.
This is what an abuser does, okay? Instead of answering the goddamn question, he brings up some irrelevant shit. And he does it to try to disparage Sean in front of the judge. Some irrelevant shit instead of answering the question. Instead of answering the question, the abusive narcissist, the abusive psycho, instead brings some irrelevant bullshit up.
You're a convicted felon. You have no right to be on my property.
Judge, I would ask you to instruct him to answer the question.
I just answered it. You're a convicted felon. You have no
That's
right
not
to
the answer to the question. Mush and applesauce, 4 frontal lobe ass bitch.
my property.
He had a right to be on your property because you didn't have signs up.
The question is, if I can repeat the question. And I'm not on trial here.
You are on trial.
That's funny. Sean's like, I'm not on trial here today. Maybe what he meant was like, I'm the one asking questions, or like, I'm not the one on the stand or whatever. He's like, I'm not the one on trial. The prosecutor said, you are the one on trial. It shouldn't be the case. This lunatic, this fucking criminal that's going to kill somebody. I mean, it's clear as day. He probably beats that square-headed wife of his or something. I mean, the man is obviously just so cortisol through the roof. He's probably going to murder somebody one day, and he's probably going to get away with it because he was just too freaking comfortable pulling that gun out.
Thank you.
But not for that. All right. So did you ever tell me that I wasn't invited to your property?
No.
You're a convicted felon. No.
The answer is no. You never told him. So now you're just trying to bring up irrelevant bullshit.
I'm not trying yet. Thank you.
But not for that. All right. So did you ever tell me that I wasn't invited to your property?
You're a convicted felon. No, I don't believe I ever told a convicted felon that you're not allowed on my property. You're a convicted felon. You're not supposed to be on my property.
Mr. Fahey, can you control yourself once in your life, please?
Well, objection, Judge.
Mr. Fahey, can you control yourself for once in your life, please? If you don't mind.
Next question.
No, not next fucking question. Answer the question. Outstanding. How about?
Convicted felon. You're not supposed to be on my property.
Mr. Fahey, can you control yourself for once in your life, please?
Well, objection, Judge.
Mr. Reyes, next question.
Answer the question. Did you ever tell him?
Who's allowed on your property?
Objection. Irrelevant to this.
Withdrawn. What do the signs say? I don't know if I asked this already. What do the signs say?
Already answered that question.
The small signs, you answered that question already?
Did.
He didn't. I don't think he did.
In your view, does that apply to vehicles?
He's gonna object. The prosecutor.
Does what apply to you?
The sign.
The no trespassing sign?
No, no.
The private road sign?
Private road, dead end, no turn sign.
It applies to everybody who's not allowed on my property.
So what is, you weren't agree, you allowed your neighbor to post those signs, correct?
He asked me if he could post them, and I said yes.
So yes.
And what was your understanding of why the signs were being published?
Because we didn't want trespassers on our property.
Then why didn't you put up a no trespassing sign? Because he's asking you about the private road, no turnaround, dead end signs.
Wouldn't it have been smarter to get a no trespassing sign?
Objection.
We did. There's one posted on the street.
Objection.
Objection argumentative, smarter or not.
You reserve the questions.
Wouldn't it have been more clear to have a no trespassing sign?
Yes.
There is no offense.
So then why did you need the dead end signs? That's the question. He's being obtuse.
Cool.
There is a no trespassing sign posted on the tree.
Now,
Then,
you testified.
It wasn't posted on the tree. It was on the ground, and there's body camera footage to show that. Another false statement, and at best, unreliable witness, because he'll just say anything as if it's a fact. At worst, liar.
90% sure.
90%. He's 90% sure.
Posted on the tree.
Look how
No
comfortably.
trespassing sign.
Look how comfortably he says it was posted on the tree. We already heard from everybody else it was not on the tree. The police, remember the whole thing with the report where, it looked like it had recently fallen off the tree? It was not on the tree. It wasn't on the tree. Look how confidently he's about to say it was on the tree.
Questions.
Wouldn't it have been more clear to have a no trespassing sign?
There is no offense.
Cool. Question.
There is a no trespassing sign posted on the tree.
There was a no trespassing sign posted on the tree. But he doesn't know that for sure.
Now,
Then,
you testified, you know that.
90% sure.
That means you don't know.
What
Stupid.
makes you 90% sure?
Because I'm not 100% sure.
So
Because I can't say that I saw it that day.
reasonable doubt.
And you can't say that you saw it at all.
Right.
So I'm 90% sure it was posted on the tree.
Okay, so you don't know is the answer.
When was the last time you saw the sign before that?
Maybe the day before, I don't recall.
Look at the judge. He's like, Look at Leroy Truth
Do you have any
investigating.
disciplinary history as a law enforcement officer?
Objection.
Objective relevant.
Goes to the weight of his testimony.
I don't think it goes to the weight of his testimony, but I would like for that to come out.
Have you ever lied before in a sworn report?
Never.
Never. Put a 1 in the chat if you think that's a lie itself. You think Brian Fahey never ever lied in a sworn report? Okay.
Have you?
Look at Sean lying. I mean, look at Sean smiling. He knows that dude was lying. Look at this abusive beast. He cannot freaking help himself. Have you?
Report?
Never. Have you?
Shut up, you inflamed beast.
You're not asking any questions here. Mr. Fahey.
Thank you.
I would ask that you
Look at the judge. He's got that eyebrow up.
just hold it.
It's all right. No questions, if you would sit down.
Thank you.
Were you arrested as a result of this incident?
Was.
What were you arrested for?
Objection, relevance.
He just testified he was arrested at the same day of this incident.
I wasn't arrested at the same time.
For that incident, and I think it goes to the waiver's credibility. To what he's testifying to today.
I agree.
As to the legal issue of criminal trespass, it has nothing to do.
Yeah, but as to wrongful prosecution, y'all are obviously trying to hide and cover up what this baldy did. I mean, it keeps reminding me of this. Truly.
Whether he was arrested that day is, as an evidentiary matter, not sufficient to support a claim that it affects his credibility, so of course we sustain the objection.
True. I mean, okay, so I actually do agree because I think, when they try to use that against people, like the prosecutor tries to use this against Sean later. The prosecutor tries to say because Sean has been arrested for trespass before, that must mean he's a criminal. Being arrested for something doesn't mean you did it. It doesn't mean you were convicted. So on the same way, the judge isn't letting it be used against Fahey either. But I do think it is important to, know the man is a lunatic. He was arrested, but obviously, in my opinion, it's obvious that he wasn't fully prosecuted at all because he is a cop and Sean is being put through this because he's not. That's my opinion. That's what it looks like to me. Put a 2 in the chat if you agree. Look at him smiling. Look at this he looks like a turtle. He looks so reptilian.
Just want to close with this. I want to make sure I heard you right. You said you have 2 signs on your property. One of them says no trespassing, private property. The other one says private road, dead end, no turn on, correct?
May we just get a date reference again?
On the date of July 11, 2025.
Thank you.
I have 2 signs posted on my property. One says no trespassing.
He don't know what the other one says.
Say that it says what you said, then okay. But I can't recall exactly what it said, so
Brian Fahey didn't bother to even remember what the signs said.
You testified already to what the sign.
I testified to
what
it.
it says.
Smaller sign says no trespassing. It's posted on the tree.
90% sure it's posted on the tree.
Okay, so you have a yellow sign?
Correct.
What does that sign say?
I'm not sure. But if you say that it says no turnaround, then I'll agree with you and say that's what it says.
So you have no idea what that sign says?
It says no trespass. I believe it says private property, and that's all I need to know.
Private road.
So you believe it says private property, as you said here today?
Private property.
You don't know anything else it says on it?
It says private property.
Because you didn't purchase it, right?
Correct.
No further questions.
I'm sorry, did you say something? I didn't hear you.
Oh, no.
You mouthed something.
Look at the judge. The judge perked up at 4 p.m. What did I... Watch Brian Fahey jump up.
Questions.
I'm sorry, did you say something? I didn't hear you.
Oh, no.
You mouthed something at me, though. You didn't? Okay. Maybe next time.
Just answer the questions, Mr. Fahey.
There's no question. You mouthed something. I thought you
Well,
were
they might ask them both this out.
There's no question pending, so Reyes completed his examination. Now, Mr. Fahey will have an opportunity to ask questions. Now, so that I understand the court is going to recess this matter until
the state, I believe the state's anticipated final witness, Mr. Daigle, is available. And is that tomorrow at 2 p.m.?
Yeah, 2:30ish, Judge. He is teaching in Southington apparently, and he said it's about an hour and 20 minutes. I will just need a few minutes to talk to him. I haven't sat down with him at all, but I don't anticipate very long, but I would anticipate about 2:30ish, give or take.
Okay. So it's the court's understanding, at least for present purposes, that Mr. Daigle is going to testify in the state's going to rest this case. Mr. Ray is making one of the motions presented at that time. And if necessary, then Mr. Ray is intended to testify as well after that. Is that everyone's understanding?
Yes, sir.
That's correct, Judge. Is there anything else we should take up today before we recess?
No, sir.
Okay. Very good. And the court will stand in recess until tomorrow.
All rise. It's recess until tomorrow, Sheriff.
Okay. So we're halfway done. I think I'm going to take a 5-minute recess myself. Stretch my legs, and we're going to come back for part 2. I'm not going to leave yet, though. So that was day 1. Let's see if we could see. Day 1 FAHEY trial is over. Oh, man, he did like an hour-long.
With another video. You guys like my tie? Right behind me is the Danielson Superior Court here in Killingly, Connecticut. Just got out of day 1
Killingly, Connecticut. Oh, my Lord. Okay. So the next one, there's one more day of court. That was the first day. The next one is called I Took the Stand and Destroyed the Prosecution. And I do think this is like the more fiery day of the two, even though there was that little, crazy little moment here with at the end with them and that whole, there was a lot going on that day 1. Let me see what I have in my notes. I'll tell y'all what the major takeaways from my notes as far as what I thought was important. So it looks like there were 9 witnesses on that first day. The first one was a sergeant/supervisor. He responded and he said he admitted that he did not see the sign in its original spot. It was on the ground. It was moved by his partner. The sign was readily visible, but it was in the bushes. So how, I don't know. There was the cross-examination where Sean got him to say he did not see the no trespassing sign in its original position on his own. There is a second witness who was the lady cop. She did not make note of any no trespassing signs in the bushes. She did not. There was the third witness who was another patrol sergeant. He'd been sergeant for 3 years. He'd been a cop for, I believe, almost 10 years, hired in 2016. He said he saw some of the signs, but by the time he saw the no trespassing sign, it had been moved by Romansky, and he also never saw the sign in its original location. He is the one who muted his body cam, even though he didn't mute every time he talks to another cop. He muted it that day, and then he gave a lie excuse of, we got new body cams that are hard to mute, which I don't believe. I think it was a lie. But he also said he did not see the white sign in the bushes. So that's 3 witnesses, none of which saw the white sign and the no trespassing sign. Then we had the 4th witness. That was the bald lieutenant. He couldn't see the sign either. He couldn't read it. He maybe saw the outline of something white, but he wasn't even there on the scene that day, so he doesn't matter. Moving on. We had a 5th witness, which was the cameraman. He didn't see the sign. 6th witness, which is the one who actually did finally get the guy on the stand who did see the sign and move it. He located the sign, but not on his own. It was only after he was told that there was a no trespassing sign by square-headed, what's her name, that beast, Kimberly Fahey. So that lady with the white mullet, the brassy mullet, she's the one who finally told one of the cops there was a no trespassing sign, and he went and had to go over the river and through the woods and find it across the way. But then when asked who actually put that sign up, she did not know, that wife later. So, okay, so then we get this guy who found the sign. He didn't even take pictures of the sign before he moved it, tampered with evidence. 7th witness was the same as that 2nd witness, well, a lady cop. She lied and said she had no knowledge of the Faheys at all whatsoever before that day, which was a false statement. She clearly knew them. She worked at a school with one of the Faheys for a long time, the son. So she lied on the stand, impeached, liar. And it doesn't surprise me. I mean, she's got the phrenology of a witch. So I mean, anybody that looks like a witch usually is, and I'm not talking about the good kind. Okay, I'm talking about the kinds that lie and harm others to advance their own grotesque agendas. Okay, so she wrote a report, but she clearly did not see the sign herself either. There was the eighth witness, which was that, Mack truck tank, Kimberly Fahey. She was in the kitchen when the incident began. She was not actually an eyewitness. She didn't see Sean walk up the driveway. She didn't see him on the porch. She never saw him. And she doesn't even know the last time she ever saw the no trespassing sign in her whole freaking life before that day. But she claimed that her husband, Brian Fahey, had purchased the no trespassing sign. Come to find out, that ain't true. Brian Fahey said, I did not purchase that sign. I was a neighbor. Then we get Brian Fahey on the stand himself. He said the neighbor purchased the sign. He changed his story after reading his statement. He changed his story to he actually purchased the sign, so he's now impeached. And he doesn't remember the last time he saw the sign either. So none of these two idiots remember the last time seeing the sign, and none of the other cops saw the sign themselves before it being pointed out to them. So we know the sign was on the ground. We know the sign was in the bushes. We know that most of these witnesses have impeached themselves or contradicted one of the other witnesses. So as far as I'm concerned, we don't even need a day 2. Case dismissed. Brian Fahey said he was 90% sure there was a sign up there. None of the cops saw the sign. Okay. A case closed as far as I'm concerned. However, there is a whole nother day, and this is the day that Sean comes up on the screen. Did the cop that moved the sign not have a body cam? I heard that Sean has the body cam and he's going to release it. So we're going to find out soon. Let me get to some of these jewels. Thank you to Sewed Freak for the 10 jewels. Thank you to Melissa for the 10 jewels. Thank you to Els the Elder for the 6 jewels makeup brush. Thank you, Kitty, for being a member for 4 months. Morning Cousins, here's your morning nose. Oh, girl, this was so early. Thank you, Gamer Boy, for the 2 jewels. Thank you, Ams. When Sean asked if she told officers or 911 about the sign, she only said she told 911. So how did the cop find the sign if she didn't gesture at it? She's a liar, probably. I mean, these people are just liars. Thank you to Chrissy for the 650 jewels. I'm going to take a little 5 to 7 minute break. And when I come back, we're going to watch day 2. This one's apparently a little more fiery. So go take your bathroom break. Go take your beverage break. Go take your breath outside break and come back in 5 to 7 minutes, 5 to 10 minutes, and I'll be right back. We'll call this intermission. Intermission. Oh, not intermission. Intermission. We'll be back. Your word for our sponsors. I don't have my merch for sale on pre-order anymore, so I can't even put that up. Intermission. Be back by 3:33 p.m. Eastern. Thank you so much to Justice Gypsy for the 30. Jules Flower. We are back. Hello, hi, hello. We are back again, and it's for part 2, day 2 of the Long Island Audit trial with Brian Fahey. Sergeant Brian Fahey as the supposed alleged victim. We have heard from 9 witnesses, but it's technically like 8. It's 8 people because that one lady cop went twice. So we're here for day 2, and the title of this video is that we're going to react to. Yeah, back to the show. Hope everybody had a good break. All right, we have another video. This one's not quite as long, but it pretty much is basically as long. I think it maybe is 20 minutes shorter. It's still close to 2 hours. 1 hour 47 minutes. Oh, 3:33 now. Disgraced ex-sergeant. So the title of the video is "I Took the Stand and Destroyed the Prosecution. Fahey Trial Finale."
You are right now. You spit in my face. My property.
That's where he spit in my face.
He had a gun on me.
Not then, sir. He went back in the house before that whole
He had to get his gun to shoot me. He said he was going to shoot me.
I have a gun, and I'm going to go shoot him right now.
You
That's
covered
not the
for
question,
him.
sir.
You menaced me with a firearm, and you covered for him.
We're done now?
Are you done defending criminals? My answer is that.
Yes, right? Yes.
My answer.
That's your answer,
My
sir.
answer is.
I'd ask our court to direct them to answer the question as asked.
I'm answering the question. Can you let it rule on the objection, or you're going to be aggressive? You're better than this, counselor.
This is going to be good.
You are a state's attorney acting like a child. You're acting like a child. You're not supposed to be speaking right now, are you? Thanks.
You can keep mumbling under your breath as much as you want.
Are you so aggressive? Can you please be polite? People like you hate it when you get challenged. You hate it.
That's what that was about. The whole thing was about.
Oh, man. They went back to their corners, and they came back for round 2.
The law enforcement officer.
Yeah, and the lack of accountability he gets when he engages in criminal conduct.
Did you do any research into union contracts in the state of Connecticut as it relates to police officers?
I saw a clip of this. He said, "I haven't, but thanks for the tip."
Departments on how they accrue overtime? Yes or no?
Not yet.
No, not yet.
Thanks for the tip.
No, you're welcome. You think you're the most unbiased reporter to be working
I'm
for that
tenacious.
Oh,
That's the word.
you get paid by clicks.
Just like journalists.
Journalists on CBS are getting paid by clicks?
Of course they are.
Yes, they are. Oh, yes, they are. And if they don't get clicks, they get fired.
Of course, counselor.
But the reality, sir, is that you can keep laughing. I know it's funny to you, but the reality is
It is funny. It is so funny to go to the clown show, to be at the circus and watch the clown. Ringmaster right here.
videos.
No idea what you're talking about. I just stated the actions that he has engaged in multiple times unprovoked against me. Yes, those actions are reprehensible and he should be held accountable for them, but he's a cop, so he's not held accountable for them. And the world sees it. The world sees it. Judge, State's Attorney John Fahey, I don't even know if he has a relation to Mr. Fahey. Who knows? We don't have 23andMe DNA test.
He started to cite, and I'm sure he'll cite again, a Florida case which holds has no power in the state of Connecticut.
Obviously, he has no idea what he's talking about. He says that I cited a Florida case. Florida v. Jardines is a Supreme Court case, Judge. It's not a Florida case.
That's like saying he cited a case out of Maryland. It has no authority here. It's like, Your Honor, it was Brady versus Maryland. It's the Supreme Court. Yeah, it applies here. It's binding.
When the elements of a crime fail, Judge, court of law has exactly one honest thing left to do. Find me not guilty. Thank you, Judge.
Hey, what's up, guys? Sean Paul Reyes with Long Island Audit here, back again with another video. In today's video, we're going to be taking a look at the conclusion of my trial here in the state of Connecticut.
Oh, I'm ready for
Make sure
this
you
one.
watch to the end. I'm sure you're going to love this one. Again, big shout out to Taya and Steven from the Real News Network for getting permission
Shout
to
out
record
them.
this trial, promoting transparency throughout these proceedings. Make
Definitely.
sure you hit the like button and share this video anywhere you can on social media so it can be seen by as many people as possible. We need to expose this injustice. Let's get into it.
Guys,
Superior Court for the Judicial District of Wyndham and Danielson is now open and in session. The Honorable Judge Cody Gorianna presiding. Afternoon, Your Honor. Afternoon. May be seated.
This is fast.
All right, we are back on the record with respect to the matter of state of Connecticut, Mr. Sean Paul Reyes, docket W11 DCR 25-038386-2-T. I can see we have the state and Mr. Reyes present. I understand that we're continuing with the state's final witness today. Is there anything to take up before we start?
The only comment, Judge, first of all, thank you for your indulgence in terms of commenting.
What is he about to say?
Witness. Secondly, it probably won't matter since the evidence will probably conclude today, but it's troubling to the state that
it's troubling. It's troubling to the whole state.
Mr. Reyes, and I agree to, in fact, it happens in most every criminal trial, agreed to a sequestration order. In fact, he sought the sequestration order and then proceeded to live stream an entire commentary of.
I knew he was going to be so pissed about Sean Paul Reyes, Long Island Audit, exercising his First Amendment right to keep the public updated on this public trial.
Oh, it's troubling to the state that this criminal defendant is live streaming updates.
That's look at him. He's even standing like a kid. Look how he's standing. Look how he's standing. And then he's got his like handler sitting right here. He's got his handler sitting right there. And he's stomping. He's pouting.
It's troubling.
Most every criminal trial, agreed to a sequestration order. In fact, he sought the sequestration order and then proceeded to live stream an entire commentary outside the courthouse yesterday, including what witnesses testified to. So I would ask the court, should evidence continue beyond today, that Mr. Reyes be instructed that—
I would ask the court to please further infringe upon Mr. Long Island Audit Sean Paul Reyes' rights. Please. We haven't stomped and tantrumed over enough of his rights yet, Your Honor. Now we want to bring you into the collusion with us.
Comply with the order that he asked for.
Fuck off.
Anything to take up before we start, Mr. Reyes? No. Very good. State Secretary, proceed.
Thank you. Attorney Eric Daigle.
Please raise your right hand.
Okay.
Do you solemnly swear?
This is, let me do my notes. Hold on. So this is the last witness gonna be, and then the last state's witness. Then I think Sean gets to bring up his people. Hold on. So what is this guy?
Very good. State Secretary, proceed.
Thank you. Attorney Eric Daigle.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear, solemnly sincerely affirm, the case may be that the evidence you shall give regarding this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury.
I do.
Please state your name, title, and place of employment.
My name is Eric Daigle, D-A-I-G-L-E. I'm an attorney and I work for Daigle Law.
Good afternoon, Attorney Daigle.
Good afternoon.
By whom you employ?
I'm self-employed.
And
So this guy's a lawyer. He works for Daigle Law. It's his law firm. Eric. Sorry, I might have missed it if he said it again. I was writing my notes. I don't know what his purpose is, but at this trial, but we're gonna find out.
could you tell the court sort of—
He looks extremely familiar. He looks super familiar. I was looking at him in the background of the clips I was watching. I'm like, I know that guy. For some reason, I thought it was Sean's lawyer, but then I'm like, can't be his lawyer because he's not represented in this case.
by whom you employ?
I'm self-employed.
Look at the cuff
And
links.
could you tell the court sort of your career as it relates to law enforcement and what you're doing now?
So I am currently the principal and owner of Daigle Law Group. My career lasts over the last 30 years. started in military police. I spent a decade with the Connecticut State Police, and I spent the last 25 years, I believe, 4
Oh,
years
God, he's
as
in
a
the club,
practicing
girl.
attorney in the state of Connecticut. I spent 8 years as a civil litigator, and I spent the last 16 years as the owner of Data Law Group, which is a firm that focuses on management consultant for law enforcement operations across the country.
As part of your employment,
Management consultant for law enforcement? What?
Firm that focuses on management consultant for law
Management consultant for
enforcement operations across.
law and management. Management consultant. That could be a few different things. For law enforcement operations.
as part of your employment, were you employed by the Groton Town Police Department to take a look and conduct an internal, or I guess it would be an external investigation into an incident between the defendant, Sean Paul Reyes, and former Sergeant Brian Fahey of the State Police that occurred on July 11th?
So the Freudian slip was right. That was correct. It basically is an internal investigation. Yes, it is. So what they'll do is they'll hire these outside. This is perfect. This is a perfect example. Okay. So this is a criminal trial, right? Now they have this lawyer coming in. And from all appearances, he's a private lawyer. He has his own law firm, Daigle Law, and he has a firm that actually isn't like a law firm that represents clients. It's a management consultant for law enforcement operations across the country. And the prosecutor slips up. He accidentally says the truth, and then he has to, so he said, you were hired to do an internal investigation. An external investigation. You were hired to do an external investigation into this incident. But then, look at the guy's resume. It's like he started as military police, then he turned into a regular police, then he became a lawyer, then he was a civil litigator, and now he's a management consultant for law enforcement. So it's kind of like when Mr. Beast hired the law firm to do an investigation. Who's paying these guys? Who's the boss? Who's hiring them? Are they going to keep hiring his management consulting firm if he's giving them stuff they don't want or he's saying he can't do it? No, they're going to go pay somebody else to do it. So he did the investigation. This is important because you have to think about where his possible conflicts of interest might lie. Also, in his very long law enforcement career, it would seem more likely to me, he's still got the military law enforcement Major Payne haircut. So the guy's loyalties are on one side and his conflicts of interest, financial and otherwise, lie and lean to one side. Just worth noting.
Investigation into an incident between the defendant, Sean Paul Reyes, and former Sergeant Brian Fahey of the State Police that occurred on July 11th of 2025.
Yes, Data Law Group was retained to do that investigation.
Okay. As part of that investigation, did you and investigators for your firm look into the history of any animosity or incidents between Sergeant Fahey and the defendant?
The evidence.
Thank you.
It goes to one's knowledge when one is, one of the elements, as Mr. Reyes has aptly pointed out, is one's knowledge of whether they're licensed and privileged to be on the property that the state alleges he trespassed on. Any animosity that had occurred prior to that date is relevant to his state of mind as it relates to that knowledge.
Judge, there wasn't no animosity, but I don't think animosity would tell the support whether I knew I was licensed or privileged to be on the property on that day.
Right.
Especially incidents that happened years ago.
Well, I'll get into a little more of it, Judge, but as I understand the nature of events, just to give your
Thank you, Tina Marie. Thank you, Tina Marie, for the $10 super chat. Thank you for covering this. Thank you.
a taste for purposes of ruling, There were at least 2 run-ins with Sergeant Fahey at Middletown headquarters that happened in 21 and 23. As a result of the first incident, Mr. Reyes filed
This goes all the way back to 2021.
lawsuit which was pending against Brian Fahey, still pending against Brian Fahey at the time of the alleged trespass, and Brian Fahey was scheduled to be deposed a week after the alleged trespass. All that goes to the defendant's knowledge whether he was privileged or licensed to be on Brian Fahey's property on July 11th of 2025.
Judge, Mr. Fahey already testified to this court that he never indicated to me that I was the person that he was prior to July 11th, 2025.
Nice.
That I
Good
was not
job.
licensed. That was
Good
not
job,
what I
Sean.
was Judge.
But that doesn't go to his state of mind. That's what's relevant here.
And the court will take into consideration its understanding of Mr. Fahey's testimony, but the court's going to overrule the objection.
Are you aware
Good job. Good job anyway, Sean. Just keep on objecting.
of prior incidents between, as part of your investigation, did you become aware of prior incidents between the defendant, Sean Paul Reyes, and Sergeant Fahey?
In the initial stages of the investigation, obviously it addresses the statements taken at by the officers, addresses prior contact with Mr. Reyes. In the course of obtaining documents in the initial phase, we learned about the state police investigation, we learned about the interaction, and just in the general aspect of the fact that there had been interactions between Mr. Reyes and Sergeant Fahey that stemmed back from 2021 and 2023 before this interaction on the day of the incident.
Were they cordial interactions or otherwise?
I've seen the video of the first one, and it didn't look very cordial to me, so I don't know.
Thank you. Did you become aware as part of your investigation that Mr. Reyes had driven a box truck that had video screens attached to it to Sergeant Fahey's house that day?
Objection.
Objection what?
Had video screens attached
Good job,
to it
Sean.
to
You just keep
Sergeant
objecting.
Fahey's house that day.
Objection.
I can't hear myself.
The evidence from the scene, the body worn cameras, and even Mr. Fahey's video, even Mr. Reyes's videos showed a box truck, the screen truck at the cul-de-sac.
What was the nature of the video that was being shown on that, if you recall?
I don't know the full nature of the video. I just know that it was pictures at certain times of Sergeant Fahey, but I don't know the details and a full loop of what was being shown.
Okay. Did it, if you know, did it have anything to do with the prior interactions?
I believe it did, just in the fact that the interactions were well documented.
Were you made aware through your investigation as well of the fact that Mr. Reyes had filed a civil federal lawsuit against Mr. Fahey prior to July 11th of 2025?
I was aware of that, yes.
So there was like a pending lawsuit filed by Sean against Fahey. And so I guess the prosecutor is trying to say because there was a pre-existing lawsuit, that necessarily means Sean wasn't allowed to go knock on the door. I mean, a lot of this could have been avoided if there was clear signage, which there wasn't.
Now, as part of your investigation, did you also have occasion to interview Mr. Reyes for that investigation?
Yes, I did.
Did you agree, first of all, do you see Mr. Reyes in the courtroom? Could you point him out for the court and tell me what he's wearing?
Yes, the gentleman there with the American top.
And record reflects you've identified the defendant. Now, was Mr. Reyes under any obligation to speak to you?
He was not.
Did he agree to speak with you?
He did, yes.
Prior to speaking with him, did you attempt, as part of the fact that your investigation was still ongoing, to set certain ground rules as it related to the interview?
Yes.
What was that?
Our first contact with Mr. Reyes is to reach out, and obviously it's his option whether he wants to. He's not a member of the Groton Police Department, so he's not forced to speak to us, so it's his option. But I did, knowing his history, I clarified in email that I was not consenting to any form of verbal.
So he started out with a bias against Sean. So this was not a non-bias investigation. I told y'all that before the man ever started talking. I told you before the man ever started talking. Why is it that he is already taking the side of the people who are paying him? Can you think of any reasons? I mean, technically, the taxpayers are paying him, but you know, the commandeers that took our money, our tax money, and especially and particularly the people in Connecticut and Groton, Connecticut, or wherever this is, I think they moved the venue. He already prejudged, pre-looked into. You know who else videos and records stuff? The cops on their body cams. Did you send them that same bad faith ass bullshit?
To speak to us, so it's his option. But I did, knowing his history, I clarified in email that I was not consenting to any form of verbal, audio or video recording, mainly because it would conflict with our investigation. I explained to him.
God forbid their investigation have any transparency. It would conflict with what they're trying to do, which is keep everything a big secret.
That we do audio record all of the interviews, and that once the investigation is over and the investigation is turned over to the party that hires us, that all of that evidence would be available
Cha-ching, cha-ching.
for him in the future. But I did not consent to, I made it clear to him both in writing and before the interview that recording of the interview was not authorized. I was not consenting to that in any way.
And what was his response to that to you? Commissioner McCarthy.
In both in writing and verbally, in writing he said he understood, and verbally he agreed.
Okay. What happened anyways?
Objection relevance.
It goes to Mr. Reyes' truthfulness when it comes to, he will be testifying. I can call Attorney Daigle back for this purpose after he testifies, but it goes to his credibility. And he will be testifying before the court, or so he indicated. If he elects not to testify, then I'd ask Your Honor to disregard this, but I can hold Attorney Daigle to testify again after.
He'll just have to stay. He's getting
Mr.
paid
Reyes
anyway
testifies if that's the
for
way
a
you
day
want
in
to go
court.
about this line of questioning. It's very brief.
I'll withdraw my objection.
What happened?
On Father's Day, a YouTube video was released that identified something with a saying of what they didn't want you to see.
Gone to any other law enforcement officer's house before this day. And the Daigle Law Group has been retained to investigate a civilian complaint filed by you regarding your arrest following an incident.
I think this might be why he looks familiar.
Brian Fahey's residence.
I don't care who you are. Right now. You spit in my face. Property You're going to jail now.
And it was a recording of
Gold star, whoever edited this. I'm so glad they put that in there. Oh my God. Hold on.
Enforcement officer's house before this day. And the Daigle Law Group
Holy
has been
shit.
retained.
I'll withdraw my objection.
What happened?
On Father's Day, a YouTube video was released that identified something with a saying of what they didn't want you to see.
Gone to any other law enforcement officer's house before this day. And the Daigle Law Group has been retained.
Please remember, this is a criminal trial. This is not a civil case. These are people who, our tax dollars in particular, and especially people in Connecticut, Groton, Connecticut, this is the people y'all's tax dollars are paying. For these guys to question Sean Paul Reyes, who knocked on a door and walked away when asked to walk away. Was it annoying to Brian Fahey? Almost certainly. Almost certainly. But has it been, how much money do you think they're paying this high dollar ass? He literally has a white collar. The shirt collar would have been blue. He bought one that's white on purpose. That's how uppity and, shit don't stink this mother guy is. So how much taxpayer money do you think is going to this? And he didn't consent to the video. He wanted people to see what he's doing. He works for the people, does he not? He is on the side of the protect and serve. Now he's a witness for the prosecution. He's supposed to be on the side of transparency. He's acting like this is some kind of civil. Get back to the goddamn civil courtroom, motherfucker. If you got a problem with transparency, didn't want to be recorded. Fuck off.
to investigate a civilian complaint filed by you regarding your arrest following an incident at Brian Fahey's residence. I don't care who you are. Right now. You spit in my face. Property You're going to jail now.
And it was a recording of my interview with my investigator of Mr. Reyes, or at least the majority of the interview. There was some of it that was not there, but the majority of it.
Okay.
Good.
And was that the video that was, or did you create any video of that interview?
I did not.
That video was created by Mr. Reyes during your interview with him?
I don't know who created it, but it turned up and it.
Sean said preach. He works for the people receiving tax dollars. Look at this organized criminal ring right here. Look at this one. He's petulant.
From his perspective, so I'm gonna have to assume that you know, just based on the evidence, that it was from his computer, because that's what it appeared to be.
Remember, please remember the big crime that Sean did. The big crime he did was knock on the door. When asked to leave, he left. All of this, all of these hours, all of this cortisol, all of this estrogen.
During the course of your interview with Mr. Reyes, did you talk about the incident in question, that is July 11th,
Objection, hearsay.
2025, among other things?
Yes.
All right. Let's focus on July 11th of 2025. Did Mr. Reyes talk in any way about how
Objection, hearsay.
he got to the house or why he went to the house or anything along those lines?
Yes, I asked him, you know, a whole set of questions as to his
Objection, hearsay.
purpose and his desire and what he did when he got there about in order to set the background to
Objection, relevance. Objection beyond the scope.
visit to the residence.
Okay. And you asked him that.
Remember when they pitched a hissy fit, a bitch fit, because Sean was asking his cameraman, what was the purpose of you going to Brian Fahey's house? Objection beyond the scope. Objection foundation. Objection hearsay relevance. Okay, but now you're asking the purpose of some tangential side quest? This guy has no business. I would just strike this whole witness. What the hell is his purpose here?
House or why he went to the house or anything along those lines?
Yes, I asked him, you know, a whole set of questions as to his purpose and his
What does this have to do with anything?
desire and what he did when he got there about in order to set the background to his visit to the residence.
Okay. And you asked him that after you were aware of the prior animosity, correct?
Objection calls for a legal conclusion. There's a prior animosity, lacks foundation. Is this, he's testifying?
Yeah, I mean, I knew the prior before the interview,
Yes.
so yes.
Okay. Now, as it relates to any signage on Sergeant Fahey's property, did you inquire or did Mr. Reyes volunteer any information about signage that he saw before proceeding to Mr. Fahey's house that day?
Objection, what in the hell? How's he supposed to know about things? What is he asking for, a body language analysis?
I mean, I knew the prior before the interview,
Yes.
so yes.
Okay. Now, as it relates to any signage on...
Listen to this convoluted ass question. As it relates to any signage on
Fahey's property, did you inquire or did Mr. Reyes volunteer any information about signage that he saw before proceeding to Mr. Fahey's house that day?
Did he relay information that he saw? This guy is the one who said asking someone their reason for going somewhere was hearsay.
There was a line of questioning.
Your tax dollars at work, Groton, Connecticut.
Asking him what he saw when he arrived in the area, whether he could see the house, whether he saw any signage, and I walked him through from arrival in the dead end there in the cul-de-sac onto Mr. Fahey's property for purposes of understanding, you know, his viewpoint and his knowledge.
Okay. And did he talk about any signage he saw?
Yes.
All right. What signage did he indicate he saw?
He said that he saw a
He said that he saw. What in the hell? Oh my God. This is hearsay AF. I'm actually surprised Sean's letting this go because he's been on his like objection.
In the, and the dead end there in the cul-de-sac onto Mr. Fahey's property for purposes of understanding, his viewpoint and his knowledge.
This man might as well tell us what he had for breakfast.
And did he talk about any signage he saw?
Yes.
All right, what signage did he indicate he saw?
Did he talk about any signage he saw? Hearsay.
He said that he saw a private property sign, a dead end, and no outlet sign on the left side of the driveway.
Okay. Did you ever go to the Fahey residence to view those signs yourself, or have you ever seen those signs?
I've seen him in camera.
Okay.
I did not go personally.
So why in the hell is this man up here? Well, the taxpayers are paying this man to sit up here and do this, by the way. This is like throwing tea in the harbor level shit right here.
Attorney Gagel, show me what's been previously marked State's Exhibit 6. Do you recognize that?
Any old idiot could sit there and look at pictures of a sign.
Be the sign that Mr. Reyes was talking about that was on the body-worn camera from the scene.
So from your interview, it became clear that he had seen that sign?
Yes.
That he ignored that sign?
From your interview, it became clear that he had seen that sign. I highly doubt it. How much did they rob the coffers of the people for to put this liar up here? How much? It could probably be $100,000.
Continued up the driveway?
He did continue up the driveway and after recognizing the sign, yes.
Did he in fact speak during the interview about putting a no trespassing sign on his own house so that people couldn't come knock on his door, if you recall?
We had a lot of conversation about, people entering property. He referred to the solar people, the people that come to knock on your door to try to sell you things, and how clear indications and that he always makes a change. He spent a lot of time discussing that he always goes, he was talking to his cameraman and saying that we always make sure to look at the property because entering with notice would be a violation, and so he always checks the property for that. And we had a lengthy conversation about property and clarification of when you can enter and when you cannot.
And did any conversation come up about a no trespassing sign that was found in some bushes on the Fahey property as well?
I asked Mr. Reyes about when he learned about that sign, and it's clear that he, from his responses, that he wasn't aware of that sign that day.
Okay, so he wasn't aware of the sign that day. Okay, that's what I thought.
Later, he became aware that there was a no trespass sign that was laying on the ground, found by the officers.
I don't have anything for you.
Laying on the ground. That's not what you want to end your thing off on, prosecutor, buddy.
Hi again, Mr. Video. How are you, sir? So you said you were with the Connecticut State Police?
I was, yes.
How long were you?
So he was one of the state troopers. So Fahey is a state trooper. Was. And this one was a state trooper.
Say please again.
For 10 years, 1992 to 2002.
And you testified that the Dago Law Group does consulting for police departments.
Yes, sir.
What type of consulting work do you do?
We do a whole broad range. Obviously, we do internal affairs investigations, organizational studies, staffing studies, a lot of after-action reviews after deadly force incidents or tactical operations.
They come in and do cleanup for their Thin Blue Line gang brothers.
Crowd control. We write policies and procedures, and we do a lot of, required training that officers.
And they're probably lobbyists. They do policy and procedures. Okay. So they're probably all linked up and in with the unions.
Throughout the country.
Any training on signage or trespassing signs?
Nothing of specific dealing with signage.
Is your law firm ever represented the police department in lawsuits against them?
No, they're
Well,
consultants.
before this job, that was my job. That's what I did in my prior law firm. I did civil defense on behalf of insurance companies, which are hired by, there may be, early on, we may have had one or two.
This is the worst kind of low life in the whole world. He did insurance company defense. So trying to keep the insurance companies, he worked for the insurance company. So I don't know if he was the insurance lawyer. He said he did civil defense. So he was hired by the insurance companies to keep their liabilities low, to defend cops who were being sued for like excessive force during crowd control, who were being sued for like firearm, shooting people and killing. This guy represented the insurance companies that represented those people, the cops. So he did that before this.
So I don't want to say no.
Disgusting.
But we don't
Low
do
life.
litigation or civil defense as a normal course of business.
But before you formed the Daigle Law Group, you personally represented law enforcement officers in civil cases.
Yes, I was a civil attorney assigned to a firm that did insurance defense business.
In your investigation on July 11th, for the July 11th, 2025 incident, did you become aware of any evidence that would indicate to you that I was told I was not welcome at the FAHEY residence?
Well, I did not interview Mr. Fahey because it's not directly involved in this, and so I have no direct information.
Attention, ladies and gentlemen of the state of Connecticut, in particular Groton. They're paying people to do investigations into incidents and interactions between civilians and police and state troopers, and the people who they're hiring to do these investigations are getting paid God knows how much money. And they're not bothering to interview the supposed purported bad cop or / victim. Either way you want to look at Fahey.
Directing that you received.
He did not interview Fahey. What?
I did not interview Mr. Fahey because it's not directly involved in this, and so I have no direct information directing that you received indications of from the Fahey family not to be on the property.
Are you referring to?
Am I just misunderstanding this? Is this some? He hadn't interviewed him yet. Maybe that's what he means.
From the July, it was 2021, the one that you referenced at the Connecticut State Police Headquarters. So you saw a video, right?
Yeah, yes, sir. I believe where you were met at the door by Sergeant Fahey in plain clothes.
You're all set here?
Excuse me?
Are you all set here?
Well, yeah, there's nothing else obviously you can help me out with at this point.
So you're all set. So you're going to go to IA right now, correct?
Yeah, I'll be there.
All right.
I'm going to be going.
Okay.
I'm going to be going.
Okay. So you're going to stand here with your cell phone on?
I thought you were busy.
This was one of their earlier interactions from like 2021.
I am busy.
So you should get to work.
It sucks. Fahey has really transformed in 5 years into a disgusting bridge troll. He didn't even look that bad back then.
I should get to work? Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, you do need to get to work, bitch. You do. You work for us. You need to get to getting. Look at that insane. Look at him. Look how deranged. Look at him. Look at him. Look at that abusive beast. You think he does that to his wife and kids? The way he did it, he's just too comfortable with it. This one's already got his EMS gloves on. It's criminal. These are criminals.
I don't care. I don't care. Right? This is private property, okay?
I'm not doing anything.
You're not going to videotape me and have an attitude with me.
You're not going to videotape me and have an attitude with me. Yes, the fuck I am. You're not going to do anything about it. Bet you he learned now. Retiring years early.
I'm going to tell you what right now, dude. I'm not the one, okay? I gave you the information you needed, and I gave you your outlet, right? You were given your outlet.
So now do y'all see why I think that 4 years later, Fahey was like actually hoping that he got to just kill Sean?
You wanted to stand there and hold your cell phone in my face is what you wanted to do. Yes, you do. Take your cell phone and go and make your complaint, okay? Okay.
And I think that's your initial interaction with him.
Do you recall the color shirt he was wearing?
Pink.
Good question. I think it was pink.
Okay. What did Sergeant Fahey do during that incident?
You were at the door, if I remember the video correctly, you were at the door that enters into the state police headquarters, and that
I am so glad they put the clips in here. This is good.
you at the door, and then and walked you off the front area, at some point touching you and pushing you onto the green area, where he told you to go file a complaint if you weren't happy, if I remember correctly.
Did you see him grab my camera from my hand?
I don't recall that. I don't know that it happened or not, but I don't recall.
Did you see him poke his finger into my chest?
I did, yes.
Saw him grab my shirt?
He was moving you, so he had his hands on you.
Who would you classify as the aggressor in that?
Objection. Irrelevant.
You brought up the video, because that's one of the video.
Well, video goes to a very specific purpose, Judge, which is his state of mind at the time on July 11th and why the
You open the door. You can't say goes to a specific purpose. You open the door, bitch. You want to bring the video in? Now the video's in.
animosity would lead one to believe that they should not be on that property. As to, first of all, calls for opinion testimony, that is irrelevant here. There is a civil lawsuit pending on it. That's for that court.
This rat.
If he wants to call Attorney Daigle at that trial, then I guess he can. I'm not sure that evidence would be admissible, but it's irrelevant here.
If he went to BYU, I'm gonna be mad.
Yes, that the sole purpose of the prior animosity on 2 occasions at the state police.
The sole purpose is the prior animosity. So if you're going to say there was animosity, then Sean is allowed to say who the aggressor was, or at least get this investigator's opinion. This is clear to me. This is clear cut.
Headquarters with Sergeant Fahey and the civil lawsuit, it goes to his state of mind as to why he should not have knowingly thought he was licensed or privileged to be on that property.
Judge, brings up the animosity. I'm just trying to get clarification
Period.
from the court on what
Thank
that
you.
animosity was.
And so I understand the line of questions that were not the subject of the objection, where this witness described what he viewed in the video. But now you're asking him his beliefs about who was the aggressor. And so I'm inclined to agree. I don't see how.
Okay, so a way to ask the question instead is, officer, or excuse me, lawyer, you previously just testified you saw Fahey poke me with his finger, correct? Yes. You saw him grab or manipulate my shirt in some way because he was, as you testified, moving me, correct? Yes. Okay. And so, did you see me poke him with my finger in that video? Did you see in that video me manipulate his shirt in any similar way to what he was doing to me? Did you see me spit on him in that video? You know, so basically he's not answering the question, who was the aggressor, but it leads the listener to know who was the aggressor. If Brian Fahey was poking and spitting and pushing and shoving and Sean wasn't, now we know who the aggressor was and nobody had to give their belief.
As relevant to the case. So sustained.
Do you know how long our conversation was when I conducted the interview, when you conducted the interview with me?
It was, I'm only going off of recollection, I believe it was like an hour and 25, hour and 30 minutes long.
And you reached out to me?
I did, yes.
And I willingly spoke to you?
Correct, yes.
Did I have an attorney present with me?
Not that I'm aware of.
As far as the recording, you told me that you weren't consenting for me to record, correct?
I did, yes.
Did I tell you that I would not record?
Oh, this is good because this was like one of the things the guy was like, I said I didn't want him to record me, and then he went on Christmas Day and he said, and then he showed the picture of him like in the meeting or whatever, or the video of him in the meeting, and I like flashed out and crashed out and was like, this is ridiculous. Okay, so Sean is like, I never told you I wasn't going to record, did I?
You weren't consenting for me to record, correct?
I did.
Did I tell you that I would not record?
I'm only trying to recall the conversation that you and I had right when we turned the video on. That is not part of the record because it wasn't recorded. It was us having our morning greetings. And I believe I had said at that point again, Mr. Reyes, this is not going to be recorded, correct? And you said, I agree. And I took that as meaning that you had agreed not to record it. That's my recollection.
So at no time I told you I wasn't going to record it.
In those exact words, no.
Would it be fair to say that I said I understand that you didn't want to record it?
In the email, you said in response to my asking you not to record it, you did respond with, I understand, so I guess I would assume that to be you clarifying that.
You didn't want to record it, correct?
There's a broader scope of that. It's not about me wanting it recorded. This is an internal affairs investigation. And
no, it's you.
Every witness needs to be treated the same, unbiased, and clear. And the collection of evidence needs to be maintained in an accurate format. And
the collection of your evidence has nothing to do with the collection of somebody else's evidence. Why is all of a sudden everybody wants to be all in charge of everybody else's investigation?
as I said to you in the beginning of the interview, we record them. When you're ready to get a copy of this, you will have everybody's recording in the same philosophy. But to undermine...
Yeah, unbiased. Isn't that funny? Very funny. Very funny. You should be a stand-up comedian.
Investigation during the middle of the investigation is what I was trying to prevent.
Nothing a crazy abuser hates more than just being simply caught in the act of what they're doing on camera. They hate
exactly
it.
what you did.
How did I undermine it?
Because you brought, by the way, I think that YouTube video is your most viewed video on YouTube, and I believe that there is a ridiculous amount of comments underneath it, and I received many emails.
Good. Welcome to a little bit, a little teeny tiny taste, just a teeny tiny little of accountability.
And interactions with citizens who have viewed that video both pro and con, and I have not formed my conclusions in the investigation. It's not over.
What does him being recorded have to do with the conclusion he's going to come to? So he's saying if he's like a light particle. He's going to do something different if he's observed versus not. If he's on camera versus not, he's going to do something different or what?
Still being occurring, and you added outside pressure to an investigation, which causes the investigators some difficulty. That's what we try to prevent in order to keep a fair, accurate, unbiased.
You know what causes y'all the most difficulty? Your own lying-ass clients that you got to protect. Those pieces of shit, those corrupt losers, that's really what causes the problems, not people shining a light on it.
Did I call for anybody, if you recall, did I call for anyone to obstruct your investigation or contact you in any way?
I guess you can say you didn't do it verbally, but you named the video what they didn't want.
Yeah, he's bitchy and salty. Wow, I didn't even realize and recognize that's what's going on. It's exactly good job. Nice freaking move. Good move, Sean. Rocco said, this leads me to believe that he concluded what he did in his investigation because he didn't like the fact that he was recorded. Look how salty, look how panties in a bundle this man is. Look how up in arms. He's so mad. It's your most viewed video and he remembers the title, y'all. This man is the most biased person that there could be, other than maybe FAHEY.
Or contact you in any way?
Did I obstruct your investigation? Did I even freaking contact you, you loser? All I did was put up a video.
I guess you can say you didn't do it verbally, but you named the video what they didn't want you to know, meaning that you were trying to articulate that we were intentionally keeping information from people.
Y'all are. You are. You absolutely are. You didn't want him to record it because you wanted to keep information from the people. If Sean didn't record it, then the video never would have been able to come out. We would have never known what y'all are doing behind closed doors, which I, for one, put a 3 in the chat if you're with me and you're happy to know what's going on.
That should know about it, and when you're doing a fair, unbiased investigation, information and relevancy is very important.
So you said the video was titled, they didn't want you to know this or see this?
Something like,
Something to that effect?
I mean, you would know.
I don't recall.
Yeah, it says something like.
So you said the video was titled, they didn't want you to know this or see this?
Something like,
Something to that effect?
I mean, you would know.
I don't recall.
Yeah, it said something about the fact that.
Sean's like, I've made 200 videos since then, dude. I don't freaking remember the title of that one. You're the one that's obsessed with it. You know the title, you know the views, you know the comments.
Interview what they didn't want you to know, or something similar to that. And there's 2 very mean-looking investigators.
Very mean-looking investigators. Bitch, that's you. That's a picture of you.
Allegedly interrogating you.
But you in fact didn't want anyone to know at that time.
I'm going to object now because I think we're way far afield of where.
Shut up. The judge is like, oh shit, I was into it. Look like he watching Love Island. Look at the judge, how into it he is. He's not stopping nobody.
Allegedly interrogating you.
But you in fact didn't want anyone to know at that time.
I'm going to object now because I think we're way far afield of where the inquiry was, other than the fact that it was recorded when he wasn't supposed to, and there was a long line of questions showed beyond that, but whether, well, I mean, I think it's also been asked and answered. He said he didn't want it shown until the investigation was complete.
If I may, Judge, so that title was accurate to what you wanted. You didn't want anybody to see at that time,
I know, it's inaccurate.
Good job, Sean. Wow, another good one. Another knocking it out of the park on that. So which one is it? Was I mischaracterizing something in the title? Did you not? You in fact didn't want anybody to know, right? The prosecutor's like, asked and answered. He already said he didn't want anyone to know. So Sean's like, okay, well, if I may. The title was accurate then? You in fact didn't want anyone to know? Oof, that was good.
Shown until the investigation was complete.
If I may, Judge, so that title was accurate to what you wanted.
Ugh.
You didn't want anybody to see at that time.
I know, it's inaccurate.
Too late.
Internal and fair investigations are open to public record, and everyone's going to see everything.
But you didn't want him to film it at all. You didn't say, hey, can you not put this out? If you don't mind, you just didn't want him to film it at all. So you say, oh, they're open to the public for everyone to see, eventually going to see. But how would they see it, dumbass, stupid ass? How would they see it if it was never recorded? They're going to see it eventually anyway. Well, not if you're not allowing it to be recorded. Wow, what a fucking idiot.
That's the purpose of a fair, impartial, unbiased investigation.
But you're not running a fair, impartial, unbiased investigation.
You're not allowing the system to work. You're trying to manipulate the system, and that's the challenge I have.
Well, that's your opinion, correct?
It is, yes.
Rufus, great point. This is usually what they do because they redact it.
Internal and fair investigations are open to public record, and everyone's going to see everything. That's the purpose of.
Except the stuff that's not able to be seen because it's not being recorded. Now, if this guy would have said we were recording it, that would have been totally different. That's not what he said. He said we were audio recording it. That's not see. You said they're going to be able to see. Look, see.
Impartial, unbiased investigation, but
It's not impartial. It's not unbiased.
Not allowing the system to work. You're trying to manipulate the system, and that's the challenge I have.
Well, that's your opinion, correct?
It is, yes.
You don't know.
He's so impartial and unbiased. He didn't bother interviewing the other guy in the altercation. Interesting, because they interrogated Sean but didn't even talk to FAHEY.
Correct.
That is accurate, yes.
And you're aware that you say that internal affairs, interviews and documents are public record?
Yeah.
That will be released to the public?
Get him, get him, get him.
I did say that.
When you received the body camera footage from public records, or however you received the body camera footage, was it redacted in any way, or did I bring up any withdrawal? Did I bring up any? Did I speak to you about the open body camera footage regarding redactions?
Judge, I'm going to object, one, on hearsay grounds, and two, that we are well far afield of what the director.
You gotta say, did you see the body camera footage as a course of your investigation?
Sure. He brought up the investigation. I'm just trying to understand, and witness is testifying to that I obstructed the investigation, or the investigation, he's represented police officers before, he's worked as a police officer before, Judge.
Well, I think really why Sean brought this up is because he said fair, impartial, unbiased investigation. So I think he was gonna say, you know, something to ask a question to get to the point of like whether his investigation actually was biased, unbiased, or possibly biased or unbiased, or how could he even know if the body camera footage he got doesn't show the full story.
He understands how the information is released to the public and when.
I think there's partially disconnect. So first you're asking him about things you said to him. So the question is why that's not hearsay.
Right.
And then the second part is, and I understand that there was a series of questions that were not the subject of the objection, but is with respect to the internal affairs investigation. And now we're getting further and further away from that into the details of the investigation. So for the reasons why, first, it's not hearsay, and second, it's relevant.
I would just ask a different question here. Like try again. Because the question was, he withdrew it, but the judge is still taking into consideration what he said before he withdrew it. So the judge is like asking him to argue stuff that he didn't even ask. So I would just say, I'll withdraw. Let me just rephrase.
I would say the same reasons that he's getting him to say what I said. Parties of the case.
So there is no hearsay objection just by virtue of being part of the case, to be part of the opponent. So on that basis, it was the court was sustaining the objection.
Statement of a party opponent, I think, is what he wanted to go for.
We spoke about the no trespassing signs, the signage in general.
Yes, sir.
And you saw the state's exhibit 6.
Again, I'm sorry.
You saw the state's exhibit 6 today?
I did, yes.
And that sign said private road, dead end, no turnaround, correct?
That's what it said, yes.
What other questions?
Just a couple points of clarity. First of all, when you say you weren't aware whether or not Mr. Reyes had an attorney present, as a point of clarity, was this a remote interview conducted over Zoom or Teams or some other type of platform like that?
Yes, it was done over Teams.
So you don't know who was with Mr. Reyes at the time, so that's why you say, I don't know if you had a lawyer there, that's why you're not definitive in that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then with respect to Mr. Reyes' interaction with Sergeant Fahey at his door, did Mr. Reyes make any comments to you during the interview about what he thought he was going to happen, or the animosity between the two of them, or anything along those lines, if you recall?
I believe all I can recall without reading the record is that I'd asked him what was his purpose, and he said that I was going to ring the doorbell.
So he gets to say double hearsay of Sean's purpose, but Sean doesn't get to ask the cameraman what his purpose for even being at Fahey's house is. Oh, okay, got it. Makes sense.
He was going to kick me off, and then I was going to leave, other than that, I'm sure there was more detail because we spent an hour and a half talking about that, but I don't recall specifically.
Did Mr. Reyes indicate in any way that he and Sergeant Fahey were friends on that day, or anything that he'd be welcome to?
Transaction relevance, friends?
Anything along those lines?
I don't think so.
Okay, thank you. Nothing.
Come on, Sean.
Find that you are knowingly, voluntarily, and intelligently making the decision to testify, and welcome to take the stand.
Here comes Sean. Wait, hold on. I missed the little ding. Cute. It was a wink.
Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear, solemnly sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give regarding this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury.
Yes.
Please state your name and town and state of residence.
Sean Paul Reyes, Dublin, New York. I own a company called Long Island Audit Inc., incorporated in New York State for the last 5.5 years. I primarily focus on government corruption, specifically law enforcement, politicians, and I report on those matters of public interest and conduct investigations as any other good journalist would. A typical assignment is I get some allegations, I go investigate those allegations, judge, and I report on those allegations. And when I investigate, I collect evidence for that, video evidence, documents, and I report on that. I have conducted numerous investigations at the residences of public officials, whether that be law enforcement officers, including police chiefs, district attorneys, politicians, legislators, specifically. And in every one of those instances, I make sure that I am on the lookout and aware of any no trespassing signs, any signs that would indicate to me that I am not welcome on the property. And that extends to when I go into public buildings. I frequently state on my videos, because part of my videos are educational for people. There are people that have done this.
So far, strong points, good points so far. He's kind of introducing himself and he's saying, look, I have a pattern, I have a business practice. The way I usually get an assignment is somebody will report some corruption to me and I'll start looking into it. I'll take my camera to the public place and I'll start sometimes investigating. I have conducted investigations numerous times at the residences of many public officials, including police officers, politicians, legislators. I have a practice to look for no trespassing signs, and this practice extends not only at residences, but also in public buildings.
Followed in my footsteps, and I want to be clear. I tell them, I narrate and I say, be on the lookout for restricted area signs, do not enter, no trespassing, anything that you do not go into any restricted area signs, because that's how you would get arrested. I have attorneys that I hire from my law firm, from my company to advise me on the law and advise me on different investigations I'm conducting to make sure that I'm conducting them lawfully. I've always been told, with respect to knocking on someone's door, that the general public has a implied license or privilege to knock on someone's door.
Right, it's like a default.
And when told to briefly knock and when told to leave, to leave. There's been instances, Judge, where I've arrived, because sometimes, Judge, the public officials, law enforcement officers, legislators, district attorneys, they know I'm conducting the investigation and beforehand, and they've seen that I've gone to Brian Fahey's residence to ask him about the overtime scandal, and they will preemptively put private property, no trespassing signs, do not enter.
Right.
But it always has verbiage that indicates to me that I would not be welcome on the property, and that my implied license has been revoked. Every single time a sign.
So he's saying, look, some public officials that I've been investigating before, they know that I'll end up coming knock on their door, so they do put signs up. And in those cases, if there's signs all over, no trespassing, no entering, beware, whatever, he says, I don't go in. I don't. If he would have had signs up, I wouldn't have gone. Or if I would have seen the signs. If I would have had indication I wasn't allowed to be on this property. Or no one was allowed to come knock on the door.
To me that I was not welcome on the property, or the general public was not welcome on the property.
The general public.
To conduct a knock and talk, I never passed a sign that indicated to me that I wasn't welcome on the property. I do bring my 14-foot LED billboard truck to these investigations. In addition to an investigative journalist, I am an activist. First Amendment is my specialty. And I love our Constitution. I love to peacefully exercise my First Amendment rights. I try to remain calm in every situation that I'm in and be respectful.
The judge is writing notes. He's not
I've
even
done
looking.
trainings at law.
He's not even looking at Sean because he's writing his notes so vigorously. He's very engaged on this part. And you know, we really haven't heard from Sean. It's like he's the supposed criminal defendant. Let's hear from him.
Agencies across the country in regards to First Amendment auditing. I've begun trainings at district attorneys' offices. I've been invited to do ride-alongs. I've conducted ride-alongs with law enforcement officers. I'm not anti-police or anti-law and order in any way.
He has cops on his channel all the time.
I love our Constitution, I respect it, and I exercise that right peacefully in everything that I do. Purpose, on July 11th, 2025, the purpose of me going to Mr. Fahey's house was that I received a tip to look into Mr. Fahey's overtime. Because Mr. Fahey apparently works a whole lot of overtime in the last 3 years, and I was told that it was to boost his pension. That this is a problem. So this is a general problem in the state of Connecticut. There's been other reporting on this as well.
Right.
So I went to Mr. Fahey's residence to ask.
Issue of public concern, public servant, public dollars, all of that.
About that.
And a specific problem within the state of Connecticut.
To also see if he's home. And I believe it was 3:30, 3 o'clock when I arrived at the scene that day, and he was home, and it was a weekday. So that was that factored into part of my investigation.
Excellent point. Wow. Excellent point. One fact. You know, up to subject to cross-examination, of course, but I was looking in his overtime. If he was working 9 to 5, that he had an office job. So I was trying to figure out what he was doing on his off time to rack up $75,000 in overtime. So I go to his house during the middle of a work day, like 3 o'clock or 3:30, and he was home. So that means he wasn't even working during the day, during the 9 to 5, much less overtime. So again, this is a huge issue in Connecticut, issue of public concern. So I went to ask him why he's home in the middle of the day. He's not at work.
On these overtime allegations and cooking the books is what I was told. When I knocked on the door, when I arrived on the scene, I saw, probably could have saved this court a lot of time. We've looked at the private road, dead end, no turnaround sign a lot. The state has brought a lot of evidence about that sign. Could have saved a lot of time. I saw the sign. I opened up my eyes, I saw the sign. I read the sign. I know exactly what the sign said. It said private road, dead end, no turnaround.
What's the judge doing?
I understood that sign.
Right.
And I still understand. On that day, July 11th, 2025, and until this day, I understand that sign to mean that the road is not a public road, it is maintained privately, that there is a dead end at the end of the road, and that there is no vehicle, there is not enough space on the road for a turnaround, to turn around a vehicle. That sign to me is a vehicle sign that's meant for a vehicle. That's what it meant to me on July 11th, 2025. That's what I conveyed to my cameraman who I hired that day.
Especially if it just said private road, that would be one thing. But the fact it said no turnaround, I would think they meant don't drive your 18-wheeler down this road. You're going to get stuck.
I specifically told Mr. Glover to look for signs that indicate no trespassing.
That could explain why. Rufus said that's probably why Fahey was so upset. Sean caught him milking the clock.
Not enter.
None of the
And
signs.
Judge,
None of the signs said do. None of the signs said "Do not enter."
Recording, I hired Mr. Glover to record that day because I record all of my interactions, including with Mr. Daigle. Every interaction I have with the state actor, and Mr. Daigle might not work for the government anymore, even though he has for many years. I don't trust the government. I don't.
Nice.
I want transparency. So I recorded the conversation with Mr. Daigle in accordance with any laws of New York where I was.
Objection irrelevant to rely on.
I mean, didn't he bring up the
With
recording?
respect to the recording of the interview with Mr. Daigle.
Yeah. Why he recorded it doesn't matter. In fact, he indicated the whole purpose of bringing up Judge is that he said
So, like I said, you opened the door to the whole call, buddy.
he wouldn't record it and he lied. That's the point. That's the credibility.
All right, so the court will sustain the objection.
So he doesn't get to say why he recorded.
So, State's Attorney Fahey just want to point out that he is indicating things that the witness did not testify to. The witness did not testify that I said I wouldn't record it. So let me be clear, and let me be clear about this.
Good point.
I never told Mr. Daigle that I would not record our conversation. I told Mr. Daigle informed me, as he testified, that he did not give me permission to record our.
But he didn't need his permission because the law said he had permission already.
And I told him I understood his position. He didn't want to record it, that's on him. But he was recording it himself.
Right. So did he even have the reasonable expectation of privacy if he was recording it? Great points. Wow. Excellent.
So, Judge, I hired my cameraman, Tahim Glover, who testified to this court that he did not see any signs, any no trespassing signs that day.
Objection, Judge. This is argument, not testimony. He's
No, he said he didn't see it that day. He did testify to that.
testifying about what another witness said. If he wants to say that during the final arguments, Your Honor is more than welcome to. Reiterating what he claims another witness said is simply argument, not testimony.
Shut up.
And you're gonna have an opportunity to present any closing argument as well. You could turn back to your account.
Sure. Mr. Glover was recording that day. He took a recording from the moment I walked up the driveway to the moment I left, and I was on the public street again. I would like to introduce an exhibit. We spoke about this exhibit yesterday. It has no audio. It is just going to show my assent. It is cut from the original video, but other than that, as the court has indicated to do, that to show the relevant portion, it is continuous, nonstop, not altered in the manner that, in the way that the ascent up the driveway and the descent off of the driveway was captured and accurately depicted, and it was uploaded to my YouTube channel. And I would like to introduce that exhibit.
Does the state see this?
If it's one of the ones that he sent me, as part of the discovery, that's fine. I would indicate to the court, I disagree, it's how it was uploaded to YouTube, because the YouTube video was cut. But if it's one of the raw videos he provided to me in discovery, and I'll accept his word on that, then I will accept the edits he made, and if I object during it, I'll object during it, and I know Your Honor will be able to set that aside.
And you have that on a disk or
USB.
USB, and we have some method of displaying it?
I should be able to play through here if you want.
Yeah, I can give you USB. That would be great.
All right. So,
if you could just hand him that USB, that's right there. There's only one video on it.
there's a few here.
Just one, any one of them.
That's the video of defendants exhibit that.
Judge, if I may just indicate that
Before this video, before all this video was being taken, I instructed Mr. Glover to record in front of me so it could capture what I was seeing. And you will see that in the video. Yeah, play the video, please. Yeah.
This is iconic.
And just so it's clear, the video I received from Ms. Reyes was actually
They're sitting here watching a Long Island. Imagine you're the judge getting paid to watch Long Island Audit in court.
the video before this, correct? And then where you're.
Oh my
doing
gosh,
some
Sean Paul Reyes, thank you so much. When did you do this? Oh my God, this was a long time ago. Oh my God, I totally missed this. Thank you, Sean Paul Reyes, for the $99.99. Oh my God, it feels so bad. This was a long time ago. I'm sorry. Thank you for the $99.99. They hate transparency. If I was a cop, they would give me a medal, not a malicious prosecution. Right, right. You're on the wrong side of the law. It's rules for thee, not for thee. Wait, me. It's rules for us, not for them. That's really what they want it to be. But thank you so much for holding them accountable like you do. This is iconic. This is really cool.
Yeah, that was edited off at the request of the court, but I'm just saying this is a cut of this. It's not the complete video you requested.
This is the cut of the third video I sent you that shows the entire interaction. There was other videos I sent you from before, correct?
Thank God. Ugh, we get to see what they saw.
Just come up like to the side of me real quick. Just like get in front of me. Like record, no, like record in front of me. Like, so that way the camera could see exactly what I'm seeing. You know what I mean? So stay a little bit in front of me.
Yeah, I didn't want
and
it
just
to be
keep
like
walking,
obscured.
and then I'll talk if I need to. Just because I want to make sure that, ladies and gentlemen, I just want to make sure that we're not crossing into any no trespassing signs.
Oh my gosh, I'm looking. I'm looking.
So as always, I want to be on the lookout for any no trespassing
Wait,
signs.
let me see, was there a cut?
No trespassing signs.
I don't see any cut.
So as always, I want to be on the lookout for any no trespassing signs, restricted area.
I didn't see any
I don't
cuts.
see why I would see restricted area. So as always, you always want to be on the lookout for any no trespassing signs, restricted area signs. I don't see why there would be in this neighborhood here, but you know, we
It does look so beautiful. Look at how green.
want to ask some questions, see what's going on with this overtime allegation. Hopefully he answers us.
So this is the whole walk. Let's look for the sign. I'm looking. I didn't see it. I am really looking. I do see I see the yellow one right there. Let's go back again. Let's go back. I want to go back. Let me look again. Okay.
What I'm seeing, you know what I mean? So stay a little bit in front of me and just keep walking. And then I'll talk if I need to. Just because I want to make sure that, ladies and gentlemen, I just want to make sure that we're not crossing into any no trespassing.
Okay, so that's what it looked like. Let me pause it so y'all can see. We've been talking about it in the listening all day, what the yellow sign looked like.
Make sure that, ladies and gentlemen, I just want to make sure that we're not crossing into any.
This type of sign, private road, dead end, no turnaround, right? So I would definitely think that was for a car. That's what I would think. I understand some of y'all said you wouldn't think that, but it's ambiguous. To me, it could be taken either way, and it's way less clear than no trespassing, do not enter, no solicitors. You know, like it could be clearer than private road, dead end, no turnaround.
No trespass.
They could also put up a little gate.
Signs. So as always, I want to be on the lookout for any no trespassing signs, restricted area,
hold on,
trespassing signs.
All right, let's see.
So as always, I want to be.
Was this it? And it had I just don't see it. Let's see. Look at the judge. He's looking. He's looking. We're all the judge right now. It was on the left, though. All on the left.
Look out for any no trespassing signs, restricted area. I don't see why I would see restricted area.
Do you see anything? Nothing. I don't see anything.
So as always, you always want to be on the lookout for any.
only thing I see that could was it this? On the ground, something like does look a little bit lighter right here, like light is reflecting in a different way right there. I mean, this is me trying real hard.
Trespassing signs.
No, that's just grass or leaves rather.
Restricted area signs. I don't see why there would be in this neighborhood here, but you know, we just want to ask some questions, see what's going on with this overtime allegation.
I truly don't see any sign. I don't.
Hopefully he answers us.
I'm looking. The judge is writing a note. I think he's writing, I don't see no sign. You know, would a reasonable person think that they weren't licensed to come and spread the word of Latter-day Jesus or whatever? I didn't see. Okay, so here's the fork. Okay. The neighbor has a do not enter sign over, not do not enter, excuse me, private road, no turnaround here. There's no sign over here. There's just nothing over here. I don't see anything. And I don't see anything here either. The judge got his eyebrow up.
Let's keep it pointed over here the whole time, okay?
Keep it pointed over here. This actually looks like don't come back here a little bit more than this. Private road, seriously, I already tried to tell you, but I'm telling you again. Now, the question Sean asked to FAHEY, why don't you have a private road, no turnaround sign on your yard? He said, I don't need to. I got it on the left. Well, this is different. These are two different freaking roads. Call them a driveway all day if you want. Look at the bird. So this is the uncut video from so far. There was no cuts.
So apparently this is what $220,000. So apparently this is what $200,000 gets you.
It's nice, super nice.
So apparently this is what $200,000 a year gets you.
The unedited. He's got the he's saying the different kinds, different versions. It's nice. This is a nice house, a nice area, nice lot. It
says here the FAHEYs, looks like we're in the right spot. Again, there aren't any no trespassing signs. We're just coming in peace to ask some questions.
Judge, just to indicate, my understanding was, given what we talked about yesterday, it's going to be going past the sign and then back down the driveway, but not the wrong direction, but to the center.
I understand there's not going to be interaction, right? It's just going to be.
Well, you're going to see Brian FAHEY act like an animal, but it's the entire way back from, it's only 4.
Yeah, he's like, you're going to see Brian acts like an animal, but what you're also going to see is the camera walk back. Not only can you not see the sign walking the one way, you can't see it when you turn around either.
I just didn't want to cut. I just wanted you to see the entire.
He didn't want to cut the spike of the cortisol.
He didn't want to cut the spike of the cortisol? Is that what he said?
Oh, I'm currently being recorded, his Ring camera said.
Can I help you?
Hey, Sergeant FAHEY, how are you?
You gotta get off my property. It's posted no trespassing.
Nope, there is no posted sign. There's no problem. Do you have any, let's go. Do you have any comment on the allegations that you are, I am moving. Do you have any comment on the allegations that you are receiving?
He
Couldn't even get the question out. Ladies and gentlemen,
Jinx.
he was so angry. Couldn't even get the question out. He says that there's no trespassing signs. Let's see. Let's see if there's no trespassing signs. What a coward. He can assault me in broad daylight while
Sean has his back to the house and is walking away. Brian FAHEY could have just let this go. Now, if Sean would have come back, if Sean Paul Reyes would have come back after this interaction, that would have been different. Because now he's been told, get off the property. And FAHEY acted already a little bit crazy.
Taxpayer money. But the minute an independent journalist comes to his home, and he's probably going to try and get me unlawfully arrested.
Right, again, the context. It's 3:30 in the afternoon and he's at home.
Now, as you can see,
he ain't working.
I moved back his camera that says you're currently being recorded.
Listen to him scream.
Film this guy. You're crazy. What do you think I'm doing, you psycho? You have a weapon in your hand? What do you do?
I wonder if the judge has seen this video yet. Look at Sean. Look at Sean. He's like, yes, yes, yes. Oh my God. Hold on. Let me watch the judge. Wait, the judge's eyebrows.
We're going to try and get me.
Look at the judge's eyebrows go. When he hears Brian Fahey go, wah, rah, rah, rah.
Lawfully arrested now. As you can see, I moved back his camera that says you are currently being recorded. Film this guy. You're crazy. What do you think I'm doing, you psycho? You have a weapon in your hand? What are you doing? What are you doing? I don't have any weapons. I'm a journalist.
I don't have any weapons. I'm a journalist. Who's the aggressor here? Who's the aggressor here? Good play, Sean. Good play. This is the one video he has from that day before that sign was moved. So it has to come in if the judge wants to see what it looked like coming all the way back. Ooh.
I think I'm doing, you psychopath?
Because the cameraman was on the shoulder over here facing Sean. So he was filming the side of the road where the camera was. He wasn't filming that side of the road from the back when he walked up. Oh, man. Good play. Oh.
What do you think I'm doing?
Now. Get off my property right now.
What do you think
Get
I'm
off
doing?
my property right now.
I'm off.
And Sean, I think, tried to play the one with no audio, but the prosecutor wouldn't let him. He said he doesn't want me to do the chop chop.
This is my property.
Well, do you see me not
all the way
moving?
to the cul-de-sac.
Now, some people might say, why didn't he turn around and go away? You never turn your back on somebody with a gun. You don't do that.
I'm down.
Get off my
that gun out
fucking
of your hand.
property.
Get that gun out of
Get
your
off
hand,
my
you psycho.
fucking property.
Get that gun
I'm
out
a
of your hand, you
goddamn
psycho.
Connecticut State Trooper.
I don't care who you
are
are.
trespassing
I don't
on
care
my
who you are.
fucking
I don't
property.
care who you
Get
are.
off my fucking.
I'm looking for a sign now. Where's the sign? I don't see the sign.
Who you are.
Right now.
You spit in my
Get off
face.
my property.
That's where he spit in my face.
I'm going to object to the narration.
Right
You're going
now.
to jail now.
Get
Look
off
at
my
this.
Object. He said, I object. The video speaks for itself. We don't need Sean to tell us when he's spitting, when his face was spit in. We saw it.
Look at this. He spit in my
Get off my
face.
He almost did it again. Watch. He almost did it again. He went, watch.
I'm going to object to the narration.
You're
Right
going
now.
to jail now.
Get
Look
off
at
my
this.
property
Look
right
at
now.
this. He spit in my
Get off my
face.
pro-
You're
You're right
going
in
to
my
jail.
face.
Look at the cortisol pack on the back of his neck.
Spitting as I'm talking to you.
No, you spit
Get
in
off
my
my
face.
property
No, he went,
right
Face.
now.
You spit in my face.
y'all, I don't see a sign. I'm sorry, I don't. If I saw one, I would say, oh, yeah, okay, I kind of see. No, I don't. Have y'all seen the sign?
My
You're going
property
to jail.
right now.
I'm going.
Get off my
I've
property.
been going.
Right
Since the
now.
moment you told me.
Get off
That's
my
not
property.
how criminal trespass
right
works.
now.
Psycho.
Get
You're
off
a
my
psycho,
property.
bro.
Right
Look
now.
at the gun in his hand. This guy's
Goddamn right.
crazy.
I'm a Connecticut State Trooper.
I don't give a shit who you are.
I'm
trespassing
a Connecticut State Trooper who didn't bother affixing a sign to a tree.
property.
That doesn't matter. You
Look at the judge. He looks like his cortisol's through the roof.
Kill me.
I didn't.
You threatened to
You
kill me
lied.
online.
Right. No, I
Get
did
off my
not.
fucking
You're a
property.
liar.
Right now.
You are a liar.
Right now.
Look, see the big
Get off
beautiful
my
billboard
property.
truck? It's all being recorded.
I don't care.
It's all being. I
Get
know you
off
don't
my
care.
property.
I don't see the sign. Y'all saw it?
Face any
Right now.
consequences.
Get
You
off
don't
my
face any
consequences.
consequences.
Right now.
Don't
This is
spit
the
in my
biggest
face.
mistake
The yellow
you
one.
ever
No,
made.
no, it's not.
This
It's
is
the biggest mistake you ever made. No, it's
The judge is riveted.
My property right now.
not the biggest mistake
Get
I
off
ever
my
made.
property right
It's
now.
not the biggest mistake. It's the
Get
biggest
off
mistake. You
my
are spit in my
property.
face.
I
You
didn't spit in your face.
You
I
disgusting.
was spitting
You
on
dis-
you.
Yeah.
Why I'm yelling at you to get off my
Yeah.
property. Right
Get
now.
off.
Look at this beast.
Come off your property now.
I never saw a sign.
Judge, in that video, there is nowhere that there is no the
You saw
white
it? Penn
and
saw
black
it.
no
I did not.
trespassing signs
I did not
clearly
see
not posted on the tree. It's clearly not visible. The camera was pointed in the direction on the way back, in the same direction where the
Good point, good evidence, good showing. You know, I didn't see it. I truly didn't. Some of y'all said you saw it. I didn't.
And Mrs. Fahey and Mr. Fahey testified that the sign was located on the left side of the driveway. And it's clearly not visible. It wasn't visible in the video. It wasn't visible to me at that day. I only became aware that there was a no trespassing sign after
Excellent
I
evidence.
received the highly redacted body camera footage through a open records request.
Nice.
And I just want to clarify for the court that if I would have seen a no trespassing sign or any sign that would indicate to me that my implied license and when my knowledge of an understanding of my implied license to do a knock and talk, it comes from a case that I had read, Florida v. Jardines.
Again, this is argument and not testimony.
Well, I'm testifying as to what I knew and what I at the time.
Good point.
So, to the
Right, because this centers on his mens rea, his mental state. He had to have known or had a very good reason to know he wasn't allowed to be on the property. He is saying he thought he was allowed to be on the property. The reason he thought that was because he read this case, Florida v. Jardines.
You're going to make an argument about why the circumstances
Don't make argument, but you can talk about your mental state.
case do not fit the legal requirements for criminal
That's fine.
trespass.
He's telling about his mental state.
You'll have an opportunity to make that argument.
I think I'm just trying to testify to the fact of knowledge of my license or privilege to be on the property, Judge. I'm not trying to make a legal argument. I'm just trying to explain to the court what I understood.
I agree with Sean. I think you should be allowed to get this in from this. It's not him saying, oh, it's the truth. It's definitely the case Florida v. Jardines applies. He'll be making that argument later, but he's saying, look, I thought I was there. I thought I was allowed to be there. One of the reasons is because I have this practice where if I see a sign, I just leave. If I see a no trespassing sign or a do not enter sign, I just don't stay. And the reason is because I read this case. Sean, maybe he misunderstood the case, but the mens rea of this particular offense that he's being charged for or charged with and on trial for right now is, did you know you weren't allowed to be there? If he inaccurately read this Florida case and inaccurately applied it, it still speaks to his mental state.
I'm not an attorney, just what I understood at the moment in that time.
And I understand from your testimony that you did not see the no trespassing sign you testified, and that if you had seen the no trespassing sign or other sign that supported your belief or supported in your mind that you were not welcome on the property, you would have gone on the property. So I understand that that's what you're arguing, or excuse me, what you're testifying to.
He's testifying to his mental state.
So perhaps
AKA
save
knowledge.
the legal citation for later.
Judge, as you saw in the video, the driveway is very long. It branches off into two different directions. I guess I'll just finish with this, Judge. On July 11th, 2025, in my capacity as an independent journalist who routinely knocks on public servants' homes, public servants' residences that I believe to have engaged in misconduct to get further comment, I was doing my job that day. I knocked on a door. I left. When it became known to me that my license or privilege was revoked, I immediately left. I continuously left until I was off of Mr. Fahey's property. That's all I have to do.
Mr. Reyes is on the stand, and turn over to you, Attorney Fahey.
Thank you. Mr. Reyes, let's start with the animosity between you and Sergeant Fahey. You,
Objection calls for
back
legal
in approximately
conclusion.
2021, went to the state police headquarters, tried to make a complaint about something that maybe happened at the airport, something along those lines. Is that correct?
Yes, in 2021, I was unlawfully detained.
I'm not asking that, sir. I'm asking, did you go and make your opinion of what you were or weren't doesn't matter. What I'm asking you is, did you go to state police headquarters, yes or no, to make a complaint about something that happened at the airport?
My answer is that
Yes, right?
I went to the-
Yes.
my answer
That's
is-
your answer,
My
sir.
answer is.
I'd ask the court to direct them to answer the question that's asked.
Look at him. Jeez. Something wrong with him.
And so I think the disconnect is that if you're asked a question that requires a discrete answer, I'd ask that you answer it discreetly. You'll have an opportunity, to the extent that it's not objectionable, to offer further explanation in redirect. But to the extent that you can discreetly answer the question being asked of you, especially if it is a yes or no, I'd ask that you do that, sir.
Well, I don't think it's a yes or no, but I understand that. Judge, may I grab a pen from the table? Thank you.
Yes or no, you want the state police headquarters?
Why are you so aggressive?
Mr. Reyes, why don't you just answer my questions and stop engaging in commentary with me?
But can you please be polite?
I
He
am
is
polite,
being, like,
sir.
super
Why don't you
bitchy.
answer my question? I asked
the
a very
prosecutor.
polite question, you just continue to ignore it. Yes or no, you went to
No, he didn't ignore it. He answered it and then more that you didn't like, but he certainly didn't ignore it. He did answer it. He said yes.
police headquarters to make a complaint about something that happened to you at Bradley.
Yes.
And you attempted to try to film in the lobby, correct?
What lobby?
Of the state police headquarters.
While I was making the complaint, yes.
Yes. Because it would be normal to film in a restricted area while you're making a
Objection
complaint
calls for legal
about something
conclusion.
that happened at a totally different location, correct, sir?
Leading.
Public lobby is not a restricted area.
Is it a locked door to get in, sir? Is there a metal detector to get in, sir?
That doesn't make it restricted.
Well, that's your opinion, sir.
Any member of the public can walk into that lobby.
And not videotape. Did you try to enter post at some time to videotape despite that being locked?
Can you repeat the question?
Did you try to enter post at some point in
What?
Meriden, which is the police training facility,
Oh.
to try to videotape?
I was
Did you
let in,
attempt to
I was
get-
let into that facility, correct?
Okay, but did you try to enter, in fact, on your video, you're rattling a locked door, correct? And then ultimately you're let in.
Correct.
Let's go back to the interaction. So when you go to the state police, the person who confronts you and has a physical altercation with
Aggressively.
you is Sergeant Fahey, correct?
What do you mean by physical altercation?
Did you get involved in a shoving match of some sort, or did he
No.
shove you, or however you want to characterize it? Was there physical contact with you as you asked during your, or talked about during your direct, or
Yes.
asked during the?
Yes,
Yes.
Sergeant Brian Fahey made violent
My
physical
question is,
contact.
did you had contact with you, correct?
Yes, he made contact with me violently.
And at some point, you claimed he broke your phone during the altercation too? Yes or
Yes.
no? And as a result of that altercation, at some point, you filed a civil lawsuit?
Yes.
And you went back to headquarters another time, and at that point, during that video, you indicated, and maybe we'll run into Sergeant Fahey again? Do you recall that?
He does work there, so yes. I went there to file a FOIL request.
Okay. But you made that comment on your video, correct?
He did work there.
That's not my question. Again, please answer my question and I'll be polite.
Oh my God. The only way you're going to get polite is if you do what he says. Typical. Typical Fahey.
Was the civil lawsuit pending before or after that second encounter?
It was not pending at that time.
Okay. You filed that afterwards?
Yeah, I'm hoping to hold him accountable.
That's not my question, sir. Could you please answer my question? We'll get through this a lot quicker. Did you file it afterwards? Yes or no?
Yes.
You can keep mumbling under your breath as much as you want, sir. You are. Please answer my question as the judge instructed
Asking me
you.
a question, I'm answering.
No, you're not. You're commenting afterwards. Feel free to do that during argument. So at the time of July 11, 2025, you had a civil lawsuit pending against Brian Fahey, and you had two encounters with him that you videotaped at state police headquarters, correct?
I had a pending civil rights lawsuit for violation of rights, that's correct. And I did not have a physical encounter with him.
Did you have an encounter with him that was argumentative the second time?
I didn't argue with him.
That's not my question. Was there words between you? What was the point in videotaping and hoping you saw Brian Fahey that day?
Who said he hoped?
You're characterizing it as hoping. No, I didn't characterize it as hoping.
Thank
to see
you.
Brian Fahey. That's your testimony here today.
Get him, get him, get him, get him.
On July 11th, 2025, had you had 2 encounters with Sergeant Fahey at State Police Headquarters, and did you have a civil lawsuit pending against him?
Yes.
And you drove, as you term it, a journalist, you drove an LED truck showing that encounter to Brian Fahey's house on July 11th of 2025, correct?
That is correct. I would just like to clarify.
No, there's no question pending, sir.
I want to clarify my previous answer. I didn't drive it up his driveway to his house.
I didn't ask you that. I said
I
to
was
his
over
house.
to the public street in front of his house. Correct.
Did you do some research on how to get to his house?
What do you mean?
Well, you had to figure out his address at some point, right?
That's public record.
Yeah, how'd you do that?
I went to the town of Groton.
You made a separate trip to the town of Groton to find out where he lived? Or
That's
did you do
correct.
it that day?
I don't recall.
Well, do you recall driving to Mystic once or twice?
I didn't have the billboard truck with me, so I must have been a separate day.
Do any Google searches of his property?
Not that I recall.
In fact, about a week after the July 11th, 2025 incident, Brian Fahey was scheduled to be deposed by you in your civil lawsuit, yes or no?
I don't know the exact date of when he was supposed to be deposed.
Was it a short time after the July
Look how
11th
he's
date?
standing there with his arms
It was after
crossed.
that date. I don't know when it was.
Was it a year after that, or was it within weeks after
He
that?
just looks like a little stupid little kid.
I don't know.
What, has it happened, or was it scheduled to happen before now?
Yes.
So we're about a year and a month out from that incident, correct?
I don't know.
Correct.
It was much closer to the time that he was scheduled to be deposed, correct?
I don't recall.
But he was scheduled to be deposed before you went up on his property. Scheduled to be deposed.
Possibly.
Do you recall making comments to Sergeant D'Angelo that day that you didn't like Brian Fahey and he didn't like you?
I don't think he said that. I think that was made up.
I don't recall.
Does this sound like something you might have said?
It's possible. I don't recall everything I said.
Did you like Brian Fahey on July 11th of 2025?
I don't like Brian. I didn't like Brian. On July 11, 2025, I didn't like Brian Fahey's actions as a law enforcement officer.
That's what that was about? The whole thing was about his actions as a law enforcement officer.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the lack of accountability he gets when he
Yeah.
engages in criminal
It's
conduct.
like these criminals
So,
don't understand
you keep
how
referring to criminal
accountability
conduct. The
works.
reality is, with respect to the overtime, did you do any research into union contracts in the state of Connecticut as it relates to police officers and their departments on how they accrue overtime? Yes or no?
I never received anything when I put in my
Did you-
request. Yes.
You looked into union contracts.
I looked into the payroll.
No, that's not my question. You specifically looked into union contracts as to how officers may accrue overtime as it relates to their pension.
Not yet.
No, not yet.
Thanks for the tip.
No, you're welcome. Because the reality is, sir,
He's like, I'm
you're
going to
not
now.
really a journalist, right? Journalists vet things.
He's
Let me,
testifying as to what
I'm asking leading questions. Journalists vet things.
Yeah, no, he really is testifying. He done said, you're not really a journalist, are you? Journalists vet things, don't they? Do you vet things? You asked 4 questions, dude.
And I did.
Okay, the allegations you hurl out in your videos, nice videos like, TSA's doing a really good job. That wouldn't get a lot of clicks because that's how you get paid, right?
Bitch, TSA never did a motherfucking good job in its life. Fuck a TSA. Fuck a TSA. Who want to make a video talking about the TSA is doing a good job? Abolish the TSA. That shit is so invasive and unnecessary, taking scans and x-rays of our bodies and our shit just so we can get on a plane and go see our grandma that's dying. Fuck a TSA. I mean, you make a video about how good of a job the TSA is doing while you bending over and spreading it for them. Ugly.
You get paid by clicks, among other things.
Just like journalists.
Journalists on CBS are getting paid by clicks?
Of course they are. Ad revenue, of course, counselor.
Well, that'd be CBS, that's not the journalists. But the reality, sir, is that You keep laughing. I know it's funny to you,
You
but
don't
the
know what you're
reality
talking
is
about.
your videos.
No idea what you're talking about.
You started GoFundMe pages before you had encounters with people to cover legal expenses.
This man is
Before I.
Yes, before you've ever encountered
Not that
them.
I recall.
no.
Have you started GoFundMe pages afterwards?
Look at this. His bond was $75,000. His cameraman's bond was $50,000. His legal and travel fees for him and the cameraman have been $30,000. This much. Don't forget. Wouldn't anybody start a GoFundMe at this point? He walked up to a door, knocked on it, and left when asked. He got assaulted. He got battered. He got spit on. He got a gun pulled on him and brandished. He got arrested. He had to pay all this. And then prosecuted.
Yeah, lawyers are expensive.
Here you are representing yourself. You said that as much. You saw the
I saw the sign,
Yep.
I clearly saw, I opened up my eyes and I saw the sign, yes, sir.
great. And so you did no further looking as you talked about how important it is to look for trespassing signs. You did no other looking for any signs that was 5 feet in front of that sign, right?
No, we didn't see. No, I'm so glad that he put the video up. You could not see that damn sign. You could not see that sign.
I'm not gonna dig through the bushes.
Right.
You want to do a thorough investigation whether you should be on someone's property, right?
Yeah, no, you shouldn't have to go and subject yourself to leeches, ticks, and poison oak to see a sign that should be clearly and conspicuously posted, you stupid ass. How does this man get to do his little, wouldn't want to do it, but John can't say, yeah, my rights were violated as commentary after answering a question. This rules for thee, not for me. My ancestors and shit threw tea in harbors and stuff over stuff like this.
Right?
Cuck, he works for us.
You want to do a thorough
The man is saying that you have to dig through bushes to look for signs to do a thorough investigation. What in the hell is this, Dan McNeff?
investigation whether you should be on someone's property, right? Now, you say you're always respectful in your videos, right?
I try to be always respectful.
Really? So last night's video, when you said that the Fahey's daughter, you heard it's really easy to get with her.
I heard she was a thought. That's what I heard. Rumor word on the street is Fahey's daughter is fast and loose. Hot dog, hallway type. That's word on the street. I don't know. I have no idea if that's true. That could be an evil rumor, but that is circulating around. That is a rumor circulating.
That's being respectful or has anything to do with this
Objection,
case?
what does it have to do with anything?
Did you say it?
What objection?
Did you say it?
Can you let him rule on the objection, or you're gonna be aggressive? You're better than this, counselor. Come
No,
on.
he's not. He's not. This is his best day.
Did you say it?
I was reading a comment.
Did you say it?
I was reading.
Somebody said, known Brian Fahey's daughter my whole life. She a hoe. I mean, she's very easy to get with. So somebody wrote that comment and he simply read someone's comment. It probably was Fahey.
Comment from one of the viewers.
Quite a journalist.
Opinion journalism.
How many lawsuits have you filed, sir, out of these cases where you go in for all your videos? How many lawsuits have you filed?
I couldn't tell you.
Lots, huh?
Probably on one hand I can count.
Lots, huh? How many frivolous, bullshit criminal cases have you brought and wasted taxpayer money, bitch?
And you threatened to file another one last night in that video when you were being
No. He let you know that he was going to be filing one.
respectful?
No, I didn't threaten.
Yes, sir. Yes, you did.
No, I
You
said
said-
I was going to file.
Okay. And when you were found not guilty, you were going to file a lawsuit, and you were going to own that house, and you were going to go back to that circle the minute the protective order was over, correct?
The protest, this is my First Amendment right, correct? Not the property.
Not the property. he
You
said.
are a convicted felon. You have a
Objection.
conviction for attempted robbery in the first degree out of the state of
Objection,
New
Your
York.
Honor.
Goes to credibility.
A 15-year-old,
You were released in 2016, sir.
a 15-year-old, and I was convicted for more than 15 years ago. When I made
It was
it, I wasn't
2016.
convicted of any lies, I wasn't convicted of any fraud.
Robberies inherently goes to credibility in the state.
It was 15 years ago, Judge.
Ooh. Were you convicted of attempted robbery in the state of New York?
That's correct.
And you've also been arrested for criminal trespass in the state of New York?
Now, this prosecutor objected a while ago to this question about Fahey. Isn't it true that you were arrested in connection with this incident? Objection, relevance, objection, that doesn't go to the... But now he gets to ask if somebody got arrested before. That doesn't mean that they were found guilty of it. It doesn't mean they did it.
When?
Shout out to Garden State Accountability in the chat. He's over here typing his notes away. We got Garden State Accountabilityception.
Multiple times probably, but at least in 2023.
Was I arrested?
He said, how many times? Multiple times, probably. Okay, well, you're testifying now. You're not supposed to be doing that, Grandpa.
Arrested.
Was arrested.
Yeah.
Was not convicted.
You were arrested, though. Goes to knowledge, Judge. Were you convicted of simple trespass in Danbury within the last couple of years, Connecticut?
I don't like how they're saying convicted, because I think it was like a ticket.
Violation?
Were you
Right, it wasn't like criminal. It was a violation.
convicted of simple trespass?
Yes.
Have you been arrested for criminal trespass charges in addition to the two I've noted, or other simple trespass?
Well, yeah, law enforcement officers violate my rights.
That's not my
all the time.
question. Were you arrested for it?
Yes,
Yes
they
or no?
violate my rights all the time.
That's not my question, sir. Yes or no? Have you been arrested other
People
times?
like you hate it when you get challenged. You hate it.
Sir, were you arrested more times than that for simple trespass or criminal trespass?
Yes.
How many would you estimate?
Maybe once. One more time. I'm not sure.
Probably 3 or 4. I mean, that I remember. Maybe up to maybe 6 total in like 5 years or something. Like he gets arrested, but then they drop the charges or he wins or whatever.
What did you mouth Sergeant Fahey on the stand yesterday?
I didn't know anything, so I could figure that out.
That you recall? I mean, it was yesterday. Did you or didn't you?
He might have mouthed something. I might have seen it.
Did you see me mouthing?
I'm just asking the question, sir.
Well, but you know what? They wouldn't let Sean bring something up. They wouldn't let Sean remember when Sean brought up that this prosecutor was like gesticulating and like maybe doing like arm or hand movements to one of the witnesses, and the judge was like, I'm not going to let that because, you know, Sean isn't saying that he himself saw it, and the judge like, I didn't note anything like that. Well, now this guy's like, why did you mouth to him? Sean said, did you see me mouth anything? Because if you're just going to bring up something you heard, I mean.
I don't recall mouthing him.
Would it be fair to say you have absolute disdain for Sergeant Fahey?
Probably.
No, I don't hate anyone. I hate the conduct of certain people.
I have disdain for him. I think it's deplorable, despicable.
Have you
Spitting on a person with a gun in your hand? Ugh. I have disdain for that.
launched allegations on your video after the encounters with Sergeant Fahey that you claim people have told you about, but you don't know for sure? Like that he was with hookers or that he sold drugs when he was at New London Police Department out of the evidence room. Things
Well, those are issues of public concern, especially the drugs out of the evidence room. I believe it. He seems kind of like a tweaker. That probably explains his behavior, if I had to guess. I don't know. I didn't do the drug test.
like that.
Yeah, people give me information and I share that information. That's what the journalist does.
And you vetted it beforehand?
That's why I said they're allegations, sir. I didn't say, I specifically say that I didn't confirm them to be true. They're allegations. Everyone's innocent until proven guilty in court of law.
And Sean isn't just getting these allegations from the clear blue sky. I mean, people do tell him like, hey, I like used to work with him, or I went to school with his so-and-so or whatever. Like, it's not like that. It's anonymous, I'm sure. I didn't ask him where he got this stuff from, but I just imagine that he's not just like going and showing up to Fahey's house. I'm sure he got proof that the person had some type of idea or some way to know the information.
Well, it's not that. I mean, you haven't come up with one shred of proof beyond what you said on those videos, correct? Did you go research any of that?
I haven't seen one shred of proof of a no trespass sign myself.
Research which one?
Any of them?
So the only proof I need is the proof that Sergeant Faye spit in my face.
No, that's
and you
not,
covered
sir.
for him.
No, sir.
You
That's
covered
not the
for him.
question,
He
sir.
menaced me with a firearm, and you covered for him.
We're gonna have the next question.
So we're going to have the next question, the judge said.
You done now?
Are you done defending criminals?
He's supposed to be prosecuting criminals. He's defending them.
The state of Connecticut, sir.
Well, there you go.
Well, the state of Connecticut should be horrified and perturbed by this circus clown masquerading as representing them.
That's my job. You have overwhelming animosity for Mr. Fahey and what you claim his actions.
No, he already asked and answered.
No. And is it for his actions? I don't have animosity for his actions. I don't think you can have animosity for actions. I disdain the actions that he has engaged in multiple times unprovoked against me. Yes, those actions are reprehensible and he should be held accountable for them, but he's a cop, so he's not held accountable for them. And the world sees it. The world sees it.
I have no further questions.
Judge, I would like to address the felony conviction that State's Attorney Fahey brought up.
Okay, he's going to address the felony conviction.
When I was 20 years old, I made a
Goes
bad
to credibility.
decision. And the difference between me and Brian Fahey and every other cop that engaged in misconduct, I made a bad decision. I took accountability for it. I paid my debt to society, and since that day, 15 years ago, I have not been convicted of any crimes.
Nice.
I have built a business. I have a wife. I have 2 children. I've been invited to speak as a convicted felon at police departments,
Objection.
ride-alongs.
Full line, Judge. It's simply a character.
And I'm rebutting my character, so he can.
Right. He tried to impeach his credibility, so now Sean does have the right as a criminal defendant to mitigate that.
Can understand who I am.
Court will allow what you've said already. The court's not going to permit us to go too far down this road.
Understood, Judge. Being a convicted felon, I have a family who loves me. I have friends who love me, who trust me. Haven't been.
The thing about like having family and things like that, it shows that, you know, suppose it, like, you know, like, okay, so when his credibility gets impeached, or that's what it, like the prosecutor did say goes to credibility. So he's saying, all right, well, here's my credibility. Since he's worried about a conviction, I have a wife. I get invited to speak at police departments. I work with police. I'm not a felon anymore. I'm not doing all of that stuff anymore. I paid my debt to society, and it has nothing to do with this case.
Of any crime since, and I've since worked with police departments across this country. I invite police departments onto my channel to speak and bridge the gap between law enforcement and the public. I don't just put out negative content. It's just unfortunate that when I do put out negative content,
That's true. He puts out a lot of positive stuff too.
it's because of the actions of the other officers involved on the scene. I have no animosity for Mr. Fahey. I never spit in his face.
Yeah.
I never pulled a gun on him.
Yep. Yep.
He's not allowed as a convicted felon.
Oh, so funny.
He gets to do a little convicted felon joke over there, and when the person he's calling a victim brandished a weapon and spit on someone's face.
You are a state's attorney acting like a child.
It's true.
You're acting like a child. You're not supposed to be speaking right now, are you? Thanks. Appreciate it.
Bitch.
Judge, the state's attorney, John Fahey, I don't even know if he has a relation to Mr. Fahey.
Probably.
Who knows?
He acts like it.
I don't know, 23andMe DNA test. But he's trying to disparage my character for some
So
a
Judge,
bad
this is
decision.
beyond, this is the argument later if he wishes to say that.
I agree, this is argument, sir.
I never hoped for Brian Fahey to come out and see him that day.
Yeah, I just gotta do some FOIA requests and
things of that nature. A FOIA request for your body camera footage and Sergeant Brian Fahey's disciplinary records.
You can have it, send it in writing.
Yeah.
Who's the guy behind you that you
I have to conduct business here.
Look at her. Look at her face.
Sir, what can we do for you?
Look at him. 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 Look at him.
Oh, you're the sergeant of pistol.
Just so y'all know, Brian Fahey is the firearm approver guy.
Pistol permits, aren't you?
Come on. Go ahead, come on in, sir.
Sir.
Excuse me, sir, you have to get out of the way.
Sir, I know your inclination is wanting to assault me, Sergeant.
He wants
Stop
to.
pushing me.
He wants to touch him bad.
I'm trying to get in the building.
You have no business.
I do have
He
business.
does have business there. He's trying, like, think about that for a second. Sean is trying to request this public servant's disciplinary records. And this public servant is acting like a belligerent baboon, troll bridge, physically attacking Sean, saying you have no business in here. The business is your disciplinary record, cuck.
Here, stop acting like a savage. What are you doing? I want to hold every action I took was to bring awareness, including my beautiful 14-foot LED billboard truck, showing what Brian Fahey's misconduct was to bring awareness to the residents.
That was the video that was playing on the billboard truck. You wonder why Fahey was mad?
To the public at large. He's not.
That's what your public servants are doing. This is the guy who gets to decide if somebody gets a gun or not.
Special. He's not the only person I've ever protested peacefully with a billboard truck. I've never engaged in violence against a public official. I have never even, that I can recall, cursed at a public official. I try and remain peaceful during these interactions. And the fact that Brian Fahey couldn't control himself should not be a negative, should not paint a negative light on me. I did go to the police headquarters 2 times for legitimate business. One, as State's Attorney Fahey said, to file a complaint.
So he had legitimate business to go to the headquarters.
Two,
Or to
do
do
an
at
open
it.
records request, which I never got.
He never got the
Yes,
response.
I went to film inside of the precinct. He's talking about me filming inside of the police lobby. He asked me about that. I'm explaining that to the court. Yes, I attempted to film inside of the Connecticut Police Station lobby. And when I was told that I couldn't, and I couldn't enter while recording, I said, fine, let's do the complaint outside. And that's when, unfortunately, I first became aware of former Sergeant Brian Fahey. We did the complaint outside. I was very cordial to him during our conversation.
And he tried to bring it back in to serve to give the complaint, and they acted crazy.
He was the aggressor. And when I went back the second time,
He was.
I was not looking for Sergeant Fahey. I was speaking to another officer, another state trooper. Sergeant Fahey appeared and waved at me. He waved at me, knowing we had that other interaction. He came out and waved at me, Judge. Waved. And I was permitted to record in the lobby that day.
Yep.
All right, so you can come in.
She let him.
Anything in your pockets, go ahead and take out. So
Sure.
Keys, wallet, put right over here.
Is Sergeant Brian Fahey one of those important people that's in this building, ma'am? The one that you just saw assault me and didn't do anything about it as a law enforcement officer?
Well, what's she gonna do? He'll probably throw her down too.
You have to go through the metal detector.
In broad daylight, ma'am. So there he is. He's so mad.
Look at him over there stomping. Stomping. Look at him. Look at him.
Why are you so mad, Sergeant? Oh, yeah, after you assaulted me, right? Yes, you did. You did it last time. You did it again.
It's on camera,
Because you're scared. You
gaslighter.
wouldn't do it without a uniform.
Because I'm what?
You're scared. You wouldn't do it without that gun on your
Look at
hip
him.
and that badge.
You wouldn't do it without that.
You
phone.
wouldn't do it. And Mr. Fahey stood
Yeah, he wouldn't do it without the phone because you'd probably kill him, psychopath.
in the lobby. He didn't go to his office. He didn't go to the pistol permit section. He stood there in the lobby. Because Sergeant Fahey's not scared of me. We've said that many times. Regardless of a felony conviction 15 years ago. I went to the house to the residence to conduct what I believe to be a knock and talk. I did not see a sign that said no trespassing or anything to me that would indicate I could not enter the property. I fully believed on that day, as I fully believe on today, that I had an implied license or privilege to knock and
This is truly insane that they brought this all the way like this.
And I want to clarify something for the record. Yesterday I said I wasn't on trial. And obviously I am. But that's because I shouldn't be on trial. Brian Fahey should be on trial, but he's not because he's above the law.
That's
I'm
argument.
innocent. I hope this court finds me innocent. I have nothing further to say.
I have a couple.
He did his closing.
So the fact that he waved at you in state police headquarters set you off. I mean, you were mad about that. You just said that, right?
No. The part that sets us off, stupid ass, no frontal lobe ass, flat back of head ass bitch, is that Brian Fahey, on the one hand, want to act like he's so scared of Sean Paul Rayo. He was harassing me, voyeuring me. But on the other hand, Brian Fahey goes out of his way to make interactions and contact with Sean when Sean's not there to even talk to his stupid, ugly ass.
Upset that he was standing there staring at you and waved at you.
I have great emotional control.
That's
no,
what
I wasn't upset.
He
I
does.
was
He's like an
indicating to
elite
the court
emotional
that You
control
were indicating that I went there searching
practitioner.
for him, but yet he came out and found
Oh,
me.
no, I wasn't saying that. You did say before you went in, maybe we'll run into Sergeant Fahey, correct?
He works there.
I know, but that you said it before you ever encountered him, right?
Right.
Okay. And so you just made a big point of the fact that him waving at you and he stood there while you were conducting legitimate business. And I'm not questioning your legitimate business at all. I'm saying that was upsetting to you somehow, that you still remember that he waved at you and stood in his doorway.
No, that's not my testimony. That's what my testimony is that he waved at me. Obviously, if you don't want to be around somebody, you don't come out and wave at them. You stay away from them.
And so you went to his house thinking you were somehow invited there or welcomed there by Brian Fahey, or had some license or privilege to be there?
I think I have a license or privilege to knock on anyone.
I understand what you think. That may or may not be the law. That'll be up to the court. But I'm saying you knew this was going on between you and Brian Fahey, and you thought it would be a good idea to go to his house in the middle of a civil lawsuit and approach his door. Is that what you're saying?
I exercise my rights peacefully.
Okay. Well, if you have a right to. The other thing is, too, you indicated you never expected him to even come to the door and encounter you. Yet you went up his driveway. You indicated in your own direct testimony that you somehow knew he was home. I don't know if you waited there or whatever.
That's not my
but
testimony.
You said you knew he was home in the middle of the afternoon.
I knew he was home when he came out. I didn't know he was home. How could I see? I couldn't see if he, how would I know if he's home or not?
Right.
I did not testify to that, no.
Did you not say on the video that you knew he was home because it was the middle of the afternoon and now you're checking because it's 3:45 and how could you be making all this overtime being home?
Sir, you're misunderstanding me. I said that once I went there to determine whether he's going to be working at 3:30 in the afternoon on a work day.
Come find out
I
he
didn't
would.
determine that until Brian Fahey answered the door.
Okay. But you didn't say to him then, what are you doing home at 3:30, right?
He didn't get
You
to say
even-
anything. He was
you
told to
just
leave
said,
him alone.
Gun on me.
Not then, sir. Not then.
I couldn't even get the question out. He told me to
Not
leave and I
then,
left.
sir. He went back in the house.
He did.
before
He
that
couldn't
phone
get the
call.
question
He had his
out.
gun
That's
to
true.
shoot me. He said he was going to shoot me.
You're still here. He didn't shoot you, right, sir?
Thank God. Thank God for my
I agree with
cameraman.
that.
Thank God.
I agree with that.
Is this man's nose bleeding?
But he never even raised that gun at you, right?
He
had
said
it
at 911
ready.
he was going to shoot me.
But he didn't, right?
Thank God.
I agree. My point is, you
This
said
man's
you
crazy.
didn't think you were going to encounter him that day, or you didn't think he was going to come out or anything.
I had no idea if he was home. Mrs. Fahey could have answered the door. I had no idea if he was home or not. I was knocking on the door to see if he was home and to ask him questions about a story I was working on.
Yeah.
After you filed the civil lawsuit and had those two previous things, you think you're the most unbiased reporter to be working
I'm
on that
tenacious.
story?
Who gives a shit if he's
Absolutely.
unbiased? Are you unbiased?
No further questions.
Anything, sir?
Okay, Judge, just going to clarify. I went there as a journalist, regardless of what State Attorney Fahey's opinion is. He obviously doesn't know the definition of journalist, so he doesn't know what he's talking about. But I am a journalist. Whether you like the kind of journalism I do, whether you like the kind of opinions I give in my journalism, I went there to determine whether he was working or not, and to ask him a question. Knocked on the door, which is what I did. I didn't knock on the door and stay on the porch, Judge, and try and try and intimidate him. I knocked on the door and immediately backed off of the porch into the grassy area. That's what I did. I looked for signs. I read signs. That's not what somebody who wants to commit criminal trespassing does. That's
True.
all.
True.
Thank you, Judge.
Any further witnesses for the defense?
Now it's closing arguments.
No, Judge, the defense rests.
Parties prepared to proceed with closing argument.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Judge.
God.
Judge, in looking to the Connecticut jury instructions, Your Honor has to find that in order to find the defendant guilty, that he entered or remained in premises that are posted in a manner prescribed by law or reasonably likely to come to the attention of the intruders. The reality is, Judge, that sign that was posted, forget about the no trespassing sign. There's been a lot of talk about the...
We have to forget about it. We have to forget about it, FAHEY, because, bitch, that thing was on the ground. Not one of your witnesses admitted to seeing that thing at any point before this.
Trespassing sign. Now, it is curious that the defendant would not have done further research.
Like digging through the bushes and getting poison sumac, girl.
Including looking anywhere else on the property, given how narrow that driveway was after seeing that sign. But that sign is enough. Quite frankly, Judge, I don't think...
The sign was under the leaves in the brush. Nobody saw the sign. Not even your own witnesses, not one of them.
Sign is necessary. And the reason I say that is because just simply based on the animosity...
You better hope a sign ain't necessary, because y'all don't have any sign.
That we talked about that had previously existed between Sergeant Fahey and Mr. Reyes. No reasonable person in that situation would think that they were licensed or privileged to go there. When Mr. Reyes talks about an implied license, Judge, one, he started to cite, I'm sure he'll cite again, a Florida case which holds no...
Sean makes the best, the best comeback of the whole trial is coming up. Remember this Florida argument.
Privilege to go there. When Mr. Reyes talks about an implied license, Judge, one, he started to cite, I'm sure he'll cite again, a Florida case which holds no, has no power in the state of Connecticut.
It's a Supreme Court
but the reality of the
constitutional rights
situation
case.
is, because every state's laws are different, the reality of the situation is the animosity alone should have told him that he had no license or privilege to go, that he would, as the jury instructions talk about, to be licensed or privileged, the defendant must either have consent from the person in possession of the premises or have some other right to be on the land. Simply calling yourself a journalist and going to the door when there's a no trespassing sign and there is animosity such as this, one does not knowingly have any right to be on that property. When one talks about implied consent in the states...
All this when this idiot could have just put up a sign. He could have just put the sign up.
And what that would suggest is you can't order something from Amazon and when the Amazon driver comes up, have him arrested. You can't take public utility services such as water or gas or electric, and when the meter reader comes up to your house, claim they're trespassing. There's an implied consent with items such as that. There clearly is no implied consent. I'm unaware of any implied consent cases in Connecticut that would suggest...
Sean just smiled so big and turned around and looked at his friend back here. The gallery. Oh boy, he knows he got cases.
Items such as that. There clearly is no implied consent. I'm unaware of any implied consent cases in Connecticut that would suggest journalists have...
Yeah, that Florida one is a case in Connecticut. Look at Sean. Watch him.
An absolute right, especially when property is posted, to be able to enter that property despite the...
It's not posted. Everyone agreed.
That sign is very clear that it was a private road. It is a driveway. It's flanked by 2 mailboxes, and Mr. Reyes chose to walk down past that sign, admitted that he saw the sign, and effectively ignored that sign.
No,
He
that's
had
not
no
what,
license and
that's
privilege,
not what,
especially,
no,
and
that's not
he
how.
has knowledge of that based on the animosity and the ongoing civil lawsuit that was pending with a deposition pending. To suggest that he went there simply to ask about some other story is ludicrous. And I would ask Your Honor to find him guilty of criminal trespass in the 3rd degree.
Judge, it's curious to me that State's Attorney Fahey now says I should have known because of animosity. You didn't hear any testimony that there was animosity. You heard testimony that I didn't approve of his actions on those days. I don't have animosity towards anyone. State's Attorney Fahey says to tell you that the implied license, and obviously he has no idea what he's talking about. The implied license for Amazon driver, delivery driver, utility worker, and he says that I cited a Florida case. Florida v. Jardines is a Supreme Court case, Judge.
Stupid.
It's a Florida case.
Wow.
It's binding on this court. It is a Supreme Court case that acknowledges that the police and the public in general, me being an independent journalist or whatever State's Attorney Fahey thinks I am, that doesn't give me some special privilege.
Right.
The general public has a privilege, just like Girl Scouts, solar panel salesmen, Jehovah's Witnesses. The general public has a license or privilege to do a knock and talk. And in some circuits, the 10th Circuit, I'm going to hand you a memorandum of law when I finish, they have said that signs don't negate. And I understand it's persuasive, not binding on this court, but they have said that signs don't negate your implied license or privilege to conduct a knock and talk. State's Attorney Fahey wants to make this case now about this animosity that is a pure fiction in his own mind. He's provided no evidence of animosity. He didn't question Mr. Fahey about any animosity.
True. He didn't.
There's nothing in the record that indicates that I had any animosity towards Sergeant Fahey. But I would argue, even if I did, it wouldn't revoke my implied license or privilege to knock.
That's true. I mean, great point too. I mean, so what? Maybe there was animosity. What does it have to do with anything? Animosity doesn't erase rights. All Fahey had to do was put up a sign. He didn't do that. There was a sign in the bushes, under a tree, over the river, through the woods.
On the door to conduct a knock and talk. That's what he's saying. His case is so weak. Put together the no trespassing sign. Put it to the side, Judge. Put the other sign to the side. Because the animosity. Well, the statute requires a sign be posted.
Put the sign to the side. Put the other sign to the other side. No, we're not putting signs to the side because guess what? The statute requires them. Oh my God, that was good. Ooh, that was good.
It wouldn't revoke my implied license or privilege to knock on the door, to conduct a knock and talk. That's what he's saying. His case is so weak. Put together the no trespassing sign. Put it to the side, Judge. Put the other sign to the side. Because the animosity. Well, the statute requires a sign be posted.
Stupid.
Reasonably likely to come to the
Hey, prosecutor, you know you're supposed to like base your arguments on the law. You're supposed to base the cases that you bring into this courtroom on like what the law says, not what your feelings are. Like, you know, the fact that there's supposed to be a sign posted and there wasn't, and now you're saying in your closing arguments, oh, forget about the signs. No, we're not going to forget about them. That's the statute requires signs.
Of an intruder. I wasn't an intruder, I was a visitor. I was conducting a knock and talk. Judge, this court has narrowed this case into 2 questions. Whether the premises were posted in a manner reasonably likely to come to the attention of intruders, and whether I knew I was not licensed or privileged to be there.
Nobody saw the sign. So the first prong, it was not a sign that was reasonably likely to come to the attention of intruders. No one saw the sign. Even Fahey and his own wife were like, we don't remember the last time we saw that sign before that day. We don't know. Fahey said he was 90% sure. Okay, well, you can't convict somebody on 90% sure. So, that hasn't been shown. Number 2, that Sean knew he wasn't allowed to be there.
The state must prove both beyond a reasonable doubt.
They have not proven the first. They have not proven the first. That Sean wins.
Record, it has proven neither. Officer Romansky is the man who testified that he found the sign.
Right, right.
The no trespassing
And he
sign.
moved it.
He
And
told this court it was in the brush, approximately 10 feet off the edge of the driveway. Now, State's Attorney Fahey would have, I'm sure he would love for me to have gone 10 feet into the bushes and rummage around in the trees to try and find something, and that didn't happen because no reasonable person.
Even if there was a no trespassing sign on the ground, that's not posted. It has to be posted conspicuously. Even if Sean went in the bushes, through the trees, dug the sign up, he's still allowed to go on the property because it has to be conspicuously posted, unobstructed by brush and bushes and vines. It was on the freaking ground. 10 feet off the drive, 10 feet away, not right there on the side, 10 feet. Then nobody took a picture of it. It was moved.
They would look. You saw the video, admitted to evidence. The video, the cameraman was in front of me.
Thank you to Patrick for the $10 super chat. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Ding dong, trick or treat. Didn't you see the no trespassing sign? Prap, prap, prap.
He motioned him to come in front of me, specifically, Judge, so that way the camera can see. Unfortunately, yes, I've been arrested many times. I believe 13 times in the last 5 years, Judge. Not one criminal conviction. That speaks volumes to the government, governments that have done it, not me.
Yes. They don't ever get the convictions. They got one simple trespass. That was so correct.
2 times up and down the driveway before he found the sign.
He didn't see it.
And he only located it after Mrs. Fahey told him where it was, where to look.
Right.
Consider what that means. A trained officer standing on that property, looking for signs, walked past it twice, and he needed the homeowner's wife to point him to it. Brian Fahey testified he couldn't recall when's the last time he saw the sign posted. Mrs. Fahey said she didn't know either. She testified to that. But yet he's 90% positive. That doesn't add up. It just doesn't add up. Can't be 90% positive and you have no idea when it was last posted.
Yeah.
He obviously was trying, his purpose in sitting in that chair was to try and defame me and discredit me to this court. Not the truth. Officer McKenna testified. She walked the same driveway. She testified she never saw the sign.
Yep.
Sergeant Bernard was the leading investigative supervisor. He says he saw the sign, but never told anybody about it. Brian Fahey's testimony that he was 90% positive, but he doesn't know when's the last time he saw the sign. Those 2 answers cannot live in the same testimony, Judge.
No.
He's 90% certain of a fact, he can't place the time, 90% sure of something.
The judge is really engaged.
100% doesn't know. That is not recollection.
And he's nodding. Did you see that little micro nod?
Mr. Glover, my cameraman, walked the driveway beside me.
See if you see this little micro nod.
Last time he saw the sign. Those 2 answers cannot live in the same testimony, Judge. He's 90% certain of a fact, he can't place the time, 90% sure of something, 100% doesn't know. That is not recollection. That is a man telling the court what he needs to hear. Mr. Glover, my cameraman, walked the driveway beside me. He testified he never saw a private property no trespassing sign, Judge. I testified I never saw the sign.
Right. No one saw the sign. No, literally no one saw the sign at first. Even Brian Fahey and his wife. Brian Fahey's wife was like, oh, we used to have a sign, go look. Someone went look and they found it in the bushes and moved it, and no one took a picture of it.
Wasn't able to be seen, Judge.
It's all crooked.
One more thing on this element, Judge, and it is the one thing I would ask this court to weigh the most heavily. The state has not shown this court a single photograph, not one photograph, of where the no trespassing sign actually laid that day.
That's a good point. Excellent point. There was no evidence of where the trespassing sign actually was. No evidence.
The only photograph in this case was taken after Officer Romansky pulled that sign out of the brush and moved it to the side of the driveway, which he says he doesn't know why he did it. That's what he testified to this court. The state's evidence of posting is a photograph of the sign in a place it was not. So now the state has moved. It is no longer really arguing the trespassing sign because it cannot. It is now asking this court to convict me on the strength of yellow vehicle signs along the driveway.
Yes. Tell them.
that said private road.
No
dead
turnaround.
end, no turnaround. It didn't say do not enter, didn't say not welcome here. And in fact, I would submit to this court the fact that there's an existing.
Is the judge is he checking his text messages? Why is he looking down here and his thumb's right here instead of looking at what Sean's saying?
Of a no trespassing sign and this sign would indicate
He's
that
looking at his phone.
it was needed to have a no trespassing sign in addition to this sign to make it clear to anyone who was going to knock on the property, knock on the door, and conduct a knock and talk that they weren't welcome. I testified to what I understood those words to mean on July 11, 2025, and I understand them the same way I'm standing here today, Judge. Private road, meaning the roadway is privately owned and maintained rather than a public street. Dead end, meaning the road does not go through. No turnaround, meaning the road is not wide enough to turn a vehicle around.
Maybe he's taking notes.
Didn't bring my vehicle down there that day, Judge, because that's what I understood.
Smart. I didn't bring my vehicle down there that day because I saw the sign. The private road sign where it said nobody can turn around or whatever. No turnaround, dead end. He's like, I thought it applied to my car, my truck. So I didn't bring the truck down there. Obviously, I thought that was for vehicles, not me.
Sign to me. They're traffic signs. Every word of them is addressed to a vehicle and how that road is used. Not one word of it says a visitor is unwelcome. Not one word of it says don't knock. Not one word revokes any permission to walk up to the front door. Judge, here is how we know the Faheys themselves never believed those signs did work, because they had the addition of the no trespassing sign.
Yep.
The private road signs, they're on the left side of the driveway, Judge. The second sign Brian Fahey testified to was on the property of his neighbor. Those signs could have been for his neighbor. I had no idea in the moment. He purchased, his neighbor purchased the signs, his neighbor installed the signs. One of the two signs is on the neighbor's property. It's not clear to anybody walking up that single driveway who those signs would apply to.
Yep.
It's not clear. You don't have to take my word that it wasn't visible on approach, Judge, because you watched it. You saw defendant's exhibit A. You saw my approach to the front door. The private property no trespassing sign does not appear anywhere in that footage. The state, as I've said before, did not provide any photograph of that sign whatsoever. Before I get into the knowledge element, Judge, this whole prosecution was a farce. State's Attorney Fahey charged me with criminal trespassing. I was originally charged by the Groton Police Department on the same docket for felony voyeurism.
Objection relevant.
No, shut up.
It's what I was really charged with.
This is closing
This whole
arguments.
investigation was biased from the start, Judge. It's so clear. It was so biased. They were protecting police officers, Judge.
Yep. Shut up. Sit down.
What I thought was the appropriate charge.
Shut up.
And what we're here for
Shut up.
is all the matters, Judge. The other
Shut up.
charges have been dismissed, and so,
Shut up. Look at the square jaw man that he's married to over there.
It matters why they charged me with it in the first place.
Allegedly. I'm characterizing. Girl, don't Bridget McCrone me, girl.
It shows the animosity by the police officers, not me. It shows the bias in their investigation.
It does.
Records indicate substitute information to prior evidence.
Thank you. The second question is whether I knew I was licensed or privileged to be there. I testified about my work. I'm a journalist, investigator.
I think they did not prove the first prong. They got to prove two things. Number one, the signs were posted or somehow, a reasonable person, an intruder would have known that they weren't licensed or welcome to be there. They did not show that. The private road, no turnaround sign, ambiguous at best. The no trespassing sign, which could have and would have probably been what they actually needed, was under the bush behind the tree. So no. They already know conviction. But let's see, Sean is saying they didn't prove prong two either. Whether he knew he wasn't allowed to be there.
And I protest allegations of government misconduct. But that is why.
Yes, somebody gave him credit too fast. Somebody was like, I'm surprised this man has been able to sit here this long and not say anything.
I wrote on July 11th. I testified about the research I conducted to do that work, about my practice, which has not changed from one residence to the next. Every time I look for signage that would tell me my permission to approach has been revoked, if I see a no trespassing sign, I don't pass it, Judge. In the last 15 years, I have not committed another crime. I've not committed any crimes. I love my family. I do not want to go to jail. I want to expose bad cops. That is the mission. That's why I went there that day.
Nice.
To try and expose and get information about a bad cop. And he spit in my face.
Yep. Pulled a gun,
The state
too.
says the fact that I was looking for one proves I might be trespassing somehow. Judge, it proves the precise opposite. A man who intends to trespass does not stop and read signage. He does not spend his walk scanning the tree line. He looks because he intends to obey.
Yep.
And there was nothing there to obey that day, Judge. I walked to the front door, I knocked. That is a knock and talk. That is an implied license that every single person in this country holds. It is not a novel idea. And it is not my invention. It belongs to the mail carrier, the delivery driver, the Girl Scout, the neighbor, the police officer.
The Mormon.
They walk up and knock precisely because that is no more than any private citizen may do. When Mr. Fahey opened the door and told me to leave, I left. That's the actions of a trespasser.
We all saw it.
Somebody wants to trespass on property, Judge. Somebody
We all saw it.
You saw the video.
That would have been a much stronger case for them if Sean was asked to leave and then still stayed there. But he didn't. He left. And Brian Fahey went inside, got his gun, and ran outside like a wild beast to try to provoke Sean and kill him. That's what happened. He told the 911 dispatcher, I'm going to shoot him.
The license permits that I do, nothing more. And Judge, I did not learn that no trespassing sign even existed as I testified to on anywhere on their property until after my arrest. When I reviewed the body worn.
He didn't even know there was a sign until he saw the body cam. No one even told him that day. Probably because they didn't know either.
Discovery. I could not have known July 11th what a trained officer had to be shown where to find.
3 of them. None of the officers saw it.
A word about Mr. Fahey's testimony, both Fahey's, I guess.
Both of them testified
today. Judge, because this court has to decide what weight it carries. He did not come to this courtroom to help it, to find facts. He came with something else in mind.
Yeah.
He showed you what it was. Without being asked, the answers that were non-responsive to the questions put to him. He told this court more than once, I have a felony conviction.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't say it was 15 years ago. That conviction is 15 years old. It predates my marriage, my children, my business, and has nothing whatsoever to do with whether a sign was attached to a tree in 2025.
Period.
He knew, and he knew it when he said it. He volunteered it anyway more than once. That tells this court nothing about the sign and tells you everything about why that man was on the stand.
Yep.
And why he said what he said.
Yep.
This is a man who spit in the face of a journalist.
With a gun in his
Pulled
hand.
a gun, said he was going to shoot me.
He did.
As I was retreating from his property. He wasn't scared. His own wife begged him not to go. I asked the court to disregard his testimony. He's not 90% about anything, sure about anything, about a sign, about anything. Judge, I want to talk about the 2 men who were on that lawn on July 11, 2025, and about what happened to each of them. One man walked up to a front door, knocked on it, and asked the question about $75,000 in overtime.
He didn't even get that question out before he was getting hollered at.
The other man went into his house, retrieved a loaded firearm, and came back out, walked down his driveway, and after a man was already retreating towards the road,
Objection irrelevant as to criminal
Shut the fuck up.
Spit in his face. That is not in dispute. Never has been. He admitted it. Judge, you heard in this courtroom how carefully the law was parsed that day on his behalf. Nobody performed the analysis for me. Nobody on the property that afternoon opened up 53A 109 and asked whether a sign laying in a brush 10 feet off the driveway is a posted sign. They found a reason not to charge him that day.
Yep.
And they found 3 charges for me.
Yep. Ooh.
I've spent my career documenting injustice in this country, Judge. Standing in courthouses, holding a camera, recording what happens to people who have no one to speak for them. I've never expected to be standing inside one of those injustices myself when I started my activism 5 years ago. Answering for a sign that 3 officers couldn't even find, Judge. And another sign that doesn't indicate anything about revoking racism or privilege. It can't prove I knew. I wasn't, because I didn't. They offered no testimony, no evidence as to I should have known other than their own made up.
They can't prove I knew because I didn't. They made it up.
Animosity that I don't even have, Judge. That's what the state is resting their hat on. Animosity that they can't prove. Testimony from the state's attorney. Animosity. That's what they told you when they're closing. He should have known because of animosity that doesn't exist, Judge. This prosecution is another spit in my face, Judge.
This prosecution is another spit in my face, Judge.
Last time, nobody was standing between me and Brian Fahey. Today there is. That's what this court is for. That is the only reason many of us are in this room.
That day there was nobody to stand in between me and Brian Fahey. But today there is. That's what this court is for.
I want to disregard everything I said because I admitted I made a bad decision 15 years ago, Judge. That's your purview. But just remember, I testified since then. I have worked closely with police departments across our country. I've done ride-alongs, command staff meetings, district attorneys have invited me, and I've done trainings with district attorneys' offices. Like I said, Judge, if you don't take my word for it, I believe this is a country of redemption. I believe myself. I paid my debt to society. But take their word for it. Take Mr. Fahey, upstanding state's attorney's word for it. Take the state's word for it. Take the law enforcement officer's word for it.
Nobody saw that sign.
Take the officer, your officer found sign.
Excellent points. Don't take my word for it, then. You want to talk about convicted felon. How about every other witness who sat on that stand and said they did not see that sign that day before this incident? Don't take their word for it either. How about the video you saw? There wasn't a sign there. That's what this comes down to. It was on the ground, over the river, through the woods, under the bush.
After walking past it twice, only after being told where to look, that's when he found it.
Period.
Another officer never saw it. Another sergeant said it wasn't clearly posted. They're complaining. Can't even tell the court when's the last time they laid eyes on the sign.
Both
the
of them.
state has not proven that these premises were posted in a manner reasonably likely to come to the attention of anyone walking up that driveway. It has not proven that I knew I wasn't licensed or privileged to knock on the door. Obviously, the state is not familiar with the Supreme Court case. I will hand you, I'll educate you.
Look at
Those are the elements of this offense.
He's on the phone.
Both of them fail. And when the elements of a crime fail, Judge, court of law has exactly one honest thing left to do. Find me not guilty.
Yes.
Thank you, Judge.
Judge, just a couple of points. I have been very clear from the very beginning with counsel that represented Mr. Reyes beforehand, and I've been very clear to this courtroom. It's that first sign. That is all that is necessary under our statute.
All that's necessary is a sign that says private road, dead end, no turnaround. Forget about the sign. Forget about the sign. Oh, wait, just kidding. Don't forget about this sign. Don't forget about this sign, the private road dead end sign. That's how Sean knew he shouldn't have been trespassing. Please, Paul.
For the notice requirement to reasonably come to the attention. In fact, Mr.
He's
Reyes
got his fingers in his armpits. He's trying to smell himself.
himself testified he saw it, he ignored it, he walked by it because he believed it to be something else. But it said, and let's be clear, he keeps referring to a road. It was a driveway, not a road.
Looks
it was
like a
private
road.
property he was on, not a road, not even a private road.
I was literally thinking superstar. I was thinking that.
Property, a driveway that was posted private. They didn't manufacture the sign, that's how the sign came, but it was very clear from Ms. Fahey and Mr. Fahey that the whole point was to avoid trespassers in any way, shape, or form.
If it's very clear, it would say no trespassing.
Coming
But
up
you
there.
tried. You tried.
And that's why that was posted. There's been a lot of talk about the no trespassing sign. I never, including with his counsel before, indicated that's what I was relying on as being posted. It's just curious.
Then why did they bring it up so much during the trial?
To me that Sergeant Bedard was able to see that from the driveway walking up the first time before it got moved by Officer Romansky, and he could photograph it in place, but that he was able to see it from the driveway, but somehow Mr. Reyes and Mr. Glover weren't able to. However,
no, that's
that first sign
not. That misstates testimony. That totally misstates the testimony. None of them testified to seeing it at first, actually.
is sufficient for notice under our statute. The animosity, the civil lawsuit, all the other that plays into the fact that he knows he was not welcome on that property, should not have been on that property. He doesn't have a right to be on that
I think
private
Sean's gonna
property if
win.
it's posted and there's no.
He definitely
knows there's no legitimate, he wasn't invited by Mr. Fahey to speak about anything. He went there of his own accord, and in doing so, he violated the law in the state of Connecticut.
No,
I remind the court that Mr. Fahey, that he now tells you to completely disregard, was not even called by the state, it was called by Mr. Reyes. For what purpose, I don't know, a confrontation again in court, which it resulted in ultimately, further bolstering the state's claim about animosity between the two individuals dating back to that first incident. I can assure the court of one.
Sean did a good job at already batting this down. Even if there is animosity, without the knowledge that he wasn't allowed to be there or invited to be there, it doesn't count. And the fact that Fahey sought him out at their previous encounter and waved at him, I mean, he didn't seem
I
scared.
think if Mr. Fahey was not the person who walked out of that door in 2021, there would never be a claim of overtime abuse by Sergeant Fahey, because I can, and Mr. Reyes does an internet search, he too could find dozens of troopers that probably made more than Mr. Fahey. That's neither here nor there. What matters is on July 11th, did he pass a sign? Did he know the sign was there? Was it reasonably posted? It was. It was on the Fahey's property. It was on next to their driveway that they owned all the way up to the split in the road. And Kimberly Fahey actually believes the second sign to be on their property, but that's neither here.
Objection, relevance, objection, beyond the scope, objection, objection, objection. Kimberly Fahey's beliefs are irrelevant.
That first sign.
Nor did she testify to them.
He indicated he saw it, he walked by it, and he had no license or privilege to be there, and he knew that. I would ask Your Honor to find him guilty.
Fuck
Judge.
you.
He has no right to respond. I have the burden of proof, Judge.
No, I'm not trying, I understand, I believe he's trying to offer memorandum.
Oh, that's fine. I moved her.
Judge, I just wanted to offer this memorandum of law.
All right, you're welcome to take the matter, or take the memorandum of law. Thank you. Absent objection, and of course,
I assume it's not in any way, shape, or form as is required by the rules of law now in our state. There's no AI generation to all this.
Oh, no.
Okay, fine, thank you.
all right. And with that, the court is going to close the evidence in this matter. We'll take the matter under consideration and evaluate the evidence and argument of the parties wants to consider both the testimony as well as the exhibits that were offered. Further, the court's intention is to have the matter docketed in a short period of time, and at that time, the court will, once it has had an opportunity to review everything and reflect on it, will issue a decision and a judgment in the case.
Thanks, Your Honor.
So the matter will be redocketed in a matter of, I would presume, 2 to 4 weeks. Court is adjourned.
All rise.
2 to 4 weeks.
Superior Court now.
All right, fellow patriots. So I hope you enjoyed
Oof, I'm
the
worn
trial
out.
as much as I did. It was
It
a
was
lot of
nice.
fun. It's easy to go to trial when you're innocent and the video evidence shows you're innocent. Obviously, as you could see from the day 1 trial and today's video, I'm not an attorney, but I am innocent. Unfortunately, the judge has reserved his decision in this case, and he will be deliberating in the coming weeks, and we will have to come back to court to get the verdict, but I'm confident that the verdict will be not guilty because I am. So make sure you subscribe to the channel, have notifications turned on so you do not miss the upcoming video where I will be releasing the verdict of this trial. I
Nice.
appreciate all your love and support. It means
Wait, when
absolutely.
is he real?
Subscribe to the channel, have notifications turned on so you do not miss the upcoming video where I will be releasing the verdict of this trial.
Nice.
I appreciate all your love and support. It means the absolute world to me. As always, stay safe. God bless. I'll see you in the next one. Long Island Audit. Peace.
Oh, y'all, that was a really long day. Okay, let me see. Thank you, Patrick, for the $10 super chat and the claps, claps, claps. Thank you, Classy, for the $5. I was a little disappointed this wasn't a Bricks and Minifigs day. Then, boom, BJC has me riveted to another awesome story of good versus evil. Yeah, no, Sean Paul Reyes is a, like, OG GOAT. Thanks much to Garden State Accountability for the $9.99. Gas money for you to go to the court date to hear the verdict. Should I go? Thank you for the $9.99. Should I go? He brought up AI. Well, maybe he should have used the AI to figure out if the court case of the Florida case applied to Connecticut. I don't know if spitting is qualified as assault in Connecticut, but sure is in Canada. Wow, seriously, bravo. Hands down, real edge of your seat part 2. Sean better be found not guilty. He better be found innocent, right? Yeah, no, it's crazy. This was nuts. Garden State accountability. Yes, you have to go. Yes, go if you can. Okay, y'all, I think it's like a 4-hour drive. So, I might. I'll think about it. I mean, I have $10 toward gas now, so thanks so much to Brittany for the 250 joules and no BAM map updates today, so you didn't fall behind. Yeah, where was the BAM map today? They didn't even come through at all. BJC live from court, can you imagine? Okay, so y'all, that's what went down. That's what went down in the court. Shout out to the people who did make that available. Shout out to Sean Paul Reyes from Long Island Audit. I did link his channel down below. Y'all can go and check him out. I do strongly encourage you to subscribe to his channel. Thank you for hanging out today. Better go up the night before. Yeah, seriously, right? Thank you so much to everybody who hung out today and all of that. I'm always rooting for Long Island Audit, and I'm always rooting against tyranny. I'm rooting in favor of police accountability and consequences to their bad actions. That's all I really had for this one. In the meantime, facts ain't defamation either. Our opinions, everyone's innocent until proven guilty. Please don't contact anybody mentioned in this video. That's not the point of these videos. The points of these videos are for me to comment on matters of public concern. Love you, mean it. Okay, bye.